Good morning and welcome to the final day of the NSDA National Congress. If you are willing and able, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Welcome to the Representative Barbara Jordan National House Final. Just a few logistical bits of information. A reminder that NSDA policy prohibits electronic communication with individuals competing in a session. This includes spectators, coaches, friends, or other interested parties. To that end, all spectators in the room today must have their phones, laptops, and other electronic devices put away while watching the final. And I would ask that all spectator laptops be closed and put away now, and all phones be placed in pockets. If you have to send a text, make dinner arrangements, or play your Clash of Clans, please exit the chamber in order to do so. Our House Finals will be one long session broken into two segments because we do want you to have a lunch break because hydration and food is good. The first session will begin at when we finish this and go until 11:30. We will reconvene at 12:45 and conclude the day roughly around 3:45. The chamber will, conclude when it is able to. At the end of the session, leadership balloting will occur, as well as the presentation to all finalists of your Representative John Lewis Medal. You will be live streamed today. This requires that you are seen and heard, and Mrs. Berlat has gone over the policies for the procedures for the microphones. We will announce those who need to attend today's awards ceremony as soon as possible after the session, the audit, the double check, and making sure that we have the script for the assembly correct. Give us a little bit of grace, but we will blast a message through Tab Room as soon as we can. We don't want to hold you in suspense any more than we need to. For all spectators, please enter and exit through the doors at 222C. Do not interrupt speeches. Do not interrupt questioning. Have respect for all of the competitors. At this time, I will turn it over to our House of Representatives tabulation staff.
Welcome to the Representative Barbara Jordan final round of the National House. Thank you to the National Speech and Debate Association, the NSDA Board of Directors, and the NSDA staff for their support of congressional debate. Our tournament would not have happened this year without an amazing tabulation staff. Thank you to Brian Alford, Susan Anderson, Jordy Berry, Victoria Beard, Donald Brizard, Clifton Davis, Rosalind Foster, Gail Hyde, David Long, and Keith Pittman.
Today's final will consist of one session. We will convene at the end of this session and debate until 11:30 a.m. You will break for lunch and resume debates at 12:45 until 3:45. Your judges will remain the same the entire session. There are three presiding officer candidates, Representative Balusu, Representative Chilukuri, and Representative Karim. The candidates will audition for 30 minutes each. And when you elect your final Speaker of the House, we will start with 452 representatives. Today, you will watch the final 21. Your judging panel is as follows. Parliamentarian, Sashank. Judges, Delta Fajardo, Nisa Gadacone, Bai Guan, Adam Leonard, Talon Ratliff, Cassie Rocket Rogers, Jeffrey Stoppenhagen, and Stephen Thornsberry.
step forward.
This is for your order. Second. First.
All right. Representative Karim.
We're going to put a lavalier mic on you so that you can do that from there. And then, so you guys take your time. You can set up and deal.
I mean, it will not be as fast just because you have to wait for people to walk up, all of that, so do not get worried about that. When you PO, you're going to have the lavalier mic. Once we elect the final PO, then
We'll take
the other
them
two,
off.
if you can take them off.
Mhm.
If you are the final PO, please, wait for them to take the lav mic off before you leave for lunch. That happened
Yes.
yesterday.
Okay.
All right, so
Do y'all want to share a PO sheet? Would that be easier?
I'm not sure.
Why don't you guys go talk about it off to
Yeah.
the side while we get with the
Quick
parliamentarian?
question. Just one more question. So in terms of question, like selecting questions, would you like it such that two people are selected at once so then there's time?
It's easier even if you select the first and then select
And
the
then
second
select
so
the
they can
second,
walk
so
up.
that-
Okay, but you do you.
Fantastic.
All right, why don't you guys go over there? Is everyone in there?
No, I was there and seeing, it looks like everybody's in one spot.
Okay. All right, guys, if you want to go ahead and take your belongings, put them off to the side so you're not picking them over, that now is the time to do it. And then, Ross, can we get the other mics on? He's coming. I'll get him.
We can't wait to welcome you to the next decade of difference.
Individualized instruction from championship coaches, creating a safe, inclusive, and equitable space
for every member of the ISD family, making camp accessible to all students with a robust financial aid program.
Creating a culture of hard work and having a lot of fun, building a community that will last far beyond the last day of camp. Learn more at ispeechanddebate.com.
Speech and debate is always going to be vitally important. The skills that I learn here will be applicable independent of what I do in the future.
The Reagan Great Communicator debates really put an emphasis on being able to talk to an average person.
And so I think this tournament is really awesome in that it emphasizes public speaking and convincing everybody, and it really emphasizes the educational value of debate. I couldn't have asked for a better experience than this. The whole tournament and the whole experience at the Reagan Library was amazing, and just to finish the whole weekend like this, I couldn't have asked for anything better.
But we could suspend it.
I generally don't have people suspend the rules just because it takes time and just in the effort of time. Also, then we don't have a ton of people leaving all at the same time. So I think just to keep order, it would be good just to keep it still a closed chamber. Yeah, go ahead.
Can we get the digital precedents for all of the POs that are?
Yeah, so what I can do is I can go off and read it as I explain like my procedure before we actually get started, so it's super clear.
I'm at the tracking program. That's
Oh,
the
can you
POs.
make your
Oh,
PO
yes,
sheet?
yes, I'll be providing that momentarily.
Gotcha.
Perfect. Yeah.
Is there any chance for us to get like quick judge paradigms super fast?
No, I think that there's a lot of judges here, and that could take a long time. Everybody's paradigm should be on tab room, so feel free to take a look there. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to unilaterally open the floor for debate. Seeing as that we have 3 presiding officers that will be auditioning, they will get 30 minutes apiece to be tracking and helping run the chamber. After that, you'll have a vote, which will be decided by majority vote. And just for the judges in that order, so you know what order they're in, the first order we have is Representative Karim, and then Representative Chilukuri, and Representative Balusu. And did I say all your names right? Okay, good deal. All right, with that, I'm going to turn it over to our presiding officer who will be setting the docket.
Thank you very much, everyone. So what I think I'll be doing at this time is I'm just going to briefly explain procedure, and then we'll get into all of the formalities with dockets and such. So, once again, for my fellow competitors and for everyone watching, that's Representative Karim, spelled K-A-R-I-M, representing the Florida Oceanfront District, presiding first in this first session of the final round of the National Speech and Debate Tournament House Congress. Essentially, the way that I run this chamber is procedurally parallel and analogous to every single round we've all been in. In terms of speeches, it's 1 tap at 2 minutes, 2 at 2:30, 3 at 2:55. At 3 minutes, I will rise, and from 3 minutes and 5 seconds to 3 minutes and 10 seconds, I'll begin to gavel you down, until at 3 minutes and 11 seconds, I will verbally cut you off for questioning. In terms of questioning, we're going to be piloting direct questioning, so that's back and forth. There are 30-second blocks. The first affirmative and first negative have 4 blocks of 30 seconds, and then all speeches thereafter on that respective piece of legislation have 2 blocks of 30 seconds. In terms of gaveling taps of questioning, I'm going to be providing 1 tap at 20 seconds elapsed, and then 2 hard taps at 30 seconds elapsed. And before that, I'll be pointing at the second questioner or the next questioner so that it's extremely clear who exactly needs to approach. And feel free to take your time. I'm going to be doing it such that I call on the first questioner, and then I'll just be pointing. And then once you hear the 20 seconds elapsed, that's when you know it's your time to come up. In terms of recognition for speeches, questions, or motions, I ask that you only lift your placard, you do not rise, and make sure that it is extremely visible. Make sure that you are not blocking anyone's view, nor are you being hidden by anyone else who may be taller than you. Additionally, for motions, for points of personal privilege, once again, it is a closed chamber. Therefore, I ask that you keep points of personal privilege immediately after a questioning time has elapsed, and then right before I call on the next speaker. Before we actually get into any of the procedures and formalities, are there any questions with how I run things? Awesome. At this time, are there any motions? Representative Tordilla.
I move to open the floor for docket nominations.
Seconds. Okay, great. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against? The floor is now open.
Motion.
Representative Ravi.
I move to nominate docket A consisting of Northern Triangle, then visas, then police.
Northern Triangles, visas, then police.
Motion.
Representative Dixon.
I move to close the floor for docket nominations.
Seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against? The ayes have it so ordered. Therefore, we will be proceeding with the docket. Northern Triangle, visas, then police. Really quickly, I need to get my phone. Once again, more than happy to entertain any questions if there are any at this time with my procedure before we actually go ahead and get started.
I have a point.
Yes, Representative Wilson.
Assume that since we're going to have to take time to make sure that the people are lined up for questioning, that
Certainly.
you would want whoever wants to question to rise exactly when you're questioning and not do the sort of popcorn style that we sometimes have.
Sure. That I can definitely accommodate for that. Any further question at this time? Representative Dixon.
Yeah, could you just give us your tiny URL or bit.ly?
Absolutely. It's tinyurl.com/Karim NSDA. Once again, tinyurl.com/KARIM NSDA. A thumbs up would be appreciated. Fantastic. Everyone can see it. No further questions at this time. Great. We're now going to be debating first item of legislation, the item regarding the Northern Triangle. At this time, any and all sponsorship speakers, please rise. Between Ilaqua and Beck, that is going to go to Representative Ilaqua.
Thank you, everyone. That's Representative Ilaqua, spelled I-L-A-C-Q-U-A for my judges. Speaking for the first time today. Seeing as there are a lot of us in the room, I'll take indication of silence as readiness. For centuries, this Congress has prided itself as being able to bring the gavel of peace and prosperity to the most underserved across the world. We uphold lives, ensure that economies are stabilized, and make sure that people can live fruitful lives. When it comes to today's piece of legislation, to renew our promise to the people of the Northern Triangle, I implore you all to pass. Principally, I want you to pass this legislation to improve the quality of life in the Northern Triangle. Let's characterize the problem in the status quo that is driving our dire necessitation to pass this legislation. Violence in the region is sky high. As the Center for Strategic and International Studies explains, in April of 2023, the Northern Triangle has some of the highest crime rates in the world, primarily due to gangs which run free across the country. But what is the biggest reason why these gangs exist in the first place? As the United Nations Office on the Coordination of Human Affairs explains, in March of 2018, almost 60% of individuals in the Northern Triangle currently live in poverty, leaving people to rely on gangs to support their daily livelihoods, which have almost 95% rates of impunity in the legal system. But how does my legislation specifically change this issue for the better? Section 1A of today's legislation invests $25 billion in the Central American Regional Security Initiative, and another $25 billion will be allocated directly to foreign direct investment, which can benefit countries across the Northern Triangle. Why is that so beneficial? As the United States of Michigan finds in University of 2020, CARSI involvement in the past from the United States in the region has dropped homicide rates by 54%. Representatives, understand that by passing today's legislation, we can create a cooling effect of the violence that has gripped the lives of so many people across the region. That leaves us with two critical impacts. First off, you increase economic stability in the region. As the Atlantic Council explains, in March of 2021, investing in the private sector of the Northern Triangle is crucial to formalizing over 60% of the economy, which is currently employed in informal, low quality, and highly unstable jobs across the region. Today's legislation specifically does that, allowing us to finally allow millions of Northern Triangle civilians to have access to economic opportunity, which they previously never did. But second, you reduce the displacement of individuals in the Northern Triangle that are currently fleeing to the north. As the United States Global Leadership Coalition explains, in April of 2021, studies have found a striking correlation that for every 10 murders in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala, 6 children attempt to seek safety in the United States of America. Today's legislation finally allows children in the Northern Triangle to have to stop fleeing their homeland due to violence, increasing the benefits brought to their economy, and making sure that countless lives can be saved in the process. Strike down the gavel of peace and prosperity for the people across the Northern Triangle. Pass my legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. 4 blocks of questioning, questioners rise. Among those lifting their placards, first I'm going to go to Representative Blakesley.
Hey, Representative. So does FDI have an economic net benefit?
Yes.
Okay, for who? High-income workers or low-income workers?
I would argue that today's legislation particularly invests in the private sector in the Northern Triangle, which is highly underdeveloped, and can shift people out of economically hazardous jobs, which is beneficial.
Okay, I'll rephrase my question. Is the private sector in the Northern Triangle going to benefit people who are in poverty or people who are already in higher economic
I would say
standing?
that private sector jobs aren't developed right now, which is why by investing in FDI, we can help to develop jobs for those who need them.
Thank you.
What's the political stability of the Northern Triangle like right now?
It's pretty unstable.
Yeah, we've also seen that they've kind of dismantled every kind of corruption facility they've had. So how are you going to ensure that this funding is going to the right places?
Today's legislation specifically invests in the private sector to combat gang violence. When you reduce gang violence and impunity, you can help to combat things like corruption.
Okay, have we ever done something like this before?
Yes.
Yeah, and where's it gone?
Primarily to like beneficial people across the region. We reduce poverty rates and homicide rates.
Hey, Representative, you talk about how this investment is going directly towards the private sector, correct? Yeah. And if this is the case, doesn't this strengthen lobbying efforts and then participate and perpetuate misallocation of these resources once again?
I would say that's not necessarily the case, just because of the fact that the private sector is so underdeveloped in the region right now that people have to rely on gangs.
But nonetheless, there are ones that are stronger than the others, right? Companies that can have more influence within the region.
Sure, but when you...
Hi, Representative. You want to address the root causes of violence and poverty, correct?
Yeah.
How does humanitarian aid accomplish that?
It helps to support infrastructure like things like schools, hospitals, and the private sector, which gets people into better jobs than the economically hazardous ones they have right now.
Okay, when governments and economies don't build these things themselves, do they become self-sufficient at any point in their lives?
I would say that building a piece of infrastructure like a school or a hospital is going to allow them to be self-sufficient, because even if the U.S. leaves the region in the future, that benefit still exists.
Question time has elapsed. Speaker in question may now be seated.
I think the chair.
Chair thanks you. That was a sponsorship speech. At this time, any and all first negative speakers, please lift a placard at this time. Between those raising their placards, between Wilson, Dixon, Chen, and I believe that's Representative Blakesley. That's going to go to Representative Chen.
Hi, everyone. This is Representative Karis Chen, C-H-E-N. Once again, for my judges, that's Representative Karis Chen, C-H-E-N, 4 letters. We also have a Representative Iris Chang, who's also Chinese. My last name has 4 letters, not 5. Unless I'm stopped, I'll begin. In the Northern Triangle, there are only 3 constants: poverty, violence, and death. Millions are caught in this triangle of crossfire every single day, losing their lives one at a time. For people in the Northern Triangle who have only known these 3 constants, this legislation only adds 2 more to their crisis, and that's why you failed today. Because first, CARSI will fail at stopping local gangs, and secondly, because funding CARSI actually promotes human rights abuses. The first reason you failed today's legislation is because CARSI fails at stopping local gangs. Now, under Section 1A of today's legislation, $25 billion will go straight to CARSI. But I believe that Representative Alakwa, our sponsor, mischaracterizes this organization, because the Council on Hemispheric Affairs on July 8th of 2022 tells us that rather than aiding military and law enforcement like it's intended to, CARSI actually has a long history of sending money directly to gangs. And as a result, Northern Triangle governments have failed to control these gangs time after time, and they've actually assumed control in these countries. So, just as Representative Alakwa tells you, gangs are definitely an issue in the Northern Triangle, but it's CARSI that allows them to run rampant. And in fact, these gangs participate in extortion in the Northern Triangle of over $1.1 billion every single year. These are the gangs that fuel his poverty crisis. But second, you failed this legislation because funding CARSI promotes human rights abuses. Now, CARSI funds the government, and what does the government do with that money? That government funds human rights abuses. Because the Council on Hemispheric Affairs on July 8th of 2022 tells us that aside from just funding gangs, CARSI also funds corrupt politicians. And those politicians have engaged in a campaign of mass, indiscriminate arrests. In fact, they enter the home of people living in poverty without any warrant or reason, arresting them just so that they can maintain their power. Police officers in El Salvador literally tell people the words, "We have the power to arrest anyone we can." And this legislation only fuels that power even farther. In conclusion, We've had CARSI since 2010, and it's clear that our billions of dollars towards this organization have produced absolutely no benefit in the Northern Triangle. Instead, they fuel gangs, and those gangs fuel human rights abuses. You must fail today's legislation. Funding, fighting, and failure. That's 3 new constants of this legislation. This policy can only end in a triangle of failure.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 4 seconds. 4 blocks of questioning. Questioners, rise. Representative Tordilla.
Hi, I'm just really confused. Why does CARSI give money to gangs?
Right, so CARSI gives money to gangs because gangs control the power in the region.
Okay, but like, what's the process of it? Do they just like hand them like a couple $100s or something? Like,
No, so it's not directly like that, but when we give CARSI money and we give them humanitarian aid, military aid, etc., that aid goes directly towards gangs, and
Yeah.
those gangs now assume control of the
okay,
country.
humanitarian aid and infrastructure, right?
Right.
Does a gang just like steal a school or a hospital? Like,
No.
how does that work?
No, but it's the military aid.
Okay, but you just told me that.
Good morning. So does CARSI just like give money to like a bunch of cops and just let the gangs take the money?
No, not necessarily.
No, right?
The issue is that CARSI is funding corrupt politicians,
That's
and
not
those
true.
politicians
CARSI
support
funds
gangs.
NGOs and audited justice departments so that they can stop corruption. And Section 3 of this legislation gives the Department of State authority to cut programs that don't work, correct?
Right, but it puts absolutely no time frame in for that audit, so there's no way that we
Wait,
can
but
ensure
if
this money actually
we're the
works.
ones who control the funding.
Good morning. This analysis was largely theoretical. Mr. Alakwa told us empirically we've seen homicides go down by 50%. How do you reconcile these two advocacies?
Right, so we've had CARSI in the last 13 years, and if there was any issue over
It was
this, we wouldn't be
defunded by
debating
Trump.
today.
It was defunded by the Trump administration.
Right, I understand that, and we've still sent billions of dollars
Empirically,
towards this
why did we never
organization.
see homicides rise if they were funding gangs?
Homicides are only rising, they're funding gangs.
Wait, when we were funding them, empirically homicides went down. How does that happen if they're funding gangs?
Right,
in the
homicides might go down, but the gangs now control the country.
Howdy. So can you tell me how CARSI actually works? Do they run boots on the ground programs or do they just provide support?
They just provide support.
Exactly. So if some of these programs are problematic, why can't we just get rid of those programs and sponsor other things?
No, that's very possible, but this legislation
so
has
if
no
we-
plans to do that.
But today's legislation leaves all of this up to this Congress and USAID. So if we decide, hey, XYZ programs are bad, why can't we just stop
Right,
funding
and I understand that, but I'm debating the legislation that's on the table right now,
them?
and there's no implementation
The legislation
for
gives
that.
us control, though.
It gives us the power to make audits in a specific time, but it has no specific
Question
time
time has
frame.
elapsed. Speaker in question may now be seated.
Thank you.
That was a negative speech. Affirmative speakers, rise. Among those raising their placards, it's going to go to Representative Chundru.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. This is Representative Chundru from the state where you can see it raining, snowing, and sun all in one day. Not as tall as Representative Alakwa, so I'll be lowering that mic. Judges, when you all get to go, please just let me know. Yeah, I'm short. Can y'all hear me okay? Okay, maybe a little too short. Thank you. Thank you. Just a thumbs up whenever y'all are ready. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Perfect. Fantastic. Charlie Pierre?
Always ready.
Thank you. Guatemala has often been called the land of eternal spring because flowers bloom all year round. But in recent decades, Guatemala and the rest of the Northern Triangle should be called the land of eternal bloodshed because there's never a day without violence, not in the past or the present. Pass this legislation to ensure peace can be in the Northern Triangle's future. First, pass this legislation to decrease crime in the Northern Triangle. Representative Elockwell told us that under Section 1A, we give $25 billion in CARSI specifically, in the Central American Regional Security Initiative. But he didn't tell you why CARSI specifically benefits the Northern Triangle. Let's unpack the CARSI's benefits by turning to the past. Representative Dixon asked us if we funded CARSI before. We absolutely have. The Western Hemisphere Drug Policy Commission finds in May of 2021 that car seat programs place a prime focus on at-risk youths through counseling centers and educational programs. This was incredibly beneficial because adolescents are the most susceptible to commit crime and the most vulnerable to be victims of crime. Simply put, car seat programs operate under the mentality that if kids were kept busy with jobs and after-school programs, they would stay out of gangs and violence would decrease. That line of thinking paid off. That's the reason behind Representative Ulaq'a's statistic from University of Michigan showing a 54% decrease in crime post-car seat funding. But Representative Chen is worried that car seat funding is specifically bad because in the past, it's been shown to be partly ineffective. But Columbia University finds in February of 2021, the fundamental difference between car seat right now and car seat in the past is the Biden administration, because Biden administration focuses on addressing poverty as the root cause of the problem, not cracking down on crime and criminalizing drug use like the Trump administration. That's why you passed this legislation. Affirming this legislation can be the difference between a teenager in gangs or in school. The difference between a teenager holding a gun or holding a book. The difference between choosing peace or choosing conflict. Representative Chen, if you want to change the continent in Central America from poverty to peace, pass this legislation. Next, let's set ourselves in the present. What's the present impact of decreasing violence within the region? It alleviates the humanitarian crisis. The Center for Strategic and International Studies finds on April 12th of 2023, between 2010 and 2020, more than 144,000 people died in the Northern Triangle because they were murdered. And this violence is often targeted towards women. The Atlantic Council finds on March 3rd of 2021, the Northern Triangle is the world's epicenter for gender-based violence. In Honduras, violence against women is so common that another woman dies every 36 hours. During the scope of this tournament, 5 women will have been murdered. Pass this legislation to increase car seat funding, to decrease the crime, and empower the peace. The impacts on the affirmation are most importantly saving innocent lives. It's your affirmative vote that gives the Northern Triangle a better future. In the past and the present, peril has plagued the Northern Triangle. In the future, peace can prevail.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. 2 blocks of questioning. Questioners rise. Representative Nickel.
Hello.
Representative, I don't necessarily have my mind made up on this bill yet, but what is the affirmation's argument to convince the American people that this money is worth spending?
Oh, so specifically, a lot of the problems we have with immigration are because we don't address the problems in Central America. By addressing the root cause of the problem in Central America by alleviating poverty, we see less immigration problems coming into the United States.
Gotcha. I yield my time.
Chair absorbs 10 seconds. Representative Balusu.
Hey, Representative.
Hi.
Percy works with the governments a lot, right?
Not necessarily. It depends.
In
the past, they've worked with the governments. Under the Biden administration, and specifically in this legislation, they work with independent private companies
so for
or
the past
communities.
2 years, they've worked with the El Salvadorian government, and they strengthened their anti-corruption and corrupt regime. If
Not
we've
in the
seen
pa-
corruption increase in El Salvador because of Carsey, how will we solve for this gender-based
Carsey
violence?
funding hasn't gone to specifically governments.
Wait,
It goes to
Representative, their
specific
groups literally
communities.
work with the governments.
Yeah, but
that's
not
part of
Carsey
their mission
funding.
statement.
That's
Question
different
time's
aid.
elapsed. Speaker in question may be seated.
Thank you.
That was an affirmative speech. Negative speakers, rise. Among those raising their placards, that's going to go to Representative. It's going to be Representative Chilukuri.
I thank the chair. I'm Representative Chilukuri, spelled Chilukuri. And this will be my first speech this session. If my judges could just give me a thumbs up, that'd be great. Representative Chen details the many failures of Carsey. Just when you thought it couldn't get worse, oh, it absolutely can. So first, let me talk about how Carsey fuels mass incarceration and then respond to arguments in the affirmation. First, the Council of Foreign Relations in 2019 explains that Carsey fuels mass incarceration as a way to stop drug trafficking, even though it doesn't work. Critically, mass incarceration increases the burden on already overcrowded prisons, many of which are run by gangs. 3 problems here. First, you increase crime. Insight Crime in 2017 explains that jails have also become incubators of criminal activity, finishing schools for hardened criminals in places where powerful criminal groups are organized, train up their members, recruit, and plan further crimes. Many who enter as relatively low-level offenders leave as hardcore recidivists. We take gang members, incarcerate them, and then make them even worse. So when they come back, once again, they put back in the cycle of incarceration, and it continues to fuel gang violence, which Representative Alakwa talked extensively about the harms of. But second, overcrowding. Insight Crime in 2017 explains that overcrowding is a key condition for criminal control in prisons. In severely overcrowded facilities, which all of the prisons are due to mass incarceration, maintaining control and order becomes all but impossible. As a result, authorities can't segregate hardened criminals and lower-level criminals, so everybody ultimately gets pushed into the cycle of gang violence, and it only continues to get worse. But third, the prisons have deplorable, inhumane conditions. The International Crisis Group in 2022 explains that the conditions in El Salvador's prisons are unhygienic. Prisoners don't have access to basic necessities, nor is crime actually being solved. So all CARSI does when they put money into mass incarceration is fuel gang violence even more. The very same gang violence that is fueling migration, making food harder to get, making school and infrastructure weaker. But next, let me respond to some previous arguments. So first, Representative Alakwa talks about homicide rates and how they decrease. He doesn't explain why they decreased. Let me. The Borgen Project in 2021 explains that the Salvadoran government signed a truce with criminal organizations, also known as gangs, in order to lower homicide rates. It worked, but it also forced people to be even more subservient to the gangs. So yes, homicide rates were decreased, but gang violence and gang control only increased. But next, the second affirmative speaker talks about teenagers and counseling. Understand that Insight Crime in 2021 explains the majority of money in CARSI goes to security programs, not social programs. Additionally, we don't have oversight over CARSI, we have oversight of this bill. CARSI is not the right person to implement this legislation. Humanitarian aid is a must, but it should not come at the cost of mass incarceration and violence.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. 2 blocks of questioning. Questioners rise. Among those raising their placards, firstly going to go to Representative Alakwa.
Hi there. So when I told you that FDI can help to decrease the amount of economically hazardous jobs that people are forced into in the region combating gang violence, why instead do we value your side?
Because we shouldn't have to trade off because, okay, you can't quantify gang violence. The reality is, with this bill, you're both increasing gang violence in some area and decreasing it in others. We shouldn't have to do that trade-off.
So even if people are
I agree
subservient
that FDI is good, but to the extent that you're making more hardened criminals and then releasing them and it's furthering the problem, I don't think this bill
even
is
if
worth
people
it.
are subservient to gangs.
Clark.
Hey, Representative, let's talk about incarceration.
Okay.
What was the justice system in the Northern Triangle like before CARSI?
I'm unaware. Can you tell me?
It was highly ineffective and practically non-existent.
So it's still ineffective. I'm not seeing the points.
No, the thing is, under this legislation, we would have better oversight, right?
No, because we don't have oversight over CARSI. We have oversight of the implementation. We can do audits,
so when
but
we
can't
fund
tell them what
CARSI
to
more
do.
under this legislation, aren't we able to actually see the effects of that funding?
Question time has elapsed. Speaker in question may now be seated. That was a negation speech. Affirmative speakers rise. Among those raising their placards, that's going to go to Representative Biram.
Good morning. That's Representative Biram, B-E-E-R-A-M. Again, for all my judges, that is B-E-E-R-A-M. There's a lot of people. Please let me know whenever you're ready, or conversely, if you're not ready, and I'll get started. Good, 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 good. All right. Awesome. Let's get started. For the past 2 decades, the Northern Triangle has been trapped. Gangs have strangled their safety. Corruption has crippled their economy. And poverty has practically left them in purgatory. Please, all I ask from you today is to take a stand for those who no longer can. Affirm. Now, first off, I want to chat about funding NGOs and CARSI. I think too much of this debate already has been back and forth. Representative Chen, surprise, not all the NGOs we fund under this bill are corrupt. But here's the thing. Section 3 clearly tells us the State Department audits every organization we fund. So even if Representative Chen and Chilukuri are right, that NGOs, CARSI, and the organizations we fund are corrupt, we can audit them, and the DOS, if they're corrupt, just stops funding them. But secondarily, even if the negative can prove to you that every NGO and every organization we fund is in fact corrupt, we don't actually have to give any money to NGOs at all under Section 1B of this bill. If NGOs are as corrupt as the negative is telling you, go all in on CARSI. Now, so far, my side has focused on things like businesses and gangs, for instance, but they've failed to touch on the most important actor, the justice system. Because nothing else matters if you cannot put a criminal behind bars. Danielle Renwick found for the Council on Foreign Relations that because gangs control the justice system, right now without CARSI, 95% of crimes in the region go unpunished. So even if Representative Alakra and my side are correct that gang power goes down, it does not matter if they cannot be prosecuted. But that's where today's legislation rewrites this narrative. Sonia Nazaro at the New York Times furthers, in August of 2016, that in the past, empirically, CARSI has prosecuted 2 times more homicides and 3 times more prosecutions in the past 10 years than prior to its existence. Representative Chen, when the justice system fails 95 out of every 100 victims, you know we have a problem. The answer is staring us in the face. But this is why I also just do not buy Representative Chilukuri's argument that the justice system gets worse under CARSI. I just proved to you empirically it has gotten better. But moreover, you don't just protect their political systems, you protect their lives. Mr. Alakwa tells you that citizens in the Northern Triangle right now depend on gangs. He never told you why that's the case. It is because thousands of citizens have no one else to turn to. Because if your government cannot protect you and cannot defend you, you aren't going to trust your government. Representative Chen is worried about citizens relying on us. But look at their alternative. They are out of hope, out of options, and forced to join an unjust cause just to survive. For the past decade, the Northern Triangle has been trapped. Trapped under the rubble of 2 earthquakes, trapped under the tyranny of gangs and corruption, and trapped by the inaction of this Congress. Take a stand and stand in the affirmation. Pass this policy.
Speech time, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. 2 blocks of questioning. Questioners rise. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Chair.
Hi.
Okay, you talk about NGOs, but there still is a possibility that NGOs will receive funding. Like,
Sure.
it's not guaranteed.
I say we fund the good NGOs. We have the power to audit them.
Great. Do Central American countries want NGOs in their country?
NGOs are non-governmental organizations.
That's
They
not
are
what
independent
that's
of the
not what
government.
I asked. Are these Central American countries asking for these NGOs or asking that we leave them out of it?
I say some don't, some do. But even if they don't, that's symmetric across both sides.
Okay,
That might
so
not
if these countries are demanding that we stop sending all these NGOs flooding into
Representative,
them,
my advocacy focuses on CARSI's impact. I say NGOs are roughly
great, but you're affirming this legislation.
Ravi.
Hi, good morning.
Hello.
Hi.
So I want to talk about the FDI in this bill for a second.
Sure.
So when people in the Northern Triangle don't have access to good jobs right now, like that's driving income inequality, right?
Sure.
Why does that happen when you increase
I
investment?
say A, there are good NGOs. B, we can get rid of the corrupt NGOs because we audit them.
Right, but it's not about the NGOs. If you don't actually build the governmental reform, what good does it do?
I'd argue CARSI actually does that as well. CARSI is just a banking system, but it funds different organizations. So it does the justice system, it funds criminal
Question
prosecution.
time
and it funds
has elapsed. Speaker in question may now be seated.
Thank you.
All right, and seeing as that's been 30 minutes, thank you, Representative Karim.
Thank you. Awesome. Next presiding officer for this first session is going to be Representative Chilukuri.
Okay, for my judges, I'm Representative Chilukuri, spelled Chilukuri, and I will be presiding over the next 30 minutes of this session. So first, just briefly going over my procedure, I follow the same speech timing, so that's going to be 1 tap at 2, 2 taps at 2:30, 3 taps at 2:55, and then I will gavel you down from 3:05 to 3:10, at which point I will cut you off. Just a note that I am always ready for speeches. There's no need to ask beforehand. And then for questioning timing, we're using direct, so that means 4 blocks after each first affirmative, first negation, and then 2 after all of their speeches. Once again, same as the past PO, I'm going to have 1 tap at 20, 2 taps at 30, and then we will be moving on. I will also be pointing to the next questioner, so please keep your placards raised high. For motions and points, please raise your placard. We will not be rising, and raise it high so that I can see everybody. If you are unable to do so, please let me know immediately. And then a last couple of things. If you are going to be speaking on a potentially sensitive topic, please do give a content warning before your speech and give people time to leave the room. And second, if you have any sort of mental, physical emergency, feel free to leave the room, no questions asked. With that, are there any questions on my procedures? Okay, seeing none, we are in line for the 3rd speech in negation. All speakers, please raise your placards. Representative Wilson.
I thank the chair. That will be Representative Wilson. Since I'm closer to the back, I'll just leave this right here. I know my PO and my parley already. All of my judges. Jeez. Thank you. Well, let's start this negation off just hindering on the issues. Firstly, we have a massive debate over affectability with CARSI. Let me end this. BIG once said, "Mo money, mo problems." But allow me to put this in more congressional terms. More money, but insignificant solutions. We see that David Grogznik, PhD in international politics, writing for the Center of Economic and Policy Research in February of 2022, he looked at a 12-year study since the beginning of CARSI, and he found that though aid has increased on average nearly 87% before the cut by President Trump, it had no direct effect on meeting benchmarks of financial distributions. Why does that matter? Because it meant that people weren't giving out the money that governments were supposed to be distributing out at the level that they were supposed to be. In fact, we saw that nearly half of the funding from year to year was being hoarded in governmental institutions. That is why you fail. You see that we don't see this money effectively getting to the citizens it's supposed to be. That's why President Trump ended or cut short the program in 2017. Several representatives have talked about this issue of the real problem, but the real problem is the corruption. We see that the same report explains that scandals like the Honduras president embezzlement scandal with the funding and El Salvador just plain up lying to the U.S. about giving money to police initiatives when in fact they were giving it back to the military during a policy initiative for re-election shows that corruption among officials is the real issue. So long as we can't trust that that money is dwindling down to where it's supposed to be, that's why you fail. Secondly, you understand that the Congressional Research Service in 2019 submitted to this very body in 2019 that the accountability benchmarks that the State Department on more than half the times flagged and did not report to us are the real problems. Several representatives say, why can't we just trust the State Department to say when things are wrong? Because the evidence shows that they flag things and don't send them up the food chain, and we keep funneling money to corrupt governments that don't get the money to the people. That's why you don't trust the State Department to actually do things. Secondly, we have this issue with NGOs touted firstly by the sponsor, Representative Alakwa, and then contending with the previous representative. As I explained in cross-examination, Central American countries don't want NGOs. In fact, we see that Costa Rica, Belize, and Honduras submitted a joint report to the Western Hemisphere Affairs Bureau in the State Department that they don't want the NGOs to enter their country. Because as Brown University reports in Political Review in 2018, NGOs are counterproductive to actually institutionalizing permanent jobs in these institutions. And when they leave, like we had when we turned administrations between Obama and Trump, they create a giant lurch in the ability of economic and financial stability in those places, and they create further resentments to the countries that left them, leaving us not able to submit future NGOs in the future. We have to understand that when several representatives talk about justice systems, when they talk about poverty goal differences, if we're thrusting money through the pipe and celebrating when a drip falls through, when you can more effectively utilize those funds, as Representative Nickel was getting to in his cross-examination, to solve poverty here in America with $42 billion, or solve teacher shortages here in America. If the effectability isn't there and we're giving $50 billion into the wind continuously, how can you do anything but fail?
Thank you, Representative Wilson, for that speech of 3 minutes and 6 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Representative Tundu.
Hello, lovely speech. So I was pretty bad in school, but I think I turned out okay. Why do the problems of the past define Carsey today?
Okay, so you're asking this Congress not to trust the congressional reports we've seen about accountability standards from our own State Department.
Actually, I totally agree with you. The United States since then has sanctioned corrupt actors like those in the presidential scandals on the Engel list. Doesn't that mean Carsey continually gets better and funding goes to the right places as time goes on?
Except you've seen this massive program not achieve the benchmarks it's supposed to be.
Right,
I would be in
because that was in
support
the
of a lesser, smaller program that uses less
Representative
money.
Ramadan.
Yeah, that's Representative Ramadan. Hi, Representative. Great speech. I just had a question. You said that 50% of the funding went towards governmental institutions, right?
Well, that 50% of the funding that they reported was supposed to be distributed was hoarded in government
It was hoarded in government institutions.
Yes.
What are governmental institutions?
Well, basically, I meant it was hoarded among officials. They didn't actually
Okay, so
distribute
it went towards government institutions. Have those government institutions proved to never be effective in helping the people in any way?
My point is that if the people we're giving money to are lying to us about distributing the money, that's a problem.
But do you have any evidence that indicates that that money was not distributed to the people?
I
It
just
wasn't put
gave
into
you
labor
the
or healthcare or
evidence.
anything.
Are you making an evidence claim? I just gave you the evidence.
No, I'm asking
The
about
questioning period has elapsed and the speaker and questioner may be seated. The chair thanks you. At this time, we are in line for the fourth speech and affirmation. All speakers, please raise your placard. Representative Romkey.
Beautiful. Howdy, y'all. This is Representative Romkey. That's spelled R-A-M-K-I for my judges. From the Longhorns District in Texas. Welcome. Whenever everyone's good to go, I'll be happy to get going. Great. Parlor? Awesome. America's foreign aid missions are like a bad booze cruise. We're the only ones who think it's a good idea. And when we put ourselves in the driver's seat, everyone else is the ones in danger. Luckily, car seat is self-driving. So no matter how ignorant or idiotic this Congress is, we can't screw it up. The nation's hopeless in more ways than one. They say since there's already corruption and violence, there's nothing we can do about it. Be so for real. Bribery is illegal, and so is murder. Peace in the Northern Triangle won't be found from war in the wild. It's found through war in the courtroom. The winner of today's debate doesn't hunt down gang members one by one. You create grassroots change. I'll show you how the AF achieves that. First off, what did Carsey actually do? The AF tells you Carsey was completely perfect, while the negation says it's the spawn of Satan. I'm gonna be honest, it's more like my last relationship. A little bit of both. Let me touch on something Representatives Alakwa and Chundru kind of blipped past. The Wilson Center explains in 2014 how Carsey actually works. U.S. missions in a country set up their own plans and programs and then apply for Carsey funding. That's the key. As a Guatemalan official put it, Carsey is a budgetary tool. That means every program the negation hates on, from Representative Chen about militarizing the police to Representative Chikula talking about the prison complex, doesn't matter. If we tell USA to change something, they'll do it. Sure, Representative Wilson, this Congress may have not cared in the past, but if someone actually bothers to ask them, we can reform these programs. Sure, some Carsey programs haven't worked, but the burden of the negation is to prove that Carsey funding to any program with any implementation still hurts. Luckily, this bill covers our bases. Section 1 fires up the Jerome Powell money printer and funnels money into Carsey. Between Representatives Chen, Chilukuri, and Wilson, the negation wants programs that are nonviolent, locally supported, and frankly, pretty humane. But that's exactly what Carsey is. Kin Ma from Harvard found Carsey works because it assists with local efforts to put bad guys behind bars. And it worked in the past. Let's look at where we could put this money. Representative Biram touches on the right thing, the justice system. But while he focused on the gangs, I'm going to focus on the government. CICIG in Guatemala and Maki in Honduras would have both been eligible programs. In Honduras, Maki had a 75% 95% approval rating and put the First Lady behind bars. In Guatemala, they resolved 85% of cases and threw the Vice President in jail. The Wilson Center found that Guatemalans were so eager to work with us, Carsey ran out of money to help them. These courts were so effective, the only flaw is that this Congress didn't fund them enough. Any justice program that puts the corrupt politicians and gang members we're worried about behind bars could be funded by Carsey. So what's the neg alternative? Direct intervention? Yeah, because sending American troops to the jungle works so well. Even though the Northern Triangle is thousands of miles away, the effects are felt in our own homes. Every other speaker has told you this, and I'll continue. Because this isn't a story of fiery hearts and loud congressmen, but of silent killers and shattered lives.
Thank you, Representative Romke, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Representative Chen.
Hi.
Howdy.
So we're putting bad guys behind bars,
Yeah,
right? Okay,
I think
so
that's a good thing, right?
Right, it is definitely a good thing. So if Representative Chilukuri and I already explained to you that that's because of mass incarceration, how is that a good thing?
If these mass incarceration are so bad, we just stop funding those programs. Like,
Right.
we have oversight, so if we think the justice system is messed up and we want to change our approach, we can do that.
Right, I understand. But the incarceration that you're so proud of is the exact incarceration we feel under this legislation.
Sisig in Guatemala.
Representative Hassan Ali.
Hi, Representative.
Hey.
I have a really simple question.
Sure.
Which country has the most leverage in Latin America and the status quo?
The U.S.
No, it's China.
It's definitely the U.S.
Considering that, what incentive?
I just disagree with the premise of the question.
Representative, they've implemented billions of dollars through the Belt and Road Initiative
And we invested
massive
billions of dollars
infrastructure.
before President Trump pulled us out.
All of that has been ineffective, like every
Think
single
about
speaker
it
on my side has told
Think about
you.
it this way. If I'm a Latin American country, do I want to take predatory loans from China or work with the U.S.?
Representative, they're already doing that. That's not
Because
unique.
there's
The
no other
questioning period has
option.
elapsed, and the speaker and questioner may be seated.
I think the chair.
The chair thanks you. State that. Granted. At this time, we are in line for the fourth speech in negation. All speakers, please raise your placards. Representative Balusu.
I thank the chair. For the chamber's reference, that's Representative Balusu speaking for the first time in this session. Again, Representative Balusu, spelled B-A-L-U-S-U. There we go. All right. If I could get a quick thumbs up, I'll get started. Perfect. Every country has its day of reckoning. For America, it was 9/11. For France, it was 8/22. But for the citizens of Central America, it's 24/7. Because each year, 407,000 citizens are forced to flee their nations due to violence, corruption, and captivity. But when each piece of legislation we pass only exacerbates their current plight, it's made unequivocally clear that our actions have been proven futile. So on this day of judgment, let's err on the side of rationale. Let's not let the citizens of the Northern Triangle crumble under the weight of your gavel, simply because we think it's right. Fail this legislation. First, you fail this bill because it increases militarism within the region. I'd actually like to disagree with Representative Chen on my side. I don't think that Carsey is going to work with gangs inside of these regions. They simply don't have the incentive to do that. Right now, Carsey works hand in hand with countries over a vague notion of security, and their fifth objective is literally to combat regional security threats. But in practice, that so-called securitization becomes militarization. In fact, as the University of Michigan explains, funds allocated to Carsey in the past have led to historic increases in violence in Northern Triangle countries through the militarization of the fight against organized crimes and drugs. When we have given Carsey funds for humanitarian missions in the past, it has only been used to militarize these regions, harming their constituents the most. Representative Locke, you care about the quality of life of people in the Northern Triangle. It only gets exponentially worse when you pass. But why exactly is that? According to Amnesty International, on April 3rd in 2023, El Salvador arrested 700,000 people and placed them into arbitrary detention and imprisonment for the sake of anti-gang crackdowns, throwing people into prison for the way that they looked, torturing them for no reason. This militarism was funded predominantly through Karsi and its goal to bolster security in the region. But for the millions of people in El Salvador, this isn't security, it's an autocracy. When you pass today, you're making the quality of life in this region so much worse. But Representative Chundru, you told us that Karsi is helping at-risk youth. But under Biden, according to the State Department, Karsi started working with governments more. This is an intrinsic problem with Karsi. As long as they continue working with these governments, they promote anti-democratization in this region. They promote more and more corruption. But Representative Biram, you make a really important point. You tell us that we can just do audits on these funds. And I honestly find it kind of funny that there's a notion that these audits would actually be successful. We've literally sent money to Karsi for 13 years. It's increased terrorism within the region. If we've seen that these funds haven't worked in the past, we would have removed them. These audits have no meaning in today's debate. At the end of today's debate, look at the impacts of you raising your placard or not. Stand with the people of the world. Stand with the negative.
Thank you, Representative Balusu, for your speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Representative Blakesley.
Hey, Representative. Hey, Representative. So you're concerned about corruption in the Northern Triangle, right?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't we be doing foreign direct investment, which requires results, right?
Yeah, so when we look towards Karsi, when they work more and more with these governments, they're not fixing corruption within the region. They're just funneling money into these governments, which gives more and more elite leaders more power.
But as Congress, we have the power to terminate any of the programs under this legislation that we find to be ineffective.
Yeah, one, we've literally given Karsi funds for 13 years. We've never seen the funds under.
Hi.
Hey, Representative.
Does every single program in Karsi not work?
Most of them don't.
Okay, let's focus on the ones that do work. Social and educational programs. What stops us from expanding those after
I tell you that right now, Karsi's mission is literally to improve security in the region.
Yeah, and it's decreased homicides by 50%.
Yeah,
sounds pretty good, right?
Representative, intrinsically, that's a bad thing because it increases militarization.
Wait, it's a bad thing to decrease homicides by 50%.
Yeah, I tell you that 700,000 people are getting arrested. That's a bad thing.
The questioning period has elapsed and the speaker and questioner may be seated. At this time, we are in line for the 5th speech and affirmation. All speakers, please raise your placards. Representative Bake.
I thank the chair. For the reference of the judges in the chamber, this is Representative Beck, spelled B-A-E-K. Once again, that's Representative Beck on deck to check the negation. All right, I know we have a long day ahead of us with a lot of speeches and a lot of judges, so I'll just assume that everyone's ready. Give me a holler if you aren't. Great. Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador first became known as the Northern Triangle in 1992. For the last 3 decades, the innocent citizens in the region have weathered the storm of poverty, instability, and corruption all by themselves. The only thing that these people want is a helping hand, someone that has their backs. And it's because today's legislation provides that I am proud to pass today's legislation. I want to go after the biggest argument on the negation side. Now, Representatives Chen, Chilukuri, and Wilson have all painted Karsi as this big bad wolf program that's going to destroy Latin America. But I think it's time that we look at actually what's happened. Representative Chen, the reason why Karsi hasn't been as successful as you think it is because they're literally broke. As the Congressional Research Service explains in June of 2019, funding for Northern Triangle programs has decreased by 30% since 5 years ago. The Trump administration has cut Karsi and NGO funding since 2016. So it really doesn't make sense that we can blame these programs for not working when they literally don't have the money to operate. But I want to focus on what Karsi has done. When Karsi has the money, we have seen the success. Now, I think today's debate has had a really big mistake from Representative Chundru and Biram on my side to Representative Chilukuri and Balusu on the others. We've thrown around pieces of evidence over and over again saying that we're right and you're wrong. If we're just going to do this for the entire debate, I think we'd be better off riding Representative Romkey's booze cruise. So I think it's finally time that we look at what's actually happened in the real world. The the U.S. Leadership Coalition finds on April of 2021 that the U.S. initially committed $750 million to CARSI. Since then, the programs have independently raised $5.4 billion, created 20,000 low-income agricultural jobs, and introduced 250 anti-corruption measures. When we invest in this program, it works. Representative Chen, CARSI isn't just gonna go to gangs and say, please take my money. They work with local governments to create the change that our government needs. But why is any of this something that we should care about? It's because the State Department finds that local areas with NGO and CARSI intervention saw homicide rates drop by 13% in Guatemala, 23% in Honduras, and 42% in El Salvador. It is finally time that this Congress uses the voice that we tell our citizens to. We tell Americans that when we do what we want to, and when we tell them that we can help the world, millions of citizens can benefit. It's time we use our voice. Don't just sit here in silence and complacency and help millions of citizens pass today's legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Beck, for that speech of 2 minutes and 59 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Representative Wilson.
Hey, Representative.
Hello. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Would you trust a known con man with your wallet?
No, but I trust CARSI because it's worked.
So if the reason President Trump ended the sort of funding that we had before was because they were literally lying to us
That's not
about
true.
the amount of
President
money?
Trump ended the program because he wanted an America
The Congressional
First approach.
Research Service, your own report, said that over half of the funding was being held in governmental institutions when they were saying they were distributing out.
That's just not true, right? Like, CARSI works with local institutions to stop corruption.
Great, but they weren't distributing out the same amount of funding.
Have we seen real-world results?
But
yeah, we have, right?
Okay,
so it clearly
that's
works.
not my
Thank
question.
you, Senator.
Were the balance books matching? The money they said they were distributing, the money they were.
Hey.
Hi. So you said CARSI won't just like beg gangs to take their money, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And you said that CARSI works with local governments instead, right?
Yeah, like justice systems.
Right, I understand that. But if all of the representatives on the negation already proved to you that these governments are corrupt, why are we working with them?
I honestly don't buy any of the evidence the negation gives you when the real world shows results, right? Like,
right, the real world has shown results for the last 13 years. We funded
so
CARSI
we should fund them more, right?
We funded CARSI and it's only failed in the past 13 years.
Wait, but you just said we saw real life results.
Exactly, and they were
so
negative.
So we should keep funding them.
No.
The questioning period has elapsed and the speaker and questioner may be seated. The chair thanks you. At this time, we are in line for the 5th speech in negation. All speakers, please raise your placard. Representative Hassanali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. That's Representative Hassanali. First time in today's debate on the negation. I am short. My last name is not, so give me a second. Okay. Any of my judges not ready? Awesome. Parley P.O. No es oro todo lo que reluce. All that glitters isn't gold. For the people of Latin America, it's a common everyday phrase. But for the affirmation in this debate, it's a note of warning. I'm going to start by giving you the perspective that no one thus far in debate has given you. The issue is, no matter how hard we try to get involved, Latin America simply has no incentive to work with us because of the benefits they get from China and Russia. Representative Romke came up here and he says, don't worry guys, they're not going to take the loans from China. I hate to break it to you, they already did. The diplomat tells you how strong of a chokehold China has on these economies. They say that Chinese companies have focused on things like connectivity in sectors like electricity generation and transmissivity. Representative Beck keeps saying he doesn't buy any of the evidence that the negation is giving to you. Well, here's the receipts, and the tax is the Latin American people's lives. Fundamentally, China has been working on this leverage for 2 decades now. Any program brought up by this Congress isn't just going to reverse the leverage and influence that China has had. Representatives, the time to act was 2 decades ago. That time has elapsed. But then Representative Biram, Romke, and Beck all tell you about how investing in education and social programs are suddenly gonna fix all these local communal issues. I have one response. None of those impacts even come to fruition if these communities don't work with us in the first place. And as I already proved to you, they have so much leverage from China. But then I've been really confused by the affirmative advocacy. They tell you, on one hand, we've invested billions and billions of dollars. And then they tell you that homicide and poverty is increasing. I don't know about you, but that kind of sounds like a reason to negate. Because it's no secret that US corporations have invested for the purpose of exploiting labor. What does this legislation do differently? It changes that money from corporations to the US government. I don't even need to prove this because Representative Alakwa came up here and gave you a myriad of statistics on unemployment and poverty. Fundamentally, all of the money going to Latin America has been ineffective. But then Representative Balusu and Chordia go back and forth about who's impacting debts. Representative Balusu says, you're increasing debts. Representative Chordia says, no, you're increasing debts. I actually think neither of you are because of how ineffective this legislation is going to be. You do absolutely nothing but leave the Latin American people struggling in poverty. Necesitamos proteger las personas de Latinoamérica. You have to protect the people of Latin America. The only way you do that is with effective legislation.
Thank you, Representative Hassanali, for your speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Representative Chang.
Hi. Hi, Representative. China's debt trap diplomacy is bad for the Northern Triangle, right?
Yes, but this legislation doesn't just nullify that.
Okay, given the alternative, why wouldn't they choose a better option that's not debt trapping?
It's not about choosing. They've already made that choice.
So
China's invested billions of dollars.
Chinese investment and move toward American investment if given the better option.
Representative, we don't have the power to do that. That comes from Latin American economies.
But if we pass, we give them the power to do that, right? We give
You
them the power
don't
to
just,
make a choice.
Representative, you don't just force them to cut off all their trade agreements with China. That's not what this legislation says.
No, we give them an option to do so. They don't have it in the status quo.
Karim.
Hi, Representative.
Hi. So currently, these Northern Triangle countries are under these debt trapping systems like you mentioned from China.
Yes.
Exactly. Are they aware of this?
Well, it depends. Because for the Belt and
So
Road
you're telling me
Initiative,
countries,
allow
aren't
me to
aware of
finish.
it?
The
Sure.
Belt and Road Initiative oftentimes forces them into these traps.
Okay, so what is the only method or only policy that we could actually enact in order for them to get out of that trap?
We don't have the legislation to enact that policy. That has to
But
come
is it
from
in
the
the best
businesses themselves.
is it in the best interest or incentive for Northern Triangle countries to get
Representative,
out of that debt
let me
trapping
make it
system?
simple. They don't have that
Question period
choice.
has elapsed and the speaker and questioner may be seated. I thank the chair. The chair thanks you. At this time, we are in line for the sixth speech in affirmation. All speakers, please raise your placards. Representative Chang.
I thank the chair. Good morning, everyone. That's Representative Chang, CHENG. First time today. Again, like Representative Chen said, there are two Chens in this chamber. The pronunciation difference is very negligible. So my first name is Iris, and I'm from Seven Lakes High School, if that helps you find my ballot. Just give me a quick thumbs up when you're good to go, and I'll be happy to begin. Just to the right of the Northern Triangle sits the Caribbean Sea, a body of water in which pirates, and apparently Johnny Depp, navigated foreign waters and conquered distant lands. But it seems that now, in 2023, pirates are no longer confined to the high seas. Instead, they pillage from the comforts of political offices. Keep the Pirates of the Caribbean on the silver screen and out of our reality. Pass this legislation. From the very beginning of the round, from Representative Chen to Balusu, the negation offers 5 different versions of the same argument, that gangs will simply circumvent aid and bolster their own power. 3 areas of analysis as to why that's simply not true. The first of which, this legislation resolves the root cause of gang violence, recruitment. The Borgen Project explains in 2020 that across different countries, of the small and medium-sized businesses in which we invested, aid program, we saw a 504% growth in earnings in American initiatives investing in these businesses. Why is that so important? It means that people are finally able to earn stable money from jobs and they don't have to submit to the comparative that gangs offer them. Join the movement or suffer in poverty. The Congressional Research Service reported in August of 2016 that in the Northern Triangle in particular, aid programs delivered 76% reductions in murder rates and lifted almost 90,000 people out of abject poverty. This debate has gotten more convoluted than my love life, but frankly, the cleanest link in this round is that a gang cannot function without an active membership to sustain its involvement and carry out its attacks. That's why you pass. But second, this legislation in Section 2 specifies what kinds of humanitarian aid we are offering to Northern Triangle. I just don't see how they'll steal books and syringes and bolster their own power in doing so. That's simply not going to happen. But third, even if you don't buy any of the AF's analysis as to why expanding CARSI and foreign direct investment outweighs the slim possibility of having gangs get a hold of aid, I would argue still pass because of audits. Representative Wilson and Balusu tell you that audits aren't effective, but I would argue the exact opposite. The USAID Office of Inspector General writes in August of 2021 that we audited crime and violence prevention programming in El Salvador and found that our staff had insufficient training in multiple areas. Guess what we did next? Just after half a year, we implemented a new curriculum for preventing youth violence. This is direct evidence, the first in this round, that audits lead to progress. Representative Romkey, audits don't just let us end funding to bad programs, it lets us actively reform the ones we see problems with. And it ensures that we finally don't just play humanitarian hopscotch with our aid. Finally, keep the Pirates of the Caribbean on the silver screen, out of our realities, and pass.
Thank you, Representative Chang, for that speech of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Representative Dixon.
Hi, Representative. Are you aware that in every single country in the Northern Triangle, they've dismantled their internal corruption measures?
I don't see how that implicates anything I talked about in my speech.
So you talk a little bit about how audits are going to be effective.
Sure.
If they don't have the capability to actually conduct audits, how are they going to
The Department of State conducts audits and they're operating because they're in the U.S.
Okay, so you think it's going to go well in the Department of State?
Yes, because it has. We've implemented programs that responded to audits.
The Department of State interferes with governments that have historically been authoritarian and hardline. You think that's going to go well?
I think implementing drug violence prevention is a good idea.
So what happens when an audit discovers wrongdoing?
We implement resolutions to just solve the problems that we find.
Okay, why would Honduras, Guatemala, or El Salvador care at all?
I don't think they have to, but we care about their constituents, right? So we're going to protect them.
Okay, so we audit them, we find that they're corrupt, and then the countries don't
No.
do anything.
We're auditing our own measures to make sure that they're not hurting the people and helping them instead.
Oh, so we're auditing the people we bring to those countries in the first place to make sure they're not messing anything up.
Yes, and that's the reason that you pass.
Wow, okay.
I thank the chair.
Okay, this time the speaker may be seated, and my 30 minutes has elapsed. It was an honor to be your PO, and it is now Representative Balusu's turn.
Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much. All right. Hey, everyone. That's Representative Balusu. I don't know if the mic's on. Thank you. Is it? Can you all hear me in the back? All right, perfect. All right, I'll just get started with procedures. It's going to be the exact same as both Representative Chilukuri and Representative Karim. Basically, at 2 minutes, I'm going to give you 1 tap. At 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I'll give you 2 taps. At 2 minutes and 55 seconds, I'll give you 3 taps. At 3 minutes, I'll be sitting down, so I'll rise up, And from 3 minutes and 5 to 3 minutes and 10 seconds, I'll start gaveling you down. At 3 minutes and 10 seconds, I'll be forced to cut you off. During questioning, it's going to be pretty similar as well. At 20 seconds, I'll give you 1 gavel tap, and at 30 seconds, I'll give you 2 gavel taps. That symbolizes that you need to end your questioning, and we'll either move on to the next questioner or the next cycle in the speech. Does anyone have any questions about that? Alrighty, perfect. Let me get set up for a second, and then we'll move on to the next speech. Seeing as we just had a speaker in the affirmation, any speakers in the negation, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Ravi.
For the judges, my name is Representative Ravi, spelled R-A-V-I, representing the New England District very proudly today. Hold on. Can everyone hear me? Cool. And friendly nod or gesture if you're ready. Awesome. A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. While this may just be a palindrome today, for too long, our Northern Triangle policy has been moving both forwards and backwards at the exact same time. It's time to end that cycle today and fail. Now, ultimately, there are 2 ways that this legislation harms the Northern Triangle. First, through CARSI, and second, through FDI. Let's take a look at each of them. First, my palindrome that I want to share is race car, because ultimately, this bill moves full speed ahead with CARSI without actually looking at its long-term implications. Now, Representatives Ilakwa, Chunduru, and the entire affirmative perpetuate this idea that CARSI is some perfect solution. But none of their statistics actually look at the long-term effects that it's yielded in the region. Let me be the first to actually share that. Because this bill fundamentally funds a program proven to be ineffective. Section 1A funds the Central America Regional Security Initiative, also known as CARSI, but this has proven to be ineffective. In fact, as our own Congressional Research Service explains in November of 2019, analysts have criticized CARSI as a collection of, quote, stovepiped programs, with each US agency implementing its own activities and pursuing its own objectives, which sometimes conflicted with those of other agencies, international donors, or even regional partners. Furthering, they find that CARSI may have contributed to localized gains and proof-of-concept policy examples, but fundamentally, they had not yielded sustained, broad-based improvements. Representative Beck, the problem with CARSI isn't the funding, it's the inherent setup of the program itself. So Representatives Chundru, Biram, Romke, and Cheng, it doesn't matter if we're auditing these programs or if the Biden administration is more or less effective, CARSI is set up to fail, especially when we have these NGOs in the region. Ultimately, I urge you to fail because we're racing towards an ineffective program today. My second palindrome is Madam, I'm Adam, because this bill tries to play God in the Northern Triangle without actually taking into context what they need. Now, Section 3B funds $25 billion of FDI into the region. But why is that a problem? Well, Representatives Ilakwa, Chundru, and Biram all tell you that FDI is going to drive jobs, decreasing income inequality. But empirically, that's not true. Lawfare in November of 2021 explains that despite investing billions into the Northern Triangle, sustainable development has not occurred because the elites have a history of using violence and power to control the government and suppress the lower class. In fact, let's look at empirics, because the Yale Journal of International Affairs in April of 2022 finds that in the 2000s, Peru took steps to become a dominant destination for FDI. But because of the way that the elites did not implement any reforms, ultimately it didn't lead to any long-term gains, and instead increased instability in the region. That increased instability is what drives gangs, it's what drives poverty. The affirmative pretends that this bill is a panacea, it's more of a poison. I have one last palindrome for you today, because damn it, I'm mad.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Beck.
Hi there.
Good morning. So how does CARSI, give money to gangs?
Right, so it's not that like Carsey is giving money to gangs. I actually like disagree with that
So
premise.
what does it do?
So the problem is that right now, Carsey is like basically a patchwork of different programs in the region, which are like.
And those patchwork of programs need funding to operate, correct?
No, but the problem isn't the funding, it's that they're actively undermining other programs in the
if that's
region.
such a big
Can I
problem-
finish answering your question?
sure.
Such as those done by NGOs because we have this patchwork and they're not actually integrating their objectives.
Okay, so if that's such a big problem, why are homicide rates dropping when cars?
Well-
Representative Lacqua.
Hi.
Today's legislation specifically lists small businesses, schools, and hospitals as
Okay,
the
sure.
target of our FDI.
Sure.
How does that contribute to large corporations?
No, so the whole problem isn't the large corporations, it's that the elites that are controlling these countries aren't actually reforming these systems that we're investing into.
If we're investing in a hospital, what is the president of a country just going to do when they have a hospital?
Well,
How
there's
can
a
they
few
abuse
things. They can take the money from the hospital, divert the funds. As we've seen, Representative Wilson already told you on our side that the money we're investing isn't actually going into
Today's
like the people's
legislation
hands.
is using U.S. NGOs
Thank
to
you,
construct this-
representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmation, please rise. Between Representative Blakesley and Representative Chordia, that will first go to Representative Blakesley.
Howdy, everyone. This is Representative Blakesley speaking for the first time today. I'm at the leisure of all those above me. Parliamentarian, judges, a lot of you. Wonderful. At our southern border, in the Rio Grande River, you can sometimes see streaks of red. But when you follow those streaks back to their source, you realize that they are streaks of blood, like that from the body of Oscar Alberto Martinez. And sometimes migrants like him die alone and hopeless. But for him, he died with his 2-year-old daughter, Valeria, clutched in his arms. The journey to the American dream has claimed the lives of so many people. Their only mistake was having hope. And that's why you pass. Because first, this legislation holds governments accountable by increasing public oversight. The two biggest points of contention in this debate have been about gangs and governance. So let me start with the latter. Look to the Washington Office on Latin America, which reports in March of 2023 that the state of emergency in El Salvador and Honduras is being used to further the government's campaign of restricting civic space, silencing opponents, and silencing independent media while controlling the judiciary. It's led to the mismanagement of public funds and the restriction of access to public information. So, Representative Chilukuri, in your speech, you were right about human rights. That's exactly why we need to empower Carsey. Just look to Section 1A, where Carsey initiatives will fund campaigns to work alongside the government. Finally, we'll be giving eyes to people who lost the ability to see into their own future. Finally, we'll be restoring a voice to people who had their tongues cut out by authoritarianism and corruption. But to understand why that's so important, understand how those factors address migration. Because death follows migrants who flee their country every step of the way. Just look to the Los Angeles Times in 2020, which reports how hundreds of migrants died while making the dangerous journey here to the United States. They drown in the swift-running Rio Grande, they perish in the Sonoran Desert, and they suffocate in the back of trailers driven by migrant smugglers. And most of these deaths go largely unnoticed here in our nation. No one hears their voices. No one hears their cries. People like Oscar, their choice to leave the country wasn't a choice at all. He had to fight for a better future for him and his daughter. And that's why you pass. But second, you pass because this legislation decreases the drug trade by finally improving our ability to address gangs. See, Carsey isn't fundamentally the important part to addressing gangs, it's actually FDI. Look to People's Economy in 2022, which describes how FDI is responsible for creating around 2 million new jobs a year in developing countries. Representative Wilson, you might be right about Carsey's funding problem. That's why we need FDI, so that we can stop gangs from manipulating low-income people into selling drugs. Finally, standing at the water's edge,
Thank
stop
you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. I'll first go to Representative Chilukuri.
Okay, so does Carsey spend more on security or social programs?
I would say that right now it's an even mix of the two.
That's incorrect. It's security. But if they're
Okay, sure.
if they're spending more on security and they're just incarcerating people, like how does that stop the drug trade or gang trafficking or anything?
I specifically told you that by funding FDI under this legislation, we reduce the amount of poverty for people in the Northern Triangle.
But don't negation speakers tell you that the FDI is going to go to the government anyway?
Not necessarily. FDI builds infrastructure projects. It's investment, and we're expecting to see return
And like
on
Representative
that. That's
Robbie
how we
said, can't
verify
that
that
be
the corruption
funneled to
doesn't
the
happen.
government?
Excuse me?
Representative Benoit.
Hey, Representative, you talk about Section 1A of today's legislation where it states that we'll be working with the governments, right?
Absolutely.
And have we done this in the past?
Sure.
Yeah, and we've done it with Carsey too, right?
Mhm.
And what have we seen?
We haven't seen it be super effective.
Why?
But the difference here with this legislation is that we're using a twofold approach. Carsey and FDI. We reduce poverty and corruption
Representative,
at
but
their
nonetheless,
sources.
those politicians have the same influence as the policymakers, right?
Sure.
Right, and so when this is the case, why wouldn't they just opt towards short-term investments or short-term solutions?
Representative, I
Because
told you that the twofold approach is fundamentally
Thank you,
effective.
Representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech on the affirmation, any speakers on the negation, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Dixon.
Thank you for recognizing me. This is Representative Dixon, speaking for the first time this legislative session. If you have trouble spelling it, it's D-I-X-O-N, just like the pencil. Here to write your ballot for the negation today. As always, I'm at the leisure of everyone above me, so while I'm putting my placard up, you guys could just give me a quick sign and I'll get started. All right, let's begin. For too long, this Congress has pushed aside humanitarian considerations in favor of our own security interests. Yet, when side affirmation signs their checks, they fail to look at who they're addressed to. Today, we're going to open their eyes. I'm going to ask two key questions to clarify this debate. First, where is our aid going? Representatives Biram, Alakwa, Chang, Blakesley, and Beck all say it goes to the people and fights violence. But not only do they mischaracterize our aid, but also our incentives. I'm going to be the first person in this Congress to ask, what do we actually want with the Northern Triangle? Unfortunately, it's not just to help people. First, we want access to markets. And second, we want governments that will side with our interests. But that's actually put hardline security governments in power. The Guardian most recently reported that in 2009, we ensured that Honduras reformist President Manuel Zelaya would not return to power, even though the Secretary of State said that that would come at the harm of the poor and disadvantaged. But what does that mean? We have become the decision makers in the Northern Triangle, boosting hardline leaders to power, and meaning that the security assistance in this bill allows bad authoritarian governments to stay in power. So, who's actually controlling the Northern Triangle? Representative Biram's wrong. It's not gangs. It's militaristic authoritarian governments. So when he and Representative Chundru tell you that you're actually going to decrease crime, I'm telling you, why don't we go look at El Salvador? Geopolitical Futures writes in May of 2021 that it's almost completely dismantling its judicial system, and it's actually launching mass incarceration policies where the only qualification you need to be actually designated in a cartel is having a tattoo. You reduce crime because you arrest everyone, even innocent civilians. But why does that matter? In this bill, we're giving them additional funding, meaning that they don't have to actually reform their governments. They can use their own budgets on their mass militarization and securitization while handing the people the US dollars at the bottom. So, while I appreciate the advocacy, you're going to see that they're signing off on the highest rates of femicide across the world, violence and political oppression, giving these governments the means to continue them. But second, we're going to ask the question of, are we actually going to provide accountability? And does this aid go where we're saying it's going to go? I'm actually going to distance myself from my entire side here. This aid is going to work, but it's not going to support the most marginalized communities. So, it's foolish to think that our aid that we've continuously sustained in the past is going to do anything different. I actually agree with Representative Romke that this aid through Carsey is flexible and self-sustainable, but that means that governments can use it to do whatever they want.
In Honduras, we saw that they used it to build up their military and the police, even though the US encouraged them to use it for their judicial system. But even if that wasn't the case, and we take the app at their highest, we give them humanitarian aid, but they use that as a way to not have to spend their own budgets on reform. This comes at the benefit of this Congress' interest, but at the harms of the people in Latin America. I urge you to stand for foreign lives and not domestic interests.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. Representative Biram.
Hi.
Hi.
This entire argument assumes that gangs and governments are independent of each other. Why are governments corrupt?
Okay, right now in the Northern Triangle specifically, we see that their governments are launching mass incarceration policies
No, but why is
against
that
gangs
happening?
because they want to keep control and make themselves
But
in
they're
power
also
over the gangs.
subject to briberies and buyouts from gangs to balance power and make sure that they don't
Okay,
equally
sure.
launch a civil
In
war.
theory, that could be the case, but what we're seeing right now is mass militarization.
If you decrease
not
gangs,
mass
how does
gang
that not
control.
cause the government to self-correct?
Okay, I don't really care if you're going to decrease gangs if you're arresting every
Wait, isn't
single
that-
civilian on the
isn't
street.
that still a benefit?
Why are y'all laughing? I haven't said anything yet. Let's keep talking about this gangs-government relationship. Sure. So we're the decision makers, right?
Mhm.
So why don't we tell them to just fix the justice system?
Okay, let me take the perspective of your side. If they have China as another foreign interest that they can just immediately switch
Sure,
to, then they have no incentive to reform or change.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? They chose China because the U.S. wasn't available. Now we are.
Yeah, so what this bill essentially does is just guarantee the Northern Triangle that we're
Exactly.
going to give
They
them
have a guarantee
additional
we can-
money no matter what abuses they commit. So they don't actually
But
need to
we have
reform because we
oversight.
don't
Why don't
force
we?
them to.
Why don't we just tell them, hey,
Okay,
please
so
stop.
audits have never
Representatives,
worked
you may
in the
take
past.
your placard and your seat. The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmation, please rise. I'll first go to Representative Clark.
I thank the chair. Again, for my judges, Representative Clark, C-L-A-R-K, speaking for the first time this legislative session. I'm just going to assume you're already because there is too many of you to ask for thumbs up. All right. For a debate about a triangle, this Congress seems to be going in a circle. So allow me to take it back to the beginning and show you why you affirm today. I'll get straight to the point. At the end of this debate, let's triangulate our positions and map out where we end up. The first place in our triangle was set by Representative Dixon in questioning in the first questioning block of today's session, when she raised the first major controversy that aid wasn't effective in the first initiation of this program. But historical precedents brought up by Representative Alaka, Trundru, and just about every single other affirmation speaker has continued to go unresponded to properly by today's negation. Let me tell you why that is. Simply, it's because our aid did work, but also because oversight into the first Karsi initiative was limited. Because as the Hill tells us, under the Trump administration, Karsi became a chokehold policy by coupling the program with sanctions if these governments said no. The difference between this legislation and our past precedents is the fact that no one is threatening these countries. It is a choice and not an ultimatum made by threatening their economic security representatives. And that's why you pass. But let's sail over to our second major point in today's round, first brought up by Representative Chilukuri, and it's migration. Many people in the negation tell us that people in the triangle simply don't want US aid. And Representative Hasselani champions that people in the triangle are refusing to work with the United States completely. But that's not true, because if you look at the reality of our borders, it completely shows a different story. Nearly 521,000 immigrants from the Triangle flock to our borders every single year. And I guarantee you, it's not because they don't want the US's help. Now, let's compete the Triangle today by bringing up the final coordinate. It's corruption. Representative Alakwa started off today's debate on my side, all the way to Representative Dixon on the negation, fighting back and forth on whether or not Karsi funds these corrupt governments. Let me tell you the reason why this just isn't true with a singular sentence. The New York Times in 2021 told us that our aid has been instrumental in the catching and the prosecution of over 20 highly effective officials that were corrupt governments within the triangle. So, as we've properly shaped today's round, we can see that this triangle doesn't lie in the Bermuda, and that's why you should have no problem finding your way to voting for the affirmation today.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. Representative Nickel.
I thank the chair. Representative, just how many assumptions is the affirmations case based on today?
What kind of assumptions are you talking about?
Well, I'll give you a hint first. It's north of 5, but it's south of 10. And these assumptions, wouldn't they be based essentially on the willingness of the American people to give this money? And then also if this money would actually be effective?
I don't even know what assumptions you're referring to, but I'm going to completely
Well, aren't we
disagree
also
with
assuming
all of
that
them.
$50 billion is the correct amount of money for this legislation?
Providing funding is what gives us oversight, and that's what the last CARSI program was lacking.
Representative Ravi.
Hey, Representative, does long-term positive change happen in these countries if there's like zero buy-in from countries themselves?
But there isn't zero buy-in.
Wait, no,
People
just like
wouldn't
yes
be
or no.
fleeing to our borders
Just like yes
if
or
they
no.
weren't buying into U.S. help.
Okay, so like, what incentive do these governments have to reform when the elites in the governments can just get better deals from like Russia or China?
I already told you that our aid has been instrumental in getting rid of 20 corrupt
Okay, but
politicians.
what long-term actual change happens for these people if the government isn't changing?
Oversight equals better conditions for these
Thank you, representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was Representative Ostheimer. State that? Granted. Seeing as that was a speech on the affirmation, any speakers on the negation, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Nickel.
I thank the chair. The rules of our procedures have kept me in my seat, but this debate has certainly kept me on the edge of it. With that being said, when I get confirmation from as many faces as I can possibly look at with only 2 eyes, I will begin. All right. I was once told that when everyone is talking, no one is listening. And I think that's very important for this debate, and especially for this piece of legislation. In questioning, I just brought up the fact that, well, this legislation is based on plenty of assumptions. And for the sake of this debate, let's get into those. First, let's assume that the American people are willing to spend $50 billion annually. That's fine. Let's also assume that $50 billion is the correct amount of funding for this legislation so that the affirmation can access their great impacts of improving security on our southern border and of improving the lives and economies of our neighbors to the south. Let's also assume that the Department of Defense is the right agency to take this money from. Let's assume that they don't need that $50 billion, they just have it lying around somewhere. Let's assume that the Department of State is the right agency to implement this. Let's also make an assumption that, well, these impacts can actually be unlocked by these organizations that we've talked so much about. Let's get into this. First, we've talked a lot about CARSI in this debate, and frankly, I think I might throw up. I think it's been said 45 times by my count, and this is very interesting, because of all the debate we've had over CARSI and whether it's a good organization or not, nothing has really convinced me on one side or the other. But let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that CARSI is a good organization, and it's right for this legislation, and will implement itself with no corruption. Well, Representative Ramke talks about, well, the Mexican government, the Central American governments, they have a great record with this. Well, unfortunately, they actually don't, because when we consider this, we need to consider the organizations that we put this legislation under and also the governments that oversee all of this, as well as our own. We see that in the 1960s, Operation Intercept, and in the 1970s, Operation Condor had this exact plan. We're going to go in, provide funding to local Mexican authorities and Mexican organizations to rebuild their economies. We were going to end crime, and we were going to end the war on drugs as we know it. Unfortunately, we all know how that turned out. What's even more interesting is that we also tried something, well, very recently. In 2008, Operation Merida in Spanish, was introduced. This operation was to give billions of dollars in funding to the Mexican government to allow it to prosecute and capture these Mexican drug lords. Unfortunately, it was also unsuccessful. Now, this is very interesting because one of the representatives brings up a certain point about why does the past matter? Well, I'm of the philosophy that fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, well, you know how this goes. And we're Congress, so I think we've been fooled multiple times so far, especially by the affirmation. But one of the other very important things that we need to bring up, especially when debating legislation like this that involves foreign governments, is are these governments even trustworthy? Are they going to be able to implement this legislation the way that we're all seeing? Can the affirmation even access any of their impacts without making multiple assumptions in the first place? This bill is just based on too many. And when you assume, you make an ass
Thank
of
you,
you and me.
Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Any cross-examiners, please rise. Representative Andrew.
Hello. Just like you, I've been at the edge of my seat, quite literally. And this legislation takes money from the DoD, right?
Yes.
Why would you rather spend billions of dollars on missiles that take lives over youth prevention programs that save lives?
Well, I've never been one to be a fan of military contractors and defense spending, and I'm not saying that it's necessarily better there. I'm just saying that I haven't heard one single argument for the affirmation for why it's better
I told
spent
you that
on
youth prevention programs decreased murders by 54%.
But unlike
by
those
keeping
impacts,
children
as I already
out
said
of
multiple
gangs.
times, you have to make
Thank
so
you,
many
Representatives.
assumptions.
Representative Chen.
Hi, so your whole thing has been about assumptions today,
Yes.
right? And the affirmations made a lot of assumptions, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, can you read me one piece of evidence that you gave us that says that bottom-up stabilization doesn't work?
Well, the problem is that for all of these assumptions,
don't
the
have the
affirmation has
evidence.
no. The affirmation doesn't have evidence. That's why I'm calling them assumptions in
Right,
the first
but the
place.
problem
That's
is
what an assumption is.
There's not a
Representative.
single piece of evidence in your speech that says that. So it seems
Because
like
I
you're
don't
making
need a
lot
piece of
assumptions.
evidence to say that an assumption is an assumption, because the assumption doesn't have
But
evidence.
you're not
That's why
refuting
it's an
any of their
assumption.
impacts.
Thank you, Representatives. State that. Granted. Seeing as Granted. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmation, please rise. Representative Ramadan.
I thank the chair. That's Representative Ramadan, spelled R-A-M-A-D-A-N, for my judges, speaking for the first time in this legislative session. On the affirmation. It's already been a pretty long round of debates, so as long as I can get any sign of life from any of the judges. Cool. Great. This Congress loves to dance around the key issue. So let me be blunt. America has a history of imperialism. Time and time again, this supposed greatest nation on the planet invades another country or strips it of its economic opportunity. In the Northern Triangle, we have done both. As a report in the New York Times just last year highlights, we've single-handedly overthrown half a dozen democratically elected leaders in the Northern Triangle while increasing the rates of poverty by 24% through exploitative banana companies. This bill is not merely an act of altruism, Representative Dixon. It's to right the wrongs of our past. Today's debate has been tedious, monotonous, and boring, but it seems to have centered around two main issues: security and corruption. So let's review. First, the supposed claims of mass incarceration, or rather unjust mass incarceration by the negation, is completely unfounded. Funds allocated to CARSI have absolutely increased the levels of incarceration. I have no doubt about that. But the fact is that these people who are being incarcerated are not being incarcerated unjustly like the negation has claimed. Representative Balusu claims that terrorism has increased since CARSI, but this could not be further from the truth. As the Brookings Institution reports just 2 months ago, terrorism and gang violence in the Northern Triangle is at an all-time low since 2010, with only a slight increase since the Trump administration because we cut the funding for CARSI, which is exactly what we need to go against when we pass today's legislation. And Representative Chen, these people are not being incarcerated for no reason. As the RAND Corporation highlights, 82% of people incarcerated in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras were gang members. This report highlights further that every person housed in these prisons has received due process per the clauses of CARSI. The car seat legislation itself states in its legal code that it has a legal efficacy system where they require due process on every civilian before they are incarcerated. Representative Balusu, 700,000 people put in prisons is bad. No one disagrees. But I believe that you may have just looked at this number and decided to do no further research. Because if you had done that, you would have realized that the Foreign Policy Research Center highlights that hundreds of thousands of these people were removed from the prisons after Carsey interfered and threatened to remove funding. The fact is that Carsey is a good organization and we must support it. But how do we assure that this money will actually get to the people? The negation has argued that it hasn't, but Representative Wilson, yes, the Congressional Research Service did in fact report that these institutions take half of it to government institutions. But as the Rand Corporation and the Cato Institute highlight in a collaborative report, that 13% of people in the Northern Triangle have been removed from poverty because of these governmental institutions, like healthcare and labor and education. This money is not being wasted when it goes towards it, so you can't simply write it off as just an instance of government corruption. The fact is that even if you remove all of these highlights today, and you realize that the United States gains nothing from this legislation, you still pass for the millions of people in the Northern Triangle that have died and have suffered because of the United States' regime. We must undo our past, and you must pass.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. Representative Hassan Ali.
Hey, Representative.
Hi.
I have a pretty simple, basic question.
Sure.
In the past, has this Congress had oversight over Carsey?
So in the past, this Congress has just been funding Carsey. Carsey is its own independent organization.
So we have had oversight. That was
Okay.
the provision the last
So
time
why
we
would you-
funded
okay.
them. Considering that, if Carsey continues to be ineffective, doesn't that mean
It
that
hasn't
our
been
oversight
ineffective.
is not working?
You are fundamentally wrong in your claims of it being ineffective. If we see poverty and homicide levels decrease when we increase the funding towards it,
Representative.
then clearly it's been effective in the past.
The way Carsey works is it chokeholds
Representative
local communities.
Wilson.
Hi, Representative.
Hi.
Let's take you at your highest ground. Let's
Sure.
say that 13% is actually getting to some good causes. Isn't the issue that even if the government was using it for good reasons, that they lied to us about distributing it out?
No, because the fact is the government simply geared it towards governmental institutions once they implemented it here. But here's the bottom line. The affirmation speakers have already told you this before. We decide where the money goes. If you don't want it to go to the government because they've lied, then we could just fund it towards the NGOs specifically.
But didn't I tell you that the oversight of the State Department failed 42% of the time to get the thing up
Right,
the ladder?
okay, yes, but this legislation highlights specifically
it
that we
uses
won't
the
fail
State
in the
Department
future.
Thank you, Representative.
I thank the chair.
All right. State that. Granted. With that, that's the end of my 30-minute audition period. Thank you all for having me as your PO.
Congratulations to all of our presiding officers that have auditioned. What's next is we are going to vote on the presiding officer. So, in order, we have Representative Karim, Representative Chilukuri, and Representative Balusu. So, with that being said, please get a piece of paper. Make sure it's not so tiny I can't read. And you can put a K, C, or a B on who you want to vote for presiding officer. And then we'll vote until we get the majority. And then feel free to bring that up again if you're ready. And then we're going to see how good my counting skills are.
Probably better than yours.
I forget there's only one people here, so. I need some color stuff. Alright. With 21 people in the chamber, 11 is the majority. So we don't have a majority, which means that we'll do a runoff vote, which means, unfortunately, Representative Chilukuri, you are out of the running. So this will come down, we have a 9-7 split, so between the last two representatives. So I'm gonna have you do the same thing again and bring them up to me. Just put on this in front of me. Yep. Thank you. Yep, thank you. All right, the math is mathing. Okay, so on a vote of 12 tonight, Representative Balusu, you are our presiding officer.
Thank you all for electing me to be your PO. If you don't remember my procedures, raise your placard, but I'm assuming that you guys do. All right, perfect.
Oh, thank you.
All right, we'll just get right back into debate. We ended on a speech on the affirmation. Yeah.
Permission to exit the chamber.
Granted. We ended off on a speech on the affirmation, so any speakers on the negation, please rise. Representative Benoit.
Hello, I'm Representative Benoit, speaking for the first time a little later than I would have liked. That's spelled B-I-N-O-Y for my judges. And there are a lot of you here, and I didn't bring my glasses, so just silent association of readiness. It was spring and summer of 2014, and thousands upon thousands of women and unaccounted for children were fleeing towards American borders for security. At the time, President Obama called this a humanitarian crisis, but what I call a humanitarian crisis is the disaster of an organization that we fund under today's legislation. Today, we fail because CARSI is counterproductive and fights fire with fire. Representative Lockwood starts today's debate by claiming that CARSI combats violence, but they only do so by creating their own. CARSI is primarily focused on providing military aid and training to Central American countries to combat drug trafficking and organized crime. Now, Representative Chen begins to explain the humanitarian rights and abuses that CARSI stands for, but you miss one key aspect of this argument, and that is this approach resulted in an overemphasis on militarization, neglecting the underlying social and economic factors contributing to insecurity. Insufficient investment in social development programs undermined any long-term stability. But next, Representative Romke, Representative Cheng, Representative Biram, Representative Beck all wonder, when the DOS is taking the task of evaluating and auditing efficiency of CARSI in poverty reduction and violence reduction, why will CARSI not be reprimanded or told to consider other options if it doesn't seem to work? Well, let's look towards the Congressional Research Service in December of last year that tells us that it's because CARSI's military action provides both of those previous impacts, but it only does so in the short term. Carsey knows that they can't perpetuate continuous stability without addressing the root issues like investment in social development programs. And so in turn, they continue turning towards violent efforts to combat violence. The impact of this, it isn't monetary, representatives. I can't turn to you and give you a statistic in the hopes for a neg ballot. What I can tell you is that the impact is lives. It's minority lives. It's the ones that Representative Chundru cares so much about that are hindered the most when we pass today's legislation. Because the Center for Economic and Policy Research found that the United States requested intelligence-led policing, and it has only led to security checkpoints and increases in the lowest of low-income areas. These marginalized communities are more prone now to surveillance and attacking and harassment. In the affirmative world, you trade temporary violence drops for the reinforcement of abuse in the long term. And at the end of the day, past precedent proves to us that the only thing that Carsey is consistent in is turning back to abuse in the long run. Representatives, this is what the affirmation is fighting for, hurting the low-income people of the Northern Triangle. And if you stand for that, by all means, pass today's legislation. Representatives, they flee because they have no choice. They flee because the organization that we're putting there is forcing them to. That's why I urge this chamber to fail today's legislation.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 1 second. Again, 3 minutes and 1 second. Cross-examiners, please rise. Between Representative Chordia, Representative Alakwa, and Representative Beck, it'll go to Representative Chordia.
Hey, does Carsey have social and educational programs?
Yes.
Yes, so why can't we invest in them?
Okay, so what happens, right? A common misconception amongst the affirmation is how Carsey's run in the first place. It's a tie between the politicians, the policymakers of those countries,
Okay.
along with the U.S. And what they do is they fight for the short-term benefits.
And the
so
United States can just say we want most of our
not
aid to be
necessarily,
invested
because
through
as Representative
educational
Dixon
programs.
previously mentioned to you, what we need is support from those
Okay,
countries
but
as
don't
well.
we have
want a
leverage over
mutual-
our own aid?
No. What we want is a mutual relationship between those two programs. And so
Representative
if those-
Blakesley.
Hey, Representative.
Hey.
So whose money is Carsey spending?
Ours.
Exactly.
Right.
So why can't we just tell them to fund less military training?
Exactly what I was telling the previous representative, right? We want some sort of mutual relationship between this. This has been previously instilled by my own side.
Why do we need a mutual relationship if you just proved that military training is less beneficial?
What I'm telling you is that, right, when we're implementing our funds in the region, we're also implementing our influence in the region. And for our influence to take effect, those politicians had to
Do you
agree
have
with
any
us. And if those
statistic on that our future allocation would benefit
I guess we'll
military?
never know. Thank you, representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
I think the chair.
Chair thanks you. State that. Granted. State that. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmation, please rise. That'll go to Representative Chordia, uncontested.
Thank you. Good morning, or is it afternoon now? Well, either way, good morning, everyone. For the judges in Chambers reference, that's Representative Chordia, spelled C-H-O-R-D-I-Y-A, passing today's piece of legislation. I'll just take silence as an indication that everyone's good to go, and I'll get started in a few seconds. Believe. I ask this Congress, believe in progress. Believe in our ability to help the Northern Triangle, affirm today's policy. First, let's just realize the premise of the negation, because I truly am astonished. They have literally conceded that Carsey decreases homicides, but they say, oh no, saving lives does not matter because you increase gang violence and corruption. What? Side note, the negation hasn't even provided specific evidence that gangs extort NGOs specifically, and even if they're right, then there wouldn't be any evidence that proves that Carsey has helped people. The existence of affirmation evidence means that any amount of corruption or extortion that the negation cries about has not been enough to decrease the efficacy of our programs. This debate comes down to one question. Does Carsey work? Let me prove this. Because everybody in this round has just ignored what Representative Chundru mentions, social and educational programs that are brought forth by Carsey. Let me quantify what he couldn't. Because the Journal of Migration and Development and the Department of State find in April of 2020 that social and economic programs for the youth, primarily targeted by gangs and traffickers, have prevented 346,000 students from joining gangs, by teaching them how to say no. Representative Hassanali, realize that your negation ballot hurts every single one of those students. You ensure, by passing this legislation, we can expand those effective programs. But even more so, Harvard University finds in May of 2021 that the probability of becoming a gang member for those in these car seat programs decreased by 39% and reduced gang membership in those areas by 21%. But before the negation rehashes gangs attack aid, get this. Gangs would have tried to extort something that actively hurts their recruitment, right? Oh wait, they literally couldn't, and you want to know why? Because Carsey actively weakens them. That is the warrant behind my entire side's solvency. But why is that so important? This brings me to my second point, because I just showed you that gangs clearly don't control the entire region. That's the unique reason why FDI works, because NGOs don't get extorted from gangs. But even if you don't believe that, the existence of these Carsey social and educational programs ensures that gang recruitment decreases in the long term. But finally, I'd like to show the holistic impact of decreasing gang recruitment over time. The negation is worried about mass incarceration, police abuse, but they never ask the question, why does it happen? It's because police and gangs are shooting back and forth at each other. When you finally decrease gang violence, you decrease the atrocities that police commit against them. At the end of this debate, remember one thing. Our inaction is fueling the crisis. Help, hope, humanity. If you believe in those principles, help reunite the Northern Triangle. Affirm this policy.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Dixon.
Great. So one thing that your side has kind of failed to address is the fact that when you have Carsey as a streamlined process, governments can use it for their own interests instead of like advancing democratic
How does
ideals.
the government use a social or educational program for their own interest?
Okay, Representative Romke told you on his own side that it's kind of a self-sustaining system. So it's just like a
create
streamlined
educational
flow.
programs and then they work.
Okay, that's not actually what Carsey is. That's more of what
I literally just
humanitarian
proved
aid
that.
is.
I proved in my speech Carsey has educational programs that have prevented 360,000
Okay,
children.
but does it matter when they're not using it for this purpose?
Let's say you're convicted of theft in Honduras and go to prison.
Yeah.
How likely are they to rehabilitate you?
I mean, not very likely, but if they don't go to prison, they're probably going to continue to commit theft.
Okay, what are they going to do when they get out of prison?
Okay, they might commit theft again. Your argument's entirely non-unique.
What are they going to do if they can never ever become a productive member of society simply because
become
of how these countries' justice systems are set up?
When you increase FDI, which works as I proved to you in my speech, you create economic opportunity. That is the way out of that cycle of crime.
You can't reform the system, you only make it stronger.
Yeah, you can. You reform
Thank you,
it by passing.
Representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, any speakers in the negation, please rise. I'll go to Representative Ozdheimer, uncontested.
My name is Representative Nicholas Ostheimer, speaking for the first time this legislative session, closing out the negative advocacy.
Judges and PO, please let me know if you're not ready. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and get started. If you came here from the eastern US, you crossed the Rio Grande River. You might have not even noticed it, having crossed a bridge or maybe even flying over it. But for hundreds of thousands of desperate migrants, the Rio Grande is the last leg of a deadly journey for peace, prosperity, and freedom. You fail, because this bill exacerbates the catastrophic immigration crisis by perpetuating aid dependency. From Representative Alakwa to Representative Chordia, every speaker on the affirmation assumes that free services and financial aid to the Northern Triangle can just fix everything. That's the fundamental mistake that underlies every argument you've heard today.
On May 5th, 2023, Carlos Ponce, a professor at Columbia University and former director for Latin American programs at Freedom House, argues that using foreign aid like CARSI to fix the root causes of dangerous migration makes sense in theory, but its implementation has always been a quote-unquote counterproductive disaster. He explains that American support has led to aid dependency for two key reasons. One, it supports and legitimizes corrupt, criminal, and oppressive institutions by empowering them. And second, these governments never get to a point where they have to provide critical services on their own. These are the central links that flip every argument on the affirmation. Let's look at the biggest one, crime. Representatives Chundru, Biram, and Ramadan, our aid enables a counterproductive justice system that tries to solve crime by just killing and imprisoning criminals. Come on, you know it doesn't work here. Why try it there? Representative Chilukuri's argument got dropped right at the start of today's debate. These countries have punitive justice systems that are more likely to, quote-unquote, solve crime with a bullet to the head than a second chance. Interestingly enough, Representative Chordia, those deaths aren't counted as homicides. But in cross-examination with Representative Dixon, Representative Romke reveals his secret plan to reform the justice systems of these countries. Just fix your justice system. Yeah. Professor Ponce would be disappointed, because that's all the AF has to offer. But it doesn't end there, because whether it's crime, migration, or violence, let me be the first to illustrate how that drives deadly immigration to the US. Here's where Representatives Elakwa, Blakesley, and Clark fall the hardest out of anyone on the affirmation. The Wall Street Journal reports on March 17, 2023, that of over 500,000 refugees from the Northern Triangle, more than 890 were found dead along the southern border in 2022, a 58% increase since 2021. They drown in the Rio Grande, they fall off treacherous cliffs, and die of dehydration in the 130-degree heat. So I'm not going to respond to the affirmation's claim that CARSI works. If it works, why are people still migrating? If it works, why are people still dying? I want to believe you, but if it works, why hasn't your aid helped? Every speaker on the affirmation today has spoken about migration, and yet a 58% increase, people would rather face that than stay in their home countries. Your bill won't work. Your bill will only perpetuate the systems that have made their lives hell. That's why you fail.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. Representative Clark.
Representative, great speech. So is a policy like CARSI or changing it going to happen immediately? Like, do its effects happen immediately?
No, it's actually quite a slow process.
Right. So isn't that why we don't see the changes that you're talking about right now?
No, we've had this type of aid program for the past 30 years.
But I told you in my speech, and other representatives have told you, that oversight was lacking. So when we increase oversight, doesn't that change?
This has nothing to do with oversight. This has everything to do with how the aid affects these countries.
Is getting murderers off the streets and rehabilitating drug users mutually exclusive?
Look, if your solution to getting rid of murderers is murdering them, I don't want to pass this bill.
No, okay, right. But why can't we just rehabilitate people and pass this legislation? Why can't we pass further legislation to ensure that these prisons are working more effectively in the future? We already see that crime is decreasing because of it.
Sending aid to countries doesn't reform them.
Are we sending aid to countries, or are we sending it to an organization that helps these citizens of the country?
If we're sending aid to these organizations, then they simply take the duties of the country, thus giving them no
So
reform.
CARSI is
either way, your bill doesn't work.
Thank
for
you,
rehabilitation.
representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Representative Karim.
I thank the chair. Hey everyone, that's Representative Karim, spelled K-A-R-I-M. Once again, K-A-R-I-M, representing the Florida Oceanfront District. I profusely apologize for my vertical inferiority. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that everyone is good to go. Just verbally indicate if not. Looking back at the past few hours of debate, it seems as though the affirmation and negation are debating entirely different things. The affirmation is focused on the Northern Triangle and saving lives, And the negation is, well, probably more focused on the Bermuda Triangle, because every single one of their logical arguments and morality has suddenly disappeared. All I ask this Congress to do is to have the compassion and courage to help those that aren't within this nation. You pass this legislation. The most important issue in this debate is whether passing or failing increases or decreases gang influence. That's what implicates your ballot. The negation's single argument throughout this entire debate has been about the fact that aid implementation doesn't work. Representative Ostheimer and the rest of the negation, I am tired of technicalities and debating on the margins. If today's legislation brings any net benefit towards saving lives, that's all the more reasons to pass. But I want to look at two unique reasons as to why exactly this legislation solves for those issues, decreases immigration, decreases gang violence, and saves lives. Section 1A provides that 50% of that $50 billion is going to Latin America, will be used to fund car seat to reduce youth risks to joining gangs. That directly reduces crimes, just like Representative Chordia and Chundru told you. But secondly, Section 3 told us that we directly assign the Department of State to evaluate and audit the efficacy of car seat. That means that car seat is going to be effective no matter what, because we have direct control over them. The affirmation has given us two unique warrants as to why exactly we take this debate. First, we increase infrastructure and economic development through schools and hospitals by providing it by virtue of foreign direct investment. And secondly, we improve car seat efficacy and oversight. Aaron Karthus of the Wilson Center tells us that there are clear benefits of prevention programs for at-risk youth and violent communities with car seat. But the Honduras government is prioritizing other issues right now. That is why car seat isn't as effective as it can be in the status quo. But car seat has two key issues. First, sustaining funding, and secondly, a lack of impact assessments. We directly solve both of those issues, but I am passing this legislation to improve perception of NGOs and Western aid. Representative Hassan Ali and the rest of the negation, you're concerned about how exactly these institutions are perceived, but everyone from Representative Chundru to Chordia have all told you about the importance of saving lives. But I think that perception, the way that those innocent civilians in the Northern Triangle perceive our presence, is just as important. The Center for Economic Policy and Research, CARD, tells us that in a study looking at survey data measuring public perceptions of crimes in Northern Triangle neighborhoods where car seat was implemented, 51% fewer residents reported murders and extortion in the previous year. Understand that how those civilians feel in the Northern Triangle matters just as much as how many lives we save, how much money we provide. I tell you that as long as you feel safe, that is the most important impact in this debate, in addition to saving lives. It's our obligation to stand by them when they're in danger. So before we
Thank
start
you,
writing
Representative,
blank
for that
checks, you
speech of
pass.
3 minutes and 10 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Nickel.
I thank the chair.
Hi.
Representative, since I delivered my speech pointing out the 7 assumptions the affirmation makes,
Sure.
3 affirmation stakers have taken the stand, have they not, including yourself?
Sure.
Then why have none of the assumptions been proven?
What assumptions are we talking about in particular?
The assumption that $50 billion is the correct amount of money, let's start with that.
It's stipulated in this legislation.
Yes, it's stipulated, but why do we know it's the correct amount of money? What if we need $60
We as a
billion?
Congress have direct control over the amount of money we
What-
allocate towards programs.
I'm not saying we can't allocate it, I'm
economic
saying it might not be the amount.
What do
the
you mean
correct
it might
amount.
not be the amount?
What
if
if it's
the
too
biggest
much
problem
money?
is a
What if it's
logistical
not
issue,
enough money?
that is more
Representative
than
Chilukuri.
reprehensible.
Representative, does the Department of State just give people money without checking, like, that they're going to use it properly first?
That's the point of auditing. That's what Section 3 does.
Correct. So why have they been giving money to car seat for 13 years, given that it's not working?
We don't fund it enough. That was like my entire speech.
Yeah, but if they've audited it before and they should be doing that, why are we still funding car seat?
We're funding car seat because of the 2 warrants I told you. First,
Okay,
increasing
but to the
infrastructure
extent
through
that car
FDI,
seat
and
is so
second, improving
harmful, why are
efficacy.
we still giving money to them?
Car seat isn't harmful. I reject the premise of that question.
But they're fueling mass incarceration. Is that not a net harm?
No, car seat directly reduces like youth risk for joining
What does that have to do
gangs.
with incarceration?
Thank you, representatives. Representative Chundru. Are there any seconds? More importantly, any opposed? Perfect. In that case, we'll begin voting. All those who wish to pass this legislation, please raise your placards. I count as follows: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All those who wish to fail, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. On a vote of 11 to 9, this legislation does pass. My congratulations to the sponsor, Representative Alakwa. Representative Ravi.
Motion
Seconds? Any opposed? Representative Wilson? Okay. Would someone like to propose a new motion? Representative Romke? Seconds? Any opposed? In that case, the 10-minute recess begins now. something like that, that might be a good idea. You have like 10 seconds remaining. Cool. Could you guys I'm using the same sheet as. I call this session back into order at 10:37 a. Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, I guess I don't. Okay. Cool. Do I do a motion? Okay. I unilaterally move to an indefinite recess until the next two judges return, or next judge.
There's just one? Okay.
Okay. I'm not gonna time.
I think he just got it.
I think there's one.
Oh, wait, we're
There you
missing
go.
one more?
This.
Yeah, I think so. We're all good now? Okay, we're all good. We'll give her a second to sit down.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna do it now.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna answer a judge question real quick. That we had a question. I want to make sure all the judges are aware. We had a question on whether or not during the PO auditions, whether or not they got a speech score. They do not get a speech score for the audition. Representative Balusu should get at the end of the day 5 speech scores for POing, and then for a total of 6, including his speech. So just make sure when you're. Yeah, do you have a question? 6 scores for the PO. No, 5 scores for the PO, for his POing, and then he already has 1 score for his speech, so a total of 6. Does that make sense? Is there any other questions? All right, sounds good, then I will turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Perfect. I call this session back into order at 10:39 a.m. We'll move on to the next item in our docket, which is a bill to allow states to sponsor visas for any reason. We'll go into debate right away. Are there any sponsors on this piece of legislation? That'll go to Representative Clark.
I thank the chair. Again, for my judges, that's Representative Clark, C-L-A-R-K, pretty simple. Speaking for the second time this legislative session. And I'm just gonna get right to it. Please wait. Oh, okay. Immigration policy and its reforms quite literally hits close to home for me. As a representative from Arizona, I've spent my entire congressional career advocating for system reform, and still nothing's ever changed. So you pass this legislation so this Congress can stop talking and start acting. A quick Google search will tell you that 2.3 million people in our status quo are seeking visa access. This legislation gives them the hope that they've been yearning for, because contextualizing US immigration policies helps us realize that nearly 4 million people are actually approved, family-sponsored, petitioned immigrants still waiting for their visas to become available. That's 4 million reasons for you to pass this legislation alone. But it's not why we actually pass only. We pass because the state levels are actually requesting to sponsor more immigrants. It's not a problem of if or when or how or why. It's a problem of why not. Because this creates a huge problem between our state and local governments and this Congress, because as they want to help people that are begging for access, begging for stability, and begging for their lives, we have no other choice but to pass this legislation. Statistica in May told us that an average of 4,000 people are currently needed in regional workforces, and that's the first reason that you pass this legislation, because it makes up for a huge worker crisis that the United States has been facing for years. So when we allow more of these immigrants into our workforce, we finally solve the problems that so many American constituents have been worried about. You pass today to make progress and create liberty. But that's not all. This matters because Brookings told us that the shortage includes over 50,000 workers in our status quo, even in more complex industries. We're seeing around 1.4 million job openings still completely unfilled. This legislation fixes our problems within our workforce by fixing our immigration system. We can boost our economy by addressing the labor shortage and even productivity issues, because Section 3 solves not just in the short term, but also in the long term. Fear of what's difficult continues to blind this Congress to what's necessary, humane, and super, super important, not just for the United States people, but also for the
Thank
people
you, Representative,
abroad.
for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Cross-examiners, please raise your placards. That'll first go to Representative Benoit.
Hey, Representative, you claim that this helps the immigration crisis, right?
Right.
And so if this is the case, when these are being selected from directly the states, aren't they only going to choose workers that they find needed in sectors that they're lacking in?
That's not necessarily true. Because our workforce is so depleted right now, there are
Hold on,
so many
Representative,
job
we have
openings
sectors
across
that have
so
more-
many different sectors.
We have sectors that have more than enough workers, and so when this is the case, aren't they only going to choose desirable migrants who only fit their
I fail to
lack
see
of-
the problem
Representative
with
Hassanali.
fitting our needs.
Good morning, Representative. Say I'm a state like California. If I have the option between sponsoring a high-skilled worker or sponsoring one of the people that are dying on the border, who am I more likely to sponsor?
Well, both of those things are considered under this legislation.
Right, but I'm California. I've already let in the second most amount of immigrants. I'm lacking on resources. Who am I going to take in?
You're going to take in who you need, but that's not necessarily a problem because they need us too.
Right, but the ones I need are the highly skilled workers.
That
Isn't
doesn't
a
mean that other
Representative
people
Wilson.
can't go to other states.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, I agree that we have an immigration process, but according to this bill, what are the standards we're going to be having states up to for their criterion to keep people there?
It's decided by the state.
So it's not listed.
No,
So-
but it actually is better because
Right.
the states
But
are
what
able
are
to make up for their
assurances-
personal
What are our
needs.
assurances that states won't enact onerous conditions to keep people in a shortcut without
Has
actually
there
ever
ever
getting
been a
permanent
precedent
residence?
to imply that?
You're offering a bill that's never been done before, so of course there will be no precedents.
Precedence doesn't mean impossible.
You're making two separate arguments. First, that we
Thank
don't
you.
have precedents.
Representative Dixon.
Why are immigrants so beneficial to the economy?
Well, like I said in my speech, they boost productivity and fill in
Yeah,
for
they
workers that
fill
we're
in
lacking.
gaps the employment sector needs.
Right.
Under this bill, is it a guarantee that workers can go wherever they want?
Well, based on working, you
no,
can either
it's
choose
not.
a state.
It's based on what states want. So if you're limiting the economic mobility of
Your
immigrants
state
and
can
their freedom
approve
of
you
movement,
to work in a
aren't you
different
negating
state.
all of your impacts?
In this legislation, a state can approve you to work in a different state. So we're making up for just
if
about
I'm
everything.
trying to maximize my
Thank
own
you,
economy,
representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech on the affirmation, any speakers on the negation, please rise. That'll go to Representative Dixon, uncontested.
Thank you for recognizing me. This is Representative Dixon, speaking for the second time this legislative session. As always, at the leisure of everyone above me. Just give me a quick sign when you guys are ready. All right, let's begin. I want to tell you the story of one of my closest friends, Shristi Sharma. At 17 years old, she was an aspiring scientist, a distinguished campus leader, and one of the kindest people I know. Yet, when she turned 18, her parents told her that in 3 years, she would have to self-deport the only home she ever knew. Millions of our constituents are suffering under our failing immigration system. But this piece of legislation gives them false hope of reform, blatantly disguised through institutional failure. By looking at that, and by actually examining the reality of our immigration system today, we must negate. First, negate because of how complex this makes the immigration system. I actually agree with Representative Clark. States have different needs, but the Federalist writes in 2022 that this actually makes the problem worse because states have different goals for their immigration policy. That means you have a patchwork of 50 different approaches. But what's the harm with this? The Cato Institute tells us in May of 2020 that one of the key benefits of employing immigrants is their flexibility to meet different demands of the economy. That means they need economic mobility and they need freedom of movement. This bill dismantles both. But we also see logistical issues. The Conversation this February stated that it's impossible to run uncapped temporary migration programs without having a capped green card system. That means everyone who wants to come to the United States would come through the system, and you don't guarantee them a green card. That means you exacerbate backlog in the long term. Let's actually look at a precedent set by Australia. They had people coming through their temporary system who wanted to stay, and it declined the amount of people who could to 36%. Foreign policy furthers this, saying that right now we have about a backlog 10 times the actual number of green cards issued, meaning 200,000 people, just like Shristi, will die before they receive a green card. Representative Clark, you don't make the system better, you strain an already failing system by placing more pressure on it. But second, let's also look at this idea of exploitation. When states have the discretion to let in the immigrants they want, stigma will shine through. The New York Times reported this April that it's happening right now. The Biden administration actually let in about 670,000 refugees, and Republican states are suing the federal government to remove them and stop the parole program, even though these refugees are filling in the labor market. But even then, those admitted are exploited. You're not helping these immigrants at all. That's because when your citizenship is contingent on your employment, you can't speak out against labor abuses. Affirmation needs to stop treating immigrants like tools. These are American dreamers who set the foundation for our country and are sustaining our economy. By having a fragmented approach and straining the system, you take out those who need to immigrate the most, and you treat them like tools, you exploit them, and you worsen the backlog we see in the status quo. To stand with Shristi, you must negate.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 9 seconds. All cross-examiners, please rise. Then I'll go to Representative Beck.
Hey, is
Hi.
the federal government good at placing immigrants in the right places right now?
I'd say no.
No, right? They especially place them in large companies where exploitation is like the biggest problem, correct?
Yeah, so you think it's going to be better when the federal government has to deal with like a patchwork
saying it's
of
gonna be
50
better.
different approaches while having to conduct background
saying if I
checks
can
and renew?
If I can answer your question, I'm saying it's going to be better when there's a state option that allows immigrants to go to small businesses while the federal
Okay,
government
but the
can
state government
still
can't
bring
supersede the
people to
federal
refugees.
government. We're still going to have oversight, and that means you're going to exacerbate the backlog.
Hi, let's take this backlog argument to its logical conclusion.
Mhm.
If backlog is high right now, and you split that up across 50 states, doesn't that drive down backlog?
Okay, why is that unique in any capacity?
Because
We
you
can
decrease
split it up
backlog
right now.
if it's states doing it instead of the federal
No,
government.
you're going to increase the amount of people flowing into the United States.
Why? If you
decreasing
divide the
amount of
number by
refugees.
50, that means less immigrants going through
Okay,
each state.
you don't change the number of states in the United States. We can already
Sure, but you
split up
divide
the number of immigrants.
going through the system by 50.
You
That's
increase the number of
decentralization.
immigrants and you divide it by the
Representative
same
Chang.
number.
Hi. Are red states dangerous for immigrants to live in?
Sure.
Yeah, and are red states under this legislation going to accept immigrants?
Yeah.
They won't.
No, they will because
Why?
they still need low
But
skilled
it's
workers.
it risks their political capital. Their constituents probably don't want it too, right?
Okay, they care more about their economy, which means they're going to bring
Than their
in
political capital
low-skilled.
and keeping
They're going
in
to bring
power?
in low-skilled workers, and they're going to exploit
What's the
them, which
probability
is my
of
exact
Greg
point.
Abbott winning the next election if he lets immigrants into Texas?
Okay, immigrants are already coming into Texas. That's not mutually
But he's deporting them to like Washington.
Hi, there's been a backlog of backlog questions. Let's just continue off of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, basically, if there's like a backlog in like the status quo, do like requirements to actually get these visas increase in difficulty or lower in difficulty when
It's going to
passed?
stay the same.
It's going to stay the same. Okay, you say that there's a backlog right now. Why exactly then is there a shortage of workers?
Okay, we're seeing a shortage of workers in different kinds of industries, so I'm really
Sure.
not sure.
So if
where
there's a
that's
shortage
coming
of workers in different industries, when you pass this legislation, why do you not expedite that process by providing more funding?
I'm saying, sure, you're going to be
Thank
able
you,
to fill.
representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmation, please rise. That'll go to Representative Biram uncontested.
Hi there. That's Representative Biram, B-E-E-R-A-M. Again, that's B-E-E-R-A-M. I'll give my judges a few minutes to get a few seconds to get ready. Let me know whenever you're ready and I'll begin. Again, that's Biram, B-E-E-R-A-M. Awesome, 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 awesome. Awesome, thank you. The American immigration process is a system in which you argue your value to a nation who assumes you are lesser. Driven by the promise of the American dream, for too long, too many immigrants have come to our country, only to be met with our doors closed, leaving them to hope and to pray for our consideration. Today's legislation is not just a free ride to citizenship. It is a promise that for those who sacrifice everything, they deserve something from this Congress. Affirm. Now, so far, Representative Dixon and the rest of the negative allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good. She tells you about arguments of backlog, but refutes her own argument. If backlog is sky high right now, that sounds like a good reason to distribute it amongst 50 states, driving down the number of immigrants that go through each state. But secondarily, she tells you it complicates the system because the states will not be able to complicate their own system. But I just fundamentally don't understand this argument, because who do you think knows what's in states' best interest? I'm willing to bet it's not the federal government. Representative Dixon, I think Texas knows what's in Texas's best interest, just as California knows what's in California's best interest. I don't think the federal government should be allocating all of states' immigrant quotas in the status quo. But moreover, I think Representative Clark touched on the biggest argument of the debate thus far, that the labor market is in a shortage. I want to expand on this argument and explain to you why this beats back on the backlog argument. The Bipartisan Policy Center explains in May of 2022 that because of the domestic labor shortage, right now, most of the jobs in the manufacturing industry, for example, are already empty. This is why in Florida, for instance, when Ron DeSantis passed a bill sending Floridian migrants to California, construction projects right now are abandoned. Even in the worst case of the negative, even if you take Representative Dixon's argument to the absolute worst case, she cold conceded in cross-examination, everything's a wash. It's symmetric on both sides at her worst case scenario. Why then do you pass? Because more foreign workers benefits everyone financially. It's very simple. Financial freedom for all. I want to make something very clear. Wages don't actually change that much when you pass. The IZA World of Labor think tank found, in a meta-analysis of 18 different prominent studies conducted from 1982 to 2003, in the short term, there is zero impact on people's wages, but in the long term, you might actually boost it by 1%. Why am I affirming? You affirm today's legislation for the sake of job creation. The Partnership for the New American Economy found that every 3 to 5 visa workers in America creates 1 new job for an American-born worker because businesses get more money down the line. That is an addition of 51,000 domestic jobs across the American economy. As a child of immigrants, I have spent my lifetime looking up to my parents' dedication, their bravery, and their struggles. For all immigrants who have sacrificed everything, please have the courage and the conviction to let them write a new chapter. And to do so, let's use our most powerful tool, our vote.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Did someone say point of order? Representative Ravi.
Hi.
So you were talking about the shortage of labor in manufacturing right now.
Sure.
Currently, who's the one who approves whether a H-1B visa gets approved?
The federal government. H-1B is a federal program.
So why don't we just start approving more in manufacturing specifically instead of jobs like tech?
The federal government is ill-equipped to allocate which workers should go to which places. I'm saying states know their own economies and their own industries, thus they're the best suited to be able to fill that.
But what industry do we know right now is getting a lot of H-1B visas?
Manufacturing.
No, tech. That's why we have the whole manufacturing
Both
shortage
are
right now.
simultaneously true.
Then why?
Representative Chen.
Hi.
So states know what's in their best interest, right? And sometimes the federal government doesn't know that, right?
Sure.
And sometimes states can be very partisan, right?
Sure.
So what if the state has a partisan interest, but it doesn't align with the interest of a refugee who needs help?
Sure, I'm glad you brought that up. If a state like Florida is hostile to immigrants, I don't think the immigrants should be entering into Florida. I think if it's a hostile environment, they shouldn't be in that environment because it creates more stigma.
Right, but what if Florida is the best place for that particular immigrant and now they can't access it?
I don't think that's true if the,
Thank
if
you,
the environment is
representatives.
hostile.
You may take your placard and your seat.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech on the affirmation, any speakers in the negation, please rise. Representative Chen, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. This is Representative Karis Chen from Texas, speaking for the second time today, CHEN, and the side of the negation. Once again, that's Chen with 4 letters, CHEN, Karis, K-A-R-I-S. Okay. If I could get a thumbs up for my judges or a smile, that'd be great. Thank you. In every game of chess, each side has 8 pawns. Every single day, 8 immigrants try to find new life at our borders. For far too long, this Congress has used those immigrants as its pawns, using them as political shields for its domestic policy. It's because this legislation pushes them all the way back to the starting line that you have no choice but to fail. For 2 reasons. Firstly, because it increases discrimination against immigrants, and secondly, because it exploits these immigrants for their labor. The first reason you failed today's legislation is because it increases discrimination against immigrants. Now first, I want to distance myself from everyone on the affirmation, and while our immigration process isn't the best right now, I would argue that the status quo is actually better, because our federal government has to recognize and welcome all immigrants, regardless of partisanship. And here's the issue. Representative Beck in questioning brings up that sometimes these states won't welcome immigrants. But that's actually not true, because currently, in the status quo, our federal government actually pays for every single immigrant to get on a plane, to go to whatever state they want. All of those options disappear when you pass today's legislation. Because under Section 3, states now have the ability to admit immigrants when they want them and to deny them when they don't want them. So now, let's look at my home state of Texas, the state with the most immigrants. The Texas Tribune on May 11th of 2023 tells us that currently, Texas's Governor Abbott has sent more than 18,000 migrants out of Texas to states like New York. And here's the issue. Currently, these migrants aren't forced to get on the buses. Rather, they choose to pursue life in a new state. But the problem is, when you pass today's legislation, these immigrants have to get on buses because states won't welcome them anymore. But second, you failed today's legislation because it exploits migrants for their labor. Now, unlike Representative Clark tells you, immigrants need so much more help than this legislation can provide. Because Section 5 says the only federal benefit these immigrants will get is Social Security. But if you know anything about Social Security, it's only accessible to people over 62 or people who are disabled. And that's not a large portion of our immigrant population. But the National Immigration Forum on August 21st of 2022 tells us that less than half of all states give state benefits to these immigrants. So when you pass today's legislation, the only benefits that immigrants will get are those from states who don't even want them there in the first place. They'll lose all options and all hope. In every chess game, 8 pawns aspire to be a queen. This legislation eliminates that hope entirely.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. Representative Alakwa.
today's legislation empowers immigrant workers to become more, bargain more with their employers. Does that not in turn increase the amount of benefits they get, compensating for the lack of Social Security?
No, I would disagree because right now, federal benefits are what they rely on. The states don't give them any benefits in the status quo. If the states don't give them any benefits and the federal government leaves them out to dry, our immigrants won't have anything to rely on.
If I can now bargain with my employer for more wages, does that not decrease my reliance on Social Security?
Okay, you're not going to be able to bargain with your employer because your employer has thousands of immigrants to choose from.
Hey, Representative, I'm a little confused here. What's to say that the states that they're being sent off to are actually better for them?
Right, so some states like New York, I would argue that they don't actually need immigrants as much. It's more rural states like Texas.
Sure,
and Texas is the one turning them all away.
Is that the case for every single rural state?
No, it's simply
So
not. But
isn't helping some immigrants worth
so
it?
Texas is one of the most diverse states in the country where immigrants are welcome in large cities like Houston. Now they have no chance to enter that city in the first place.
Thank you, representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
Thank you.
Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmative, please rise. Between Representative Chundru and Representative Lakwa, it goes to Representative Lakwa.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. That's Representative Lakwa, spelled I-L-A-C-Q-U-A for my judges, speaking for the second time today. I know there's a lot of us in the back, so any indication of not being ready would be appreciated if you are such. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and begin. All right, excellent. For centuries, the American government has relied on one type of labor as the backbone of our economy: immigrant workers. But at the same time, the federal visas that are issued to these very vital individuals for our economy are placing them into economically hazardous positions where they're unable to bargain with their employers and have to deal with horrific work conditions. Pass today's legislation to change that once and for all, principally to improve work conditions for immigrant workers. Here's the issue in the status quo. Most federally sponsored visas right now require prospective employees to seek employers' approval to get a visa, and even then, they're extremely selective. Representative Chen tries to tell you that the federal government sees all immigrant workers as equal. That's the exact problem, is that they're funneling them into economically hazardous jobs. As the Economics Policy Institute finds, on February 8th of 2021, almost 1.4 million migrant workers are currently working in the United States. But because they're beholden to their employer for employment, many continue to suffer and fear retaliation for deportation if they speak up about wage theft, workplace abuses, discrimination, or other substandard working positions. Quite simply, if an immigrant worker doesn't agree with what an employer wants them to do, they have no recourse because they could quite simply be fired and sent back to wherever they came from. That is extremely detrimental. But today's legislation changes that issue for the better in two key ways. First off, you increase the number of visa applicants admitted on a whole by allowing state sponsors to accept as many visa applications as they want. But second, you shift it to a state-sponsored model, delinking employers from employment, and in turn, increasing competition by allowing immigrant workers to have more mobility in the workplace. As the American Action Forum explains, in June of 2017, because states would sponsor visas instead of individual companies, foreign workers could move between employers in the same state, meaning that now, if I'm happy working at company A, I could just move to company B and bargain for better working rights. That means now, individuals have more bargaining power, leaving us with two critical impacts. First off, you improve work conditions. As Bob McNabb of Old Dominion University explains, in May of 2021, when competition for workers in an industry increases, wages, workplace safety also skyrocket. But second, you also benefit the well-being of workers as well. As the Harvard Business Review finds in 2017, when employers trust their employers and workplace conditions improve, they experience 74% less stress and 40% less burnout, meaning fewer long-term medical costs and a better quality of life. Representative Chen, I would say that now the increased competition that individuals have in the workplace means that they won't rely on Social Security as much. Representative Dixon, even if fewer red states admit immigrants, I would argue that increases in workplace competition are going to lead to better rights overall for all immigrants. Stand with the backbone of our economy. Pass this legislation.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Ozdheimer.
Hi. Hi. When we pass, employers will have a bigger labor pool to choose from, right?
Not necessarily, but sure, marginally.
Well, we're increasing state visas so that states
There's a
can have more
massive labor
immigrants,
shortage
right?
right now. I would say even if we increase the number of workers that are coming into the U.S. marginally, it's not going to decrease competition.
Okay, but if you have more workers in the industry, that decreases competition.
Even if you have more workers, you still allow workers the ability to move between businesses, in turn bettering their conditions.
So the more effective that this bill is in getting immigrants.
Hi, Representative. What kind of workers are going to be even brought in under this legislation?
Probably more high-skilled workers, but also low-wage workers that need to fill
No,
shortages
because if states have the option between those two types of workers, they're obviously going to bring the one with more economic benefits,
I would
right?
argue that states have different needs. Like California may need more individuals employed in the tech sector or agriculture, things like that. We shouldn't be up to decide.
Okay, so in the case of the low-skilled workers, because you said that's a possibility, how likely is the employer even going to favor them when they try to get for more
Thank
rights
you,
and better wages?
Representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. Seeing as that was a speech on the affirmation, any speakers on the negation, please rise. Again, any speakers on the negation, please rise. Any seconds? Any opposed? The 30-second recess starts now. Five seconds remaining. The 30-second recess now ends. Are there any negation speakers? Representative Benoit.
Hello, I'm Representative Benoit. Speaking for the second time, contrary to last time, this time a little bit earlier than I thought. I spelled B-I-N-O-Y. Nothing's changed for my judges. We need that right here. And oh my lord. It's the middle thing. It's the middle thing? Yeah.
Thank you. Twist it. Yeah, there you go.
And I'm at the leisure of those above me, so I'll just take silence as indication of readiness to begin. Time and time again, all I've been hearing from the affirmation in today's debate is ignorance, because they fail to understand a few key components about migration. That these are living people and not just your policy. That these are humans and not just your hypotheticals, and these are lives that you influence with today's legislation. I, for one, will not stand for the exploitation of our most vulnerable, which is why I join me and fail today's legislation. Time and time again in today's debate, all I have been hearing is privilege in this room. And you know what? That applies for me too. Because for us, this is just philosophical debate, but to them, passing or failing today's legislation, it's a matter of liberation or subjugation. And fail, because today's legislation, all it does is exploit migrant workers. You see, the thing is, this bill means that states will allow migrant workers to come into this country and then force them into specific sectors. Employers were found to control their victims primarily through force, fraud, and coercion, and this included threatening to report workers to immigration authorities, forcing victims to work excessive hours while withholding their pay and limiting workers' access to medical care. So the Polaris Project found that one of the most significant problems faced by migrant laborers working in the United States is the fact that these visas hold power imbalances created by the current system. Workers are bound to whoever is sponsoring them that visa, which means under today's legislation, the power isn't with us, it is with those states and what those states decide to do with their immigrants. And Representative Clark asks, if states were to sponsor the migrants, well, it's a problem of why not. And this question, it's pretty easy to answer. Because states set the criteria. They have the power. We hand over any ability to regulate abuses to their state rules listed under Section 4 of today's legislation. It's all up to their interpretation with no guideline being set. These migrants' autonomy, it's not in our hands, but rather in the exploitative hands of those of the individual states. When sectors are dying and in needs of workers, these migrants are the ones that they turn to. When you you give states the power to push them into fields and coerce them into choosing fields that they would never think of in the first place, while migrants have no say where their future is directed to. The choice is between life and their livelihood under today's legislation and their abusive structures. The affirmation stands in compliance with today's legislation because the blood on their hands isn't red, white, and blue, and the abuses suffering under today's legislation isn't American born. And thus, we know that we have failed to do the one job that we were put here to do. Representatives, it is our job to help these people, not leave them for as good as dead, and that's why I urge this chamber to fail.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. Representative They'll first go to Representative Ramadan.
Representative, great speech, but do immigrants have a choice on whether or not to accept the offer from a state?
Okay, when it comes to immigrants that are suffering horrible conditions and they just want to make it
right,
into
they're
the
already
country in the
suffering
first-
horrible conditions, right? What's better, for them to have a job in a sector they didn't anticipate, or for them to have
They're
no
going
job
from
at all?
abuse to greater abuse. They don't know what's coming
It would
their
be
way
worse for
because-
them to come into the United States than to stay in
Because
their
we
own
have no
countries.
say on
Refugees
what's-
are better in their own countries
Because
than
we
here.
have no say what's going on within those states. They have complete control. There
Right,
is
but
no
states,
regulation
states
under
know
today's
where
legislation.
to allocate that funding, right? They
What do you
know.
mean funding? We're talking
Representative Karim.
Let's talk about coercion.
Sure.
Very simple question. Do
Right.
these workers have more or less flexibility in choosing their employers when they are state-based visas?
More.
More flexibility. That means that there's inherently less coercion.
Okay.
Why is that necessarily a bad
Not
thing?
necessarily, because when we look at state-sponsored visas in the past, what we see is that they work with large employers of migrants, and they work
Sure,
with them
but that
to
still
make.
doesn't answer the question. The point is, there's more flexibility. You can always change your employer.
Thank you,
with coercion.
representatives. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmation, please rise. Representative Chundru.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. This is Representative Chundru for the second time today. A quick content warning for my speech. I do reference abuse, but I don't go into graphic detail because that shouldn't be done right here. In any indication when everyone is ready, please just let me know. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hailing from the North Coast District in Ohio, which is a cool way to say Cleveland. All good? Fantastic. Like my mother and father, many immigrants leave behind their old lives in search of a better life within our border. But instead of being greeted with dignity and opportunity, they're greeted with abuse, discrimination, and death. Pass this legislation to restore the dignity of immigrants and give them new opportunities. Affirm this legislation because this bill increases legal avenues for immigration. Let me be the first to contextualize why a state-sponsored visa program is better than a federal visa program. Here's what Representative Clark, Ilakwa, and Biram all missed. Reuters finds on January 24th of 2023, a coalition of 20 Republican-led states filed a lawsuit seeking to shut down a new Biden administration program that would allow up to 360,000 people from Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, and Nicaragua to enter the United States every year. It's because of acts like these, there has been no meaningful immigration reform within the last decades. Conservative states band together to reverse progressive immigration policy. On the other hand, more progressive states have supported immigration policy, unlike what Representative Chen tells us. The Center for Budget and Policy Priorities finds in April of 2022 and Politico in May of 2023 report that Connecticut and 9 other states extend health care to undocumented immigrants. Maine, Maryland, and Oregon have earned income tax credit programs for immigrants. And 13 states give undocumented immigrants the ability to access financial aid for higher education. Although so many states welcome immigrants with open arms, some states want to seek to close the door on them. With this legislation, both states can get what they want, and anti-immigration states like Texas and Florida can no longer block immigration on a federal level. This, in turn, increases access to legal immigration. Representative Dixon tells us that this system increases Complexity. I've already proven its necessity, but complexity isn't an excuse for complacency when lives are on the line. Second, increasing access to legal immigration decreases abuses against immigrants. Because of the lack of legal access to immigration, many immigrants have been forced to cross the border without proper paperwork. They face abuses no one should go through. The Associated Press finds that since 2019, there have been over 4,500 complaints of sexual abuse on immigrant children at government-funded detention facilities. And the Economic Policy Institute on December 15th of 2020 tells us the story of undocumented immigrants in Georgia who were forced into working conditions characterized as modern-day slavery. Georgian farm labor contractors sold and traded workers just like in times of slavery. Many of them endured threats, sexual abuse, kidnapping, and even attempts to kill them and their families. Representative Binyo and Chen, I argue that any benefit in this legislation is better than no benefit because immigrants aren't pawns that can be sacrificed. They are people that must be protected. My mother and father were able to settle in America, but their struggle is why I'm here today. The reward of their suffering is my success. But their story isn't the rule, it's the exception. Pass this legislation so immigration to America can be a success story instead of a horror story.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Cross-examiners, please raise your placards. That'll first go to Representative Ravi.
Hello.
So states want these workers really bad in the status quo, right?
To an extent.
Okay, so why aren't they just going to approve visas for employers that don't actually have good conditions for the laborers?
So for two things, right? If states want people, they can go and get people from other countries, that want visas, and they actually have an incentive to improve them because they're audited by the federal government.
No, but they still get to choose who gets in and who doesn't, right?
At the very minimum, I argue that's better than no paperwork at all, which allows for the abuses like I described.
But in the status quo, at least we get to vet what employers we're choosing, right?
In the status quo, people are subject to abuse.
Representative Wilson.
I think the chair,
Hello.
you just talk about being audited by the federal government. But similar to my first line of questioning, according to the lines of the bill, how are we have any control over states?
You know, if I'm going to take you at your highest ground and say we don't have any control over
I'm just asking you to answer my question.
Yeah,
you need to take me at my
I am
highest
answering
ground.
your question. At the very minimum, any paperwork and any program is better than the abuses immigrants face because they're subject to so much abuse.
Aren't states incentivized to take as much labor as possible for as less benefits as possible if they don't
Any
have
benefit is better than none.
Thank you, representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
Thank you.
Of course. Seeing as that was a speech on the affirmation, any speakers on the negation, please rise. Again, Representative Blakesley, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. This is Representative Blakesley speaking on the negation. A little earlier than anticipated on this item, but adaptability, right? Judges, ready? Perfect. Parliamentarian. The killing floor of a slaughterhouse is a place filled with filth and decay. And for 100 immigrant children, every night is spent cleaning these places, wading through piles of rotten meat in thin rubber suits. This policy's greatest cruelty is that it promises prosperity, but it delivers only poverty. And that is why you fail. First, I want to start with some refutation, breaking down the impacts that the affirmation has put towards us thus far. We'll start with backlog, which increasingly has been the most debated part of this legislation. So Representative Biram and Representative Chundra, you bring up some really interesting points here by claiming that we will dice up our backlog across 50 states, which reduces the amount of time it takes to process these immigration cases. Now, I can see that we'll be slicing and dicing, but the problem is that state courts have far less resources than federal courts, which means they'll handle the cases slower. I mean, that's just intuitive. The federal courts have a much larger system to handle the immigration cases. But state-by-state basis means that each case requires more resources, which is a higher proportion, which decreases the effectiveness of this legislation. They say laws are like sausages. You never want to watch them being made. And I'm not entirely sure who let the affirmation cook, but it's time that we failed this half-baked legislation. So now, let me move on to introducing a new point into this debate that extends the point about labor exploitation into a direction we haven't explored yet. Because this legislation exacerbates income inequality when it denies access to federal student aid programs under Section 5. Representative Clark is right about solving the labor shortage. We do this by trapping migrants into jobs with no social mobility and no ability to get an education. I don't consider that a net benefit. Just look to the New York Times in April of 2023, which describes how 40% of children born into poverty within America are the children of immigrants. That's why for immigrants, social mobility is the most critical thing that they can have. Access to an education, access to new careers. But under Section 5, this policy denies access to federal aid programs for higher education, like Pell Grants or low-interest loans. That means we drive down that social mobility for the very people in our nation who need it the most. And there will be devastating consequences when our migrants who come here for education and betterment find only exploitation. Just consider the Center for Public Integrity of March of 2023, which reports a 69% increase in the illegal employment of children, and these cases come majority from migrant families who send their children to work in dangerous, exhausting conditions just so that they can keep their family afloat. Places like car factories, commercial farms, and industrial slaughterhouses. There are 100 rubber suits in the fat and blood of cattle hanging in closets next to colored pencils and math worksheets. There are 100 children who will never forgive America
Thank you,
for what we have
Representative,
done
for that
to them.
speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Any cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Chilukuri. Chilukuri and then Chordia. Yeah.
Okay, Representative, so you say we have a backlog in immigration courts currently, right?
Sure.
And can't that be solved with money because the problem is staffing?
Solved with money?
Staffing, right? When you have more money, you can pay more staff?
Sure.
And it says that the Department of Homeland Security is implementing this, so why can't they just hire more staff?
There's no budget provision in the legislation that gives us
Okay,
the
but in
ability to
order
hire
for this
more staff.
legislation to be implemented, we need courts, correct?
It seems sort of counterintuitive that the federal government would start hiring staff on a state-by-state basis. Like, that completely
It doesn't say
breaks
it has
down
to
what
be
the
state by
affirmation.
state.
That completely breaks down the mechanism that the affirmation has been
federal-
describing to allow
Representative Chordia.
immigrants.
Hey, let's talk about benefits. In the status quo, are immigrants allowed to access federal benefits as soon as they enter the country?
Not as soon as they enter the country, but in time, yes.
Yeah, you need lawful permanent status, which can take up to like 5-10 years,
Sure.
right? So how does this legislation do anything to change that?
Because that's under Section 5. The only thing they'll have access to is
Yeah,
Social
and
Security,
once they
which
get their-
remember, you have to be about 60 years old to access.
Once they get their lawful permanent status, they can then access every other federal benefit, meaning your argument has no offense.
That's absolutely not true, because the migrants don't have access to anything other
Thank
than
you,
That's the status
Representatives.
quo.
You may take your placard and your seat.
I thank the chair.
Representative Wilson. I think we can do one more speech. Great. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, any speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Representative Nickel.
I thank the chair.
All right. Representative Cheng, you have the floor.
I apologize. I may not have raised my placard high enough. That's my bad.
Sorry.
Hey everyone, Representative Chang, CHENG, second time today. Just give me a thumbs up when you're good to go, and I'll be happy to begin. Okay? Cool. Good? All right. Parley Pio? You can go to Japan to live, but you won't become Japanese. You can go to France to live, but you're not French. You can go to Germany or Turkey, but you're not German or Turk. But if you come to America, you are American. Pass this legislation. Right now, US immigration policy is controlled almost exclusively by the federal government, meaning that left states always want more immigrants, while red states want less. I agree with the representation that Representative Dixon introduces about the status quo, but the problem is that red states will never accept immigrants under this legislation. CBS writes in January of 2023 that after the Biden administration said they would let 30,000 immigrants into the US every single month, over 20 Republican-led states sued,
Representative Chen and Dixon and the rest of the negation, these states are not going to accept immigrants under this legislation, even if it benefits their economy, because in the status quo, they know immigrants will boost their economy, and they're still sending immigrants away. This definitively resolves this point in favor of the affirmation. Red states will not accept immigrants under this legislation. I think that's a perfect idea because red states are notoriously hostile for immigrants. Representative Chunju does a good job of contextualizing this, but I want to further on this point. The Washington Post writes in September of 2022 that 142 local police departments, especially in the South, signed agreements with ICE to detain and deport immigrants that they found were dangerous or in violation of some rules. This means that immigrant communities in red states are notoriously over-policed, under-resourced, and unheard. But if red states don't get immigrants, then who does? Well, it's blue states. The Cato Institute writes in May of 2020 that states like Colorado and Michigan lobbied this Congress to create their own migrant programs. Under this legislation, states like Texas and Florida receive less illegal immigrants, and blue states receive more immigrants, such as New York and Washington, D.C. States like Texas and Florida, in the status quo, only receive such a high volume of immigrants because they border countries that immigrants come from, like Mexico, for example. That's why they're stuck in this exploitative cycle where they can't escape red states. Under this legislation, blue states like New York, who actually want immigrants and who have labor standards that allow for immigrants to prosper economically, will accept more immigrants. You effectively redistribute the immigrant population to the places in which they are safe, secure, and protected from the harm of the status quo. There is no net harm to this legislation. Even if some workers don't get to enter the US, I say as long as we let one worker in, that's a net benefit. What makes Americans American is diversity, equity, and most importantly, inclusion. Pass.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All cross-examiners, please rise. Between Representative Hassanali and Representative Dixon, I'll go to Representative Dixon.
Thank you.
Hi.
Let me take you at your highest and say,
Sure.
sure, Republican states won't let in immigrants, but
Right.
Democratic states do.
Okay.
Since we're a union and something that one state does will affect all states, don't you think that's going to make backlash worse on your side?
No, because red states right now politicize the fact that they're getting illegal immigrants. If they don't get illegal immigrants under this legislation, the politicization decreases and anti-immigrant sentiment actually decreases.
Okay, but when you see more immigration into America, that changes the diversity of our nation, changes voters in our nation, and kind of like disrupts
But it doesn't
the
affect blue
Hassanali.
states negatively.
Hi, Representative.
Hi. Do blue states like New York have the capacity to just take in an influx of immigrants?
I would argue that even if we take in like a minimal amount of immigrants, that's a net benefit for the status quo.
But they don't have the capacity, right?
Okay,
Yes or no?
States like Colorado have lobbied us to create migrant protection
Representative,
programs.
the majority of blue states don't have the
That's
capacity.
not
Is
true.
that correct?
That state legislatures are lobbying us to create migrant programs so they can accept more immigrants. I don't think that would be true if they can't have the capacity to hold
Okay,
them.
I'll take you at your highest ground. Do they have the capacity to provide quality lives for
Thank
these
you,
immigrants?
Representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
I think the chair.
Representative
I move to recess for lunch.
Seconds. Are there any opposed? Great. We'll return back here at 12:45. Have a great lunch.
This has built so many skills for me, such as confidence, charisma, and also how to research effectively, how to write speeches effectively, how to present to an audience. The American Legion, because of this contest, has taught me so many different life skills that I will definitely use in the future.
Representative Karim, don't forget to put your backpack over there so people won't trip over it. Please put your bags back if you have them so that people don't trip on them. Nobody wants to be embarrassed on live stream. All right, if the audience members could take their seats quickly, please, so we can get started. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half. Marathon that is this day, but also this week. And reminder to the spectators, please put away any computers or cell phones. You should not be communicating with the competitors in any aspect or with each other. Also, please, while everybody is talking, please do not talk. Make sure that you guys are giving everybody the ability to hear everyone else in the audience. If you are getting up to leave between speeches, that is okay. I would encourage you to wait till the speech and then the questioning block is over and then leave then, rather than leaving twice, after the speech and then after questioning. Try to limit it to the block and then the questioning, just so that way we have less disruption. Just a reminder too, try not to walk right in front of the camera. And then for speakers, it's okay if you take your microphone and you walk with it. Just know when you're doing questioning to come back to the podium so the camera can see you. Does anyone have any questions, judges or competitors, before I turn it over to our lovely PO? All right, well, soak it all in. For some of you, this might be the last part of, your high school career. For some of you, this is your last bit of debate for the end of the season. So just make sure, too, that you're kind of taking it all in and having a good time and having fun, because that's what we do, right?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
All right, everyone. Hope you guys had a great lunch. We'll just kick it off with debate. We started off on the second piece of legislation on our agenda. We got 9 speeches in, so we'll start off on the 10th speech. We ended off on a speech on the affirmation. Any speakers on the negation, please rise. That'll go to Representative Wilson.
I think the chair. That'll be Representative Wilson, speaking for the second time in this session.
Can we get information that his mic is working? Can everybody hear the presiding officer? Okay.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Judges, nice and full. And with that, I'll begin. As we continue in this litigation cycle, my job should be first to explain why this bill inherently harms the efforts that the app claims they're trying to do, and secondly, why the affirmative benefits that they say will come to fruition just don't. Firstly, let's look at those problems. Representative Clark, Beerham, and Alakwa all make this fairy tale scenario where immigrants are coming to situations better than when they're leaving. But let's expand on the problems of exploitation that have come in cross-examination. The Bipartisan Policy Center in May 2020 explains that one of its key critiques when it looks at state-sponsored visa programs is that if the government, the federal government, doesn't outline essential standards to those states, that those states will have 100% leeway in those steps. Representatives, that is your link to why exploitation is non-unique, because our own Bipartisan Policy Center explains that problem. In fact, it explains the problem of working cycles. Labor shortages only hurt this. In fact, when you see that states can create very limiting parameters to get into the state, but very wide parameters to be able to actually become permanent residents, they can keep taking in people without ever actually elevating them to permanent residents, continuing this cycle where they're delegated as second-class citizens. That is the problem, especially when this bill creates migrants under this program only being permitted in the United States to become permanent residents after 8 years solely under state response. Secondly, restrictive movement. For any representative who comes up here and says, what's the net harm? How is this different than what we have today? Listen to me right here. You see, the United States Citizenship and Integration Services explains on its form of employment authorization that in the status quo, you can move in between different states in the country so long as the company that's sponsoring you says that you're continuing to work for them or benefit them. That's what's massively different about this bill. You can only stay in the state that you are coming into. A massive difference than what we have in the status quo. The affirmatives themselves have come up here multiple times to explain why states need these people for their economies and for their workforce. They're not going to let them go. You inherently harm them worse than what they have in the status quo. Representative Clark, labor shortages, as I explained, only exacerbate this issue because, as I said, states aren't going to want to let people go. Secondly, the work cycle problems. They're going to keep bringing people in, but not letting them meet those 8-year benchmarks unless we tell them what those benchmarks need to be. When we talk about backlog from Representative Beerham, the Society for Human Resource Management in February of 2020 explains that when it looked to Canada and Australia for its visa state program, it saw that mass amounts of immigrants only applied to the best and most populous provinces, Ontario and Melbourne. It created even more backlog because those states and those individual places were the only places immigrants were applying to. That expands backlog in those stratified states. Lastly, we look at this issue about the ability to bargain from Representative Alakwa. But the National Labor Relations Board in December of 2019 explained that even current citizens, because of family, availability, and lack of safe income, don't feel like they can bargain with workers. When you add that to us not ensuring that states don't have highly onerous restrictions to being able to stay in the country and not leave your family behind, that only worsens the problem. Broken tools cannot fix broken equipment, and broken legislation could never fix a broken system. Fail.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. Representative Romke.
Section 3 states that you can work in other states besides where your visa is if your state allows it.
Yes, and I explained why the affirmative have proved themselves, why states wouldn't allow it.
Sure, so either, like in either world, either one, states prioritize these migrants, they like having them there, they'll take care of them, or they don't like them, and then you're allowed to leave the state. Like
Except you're not allowed to leave the state. The affirmative, I'm answering your question. On one hand, the affirmative says states need these workers. They're desperate for them. They're going to want to keep them in. And now you're saying they're going to be willing to let them go in the middle of mass shortages and economic need?
Sure.
Those don't follow.
Why wouldn't states work together?
Representative Beck.
Hey, does today's legislation only make visas a state option, or is there still a federal path they can take?
Again, another contradiction with the affirmative. Either we want this to be the massive new way that we have visa programs, or we want to expand federal
so today's
relations.
legislation just adds a state option, right? The federal government still exists.
Yes, but you all and the affirmative themselves have said that immigrants will prefer the state option.
Great. Wait, we never said that. So
I have 3 representatives that talk about why state
If there's a state option and a federal
better.
option, what's the harm of having both so that we have a more diverse
Why would you be on the
integration of
affirmative
immigrants?
if you don't think that this legislation is better than the
I'm
current
on the
system?
affirmative because it adds flexibility and dynamicism to our immigration system.
Thank you, representatives. You may
states.
take your placards and your seat.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmative, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Chilukuri.
I thank the chair. I'm Representative Chilukuri, spelled C-H-I-L-U-K-U-R-I. going to be my second time speaking this session. I'll say silence is an indication of readiness. Is there anybody not ready? Okay. If Congress loves one thing, it's making excuses for our incompetence, and the neg is just exemplifying that right now. So let's address these excuses by going down the main arguments on the negation. First, let's talk about exploitation, championed by Representatives Chen, Dixon, and Benoit. But Representative Alakwa adequately responds to this in their affirmation speech, saying that state-sponsored visas don't require employer contracts, so workers can move around in the state, they have more job opportunities, they can bargain for wages, and even if they're fired or lose their job, they won't get deported because, as is mentioned in all the affirmation speeches, there's a shortage, so they'll always have a job in that state. But the negation realizes this, and then they switch up, saying that these states are actually the exploitative ones. But the negation also concedes that the states that will be taking immigrants are blue states. Blue states have better labor standards, better immigration standards, and as previous affirmative representatives have said, more benefits for immigration. They're not going to be exploiting the people that they claim to protect. But second, the idea of force championed by Representative Benoit, who says that immigrants will be forced into industries that they don't want to work in. Representative, that's not how this bill works. It takes immigrants who work in certain industries and have expertise and then puts them where they're needed. For example, if I'm a foreign nurse and I'm applying for a visa, a state is going to sponsor me if they want a nurse. They're going to sponsor you based on your past employment and expertise and move you to where you need it. So you're not going to be forced into industries. You're going to be working in the same industries as an immigrant that you have expertise in already. But third, let's talk about backlog, championed by Representatives Dixon and Blakesley. Section 6 of this bill says that the DHS will implement this bill. In order to implement this bill, you need immigration courts. In order to have immigration courts, you need to reduce backlog. And in order to reduce backlog, you need increased staff. Now, since the Department of Homeland Security will be enforcing this, and they have discretionary funding, there's no reason they can't use that to help aid backlog. Now, I asked Representative Blakesley about this in questioning, and they said it was counterintuitive. But to the extent that funding immigration courts is going to implement this bill, and that's what the Department of Homeland Security is supposed to do under this legislation, I don't see why it's counterintuitive. But fourth, Representative Wilson brings up some new arguments, saying that first, there's no central standard outlined and exploitation will occur, but once again, these are bluer states. They believe in immigrants, they believe in increasing immigration as long as it's moderate, which it will be because once again, they choose how many people come in. But additionally, they also argue that you're only allowed to stay in their state, but as mentioned by other representatives, you can move around as long as the state lets you. But additionally, currently with visas, you're bound to the employer. You'd be bound to the state, which is much less restrictive. So for the benefits of job creation, increasing visas, and ultimately helping millions of immigrants, you affirm.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. Representative Blakesley.
Hey, Representative. So help me understand your argument here. You're telling me that the DHS is going to use federal immigration courts to supplant state-level visas to reduce the backlog in federal courts?
So, okay, I just said that they have the money and money is going to solve like the court backlog problem, and I don't see any reason why they can't use it.
Okay, so if money can solve the court backlog problem in federal courts, why haven't we done it already if the DHS has discretionary spending?
Unfortunately, we're not very efficient with our spending right now, and the DHS currently doesn't have an obligation to do so, but this bill would force them to.
The DHS doesn't have an obligation to fast-track visas in federal
Representative
courts?
Benoit.
Right now it's not working. We can change that.
Hey, Representative, what do industries prefer, people with expertise or people without expertise? I'm talking education-wise.
Well, it depends on the industry.
I'm
really
saying,
know what you mean.
Nonetheless, regardless of whether it's a labor market or whether it's nursing, you want someone who has higher education than one who doesn't, right?
Okay, sure.
Okay, cool. So when they see someone who has higher levels of expertise, even if it's a labor market, right, they're going to choose someone who has higher education over one who doesn't, right?
Okay, yeah, sure.
And that means that even if that person never intended to go into that market in the first place, they're being chosen to put into that market.
Thank you, Representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. Seeing as that was the speech on the affirmation, any speakers on the negation, please rise. That'll go to Representative Ravi, uncontested.
Okay, I think that works, right? Okay, so for the judges, my name is Representative Ravi, spelled R-A-V-I. This is my second time speaking in our legislative session today. Friendly nod or gesture whenever you're ready would be awesome. Great. The French word for visa comes from the Latin phrase charta visa, meaning the paper that has been seen. Unfortunately today, the negation has failed, the affirmation has failed to chart a visa today and failed to look at the reality of this legislation in front of us right now. It's time to chart a visa and fail. This debate ultimately comes down to two key questions. First, is this legislation going to reduce the worker shortage? And second, are immigrants going to be treated properly? The answer to both is far more complicated than the affirmative would lead you to believe. So first, let's charta. Let's look at what this bill is actually going to do in the status quo. Because this bill doesn't affect the worker shortage at all. Representative Clark opens up this debate with statistics: 1.4 million job openings, 4,000 regional workforce shortage. Let's look at the context of why this is actually occurring. The Economic Policy Institute in April of 2023 explains that the H-1B's biggest users are companies that have laid off tens of thousands of workers over the past year and instead have been bringing in outsourced labor. And further, the USCIS, in their fiscal year 2021 annual report, provided more context, because nearly 70% of approved H-1B visa recipients in FY 2021 were for computer-related industries. In questioning, Representative Biram told me that we're currently getting manufacturing workers through visas, but that there aren't enough visas in the status quo. Understand that the real reason we have a worker shortage in industries like manufacturing is because this Congress hasn't been regulating the USCIS to make sure that our visas are going to the right place and to industries that actually need workers, not to getting rid of industries that already have plenty of them. The real cause of the shortage is our fault. That isn't a reason to pass this legislation. But why does that matter? Well, under this legislation, states have an incentive to bring in high productivity, high return on investment migrants in jobs like tech, because they're the ones footing the bill to accommodate for these migrants, not manufacturing jobs. The only difference you get when you pass today is that we lose the power to regulate which migrants are coming in and which industries they're going into. That brings me to my second point, that working conditions don't improve visas. So now, let's see the truth of this debate. Let's visa. Because Representatives Ilakwa, Chunru, Cheng, and the entire negation all argue that migrant workers are going to be empowered to get better rights today. Even if you don't believe my argument that states are going to choose to bring in high productivity workers, not these ones that currently have low conditions, Representative Ilakwa says that we're going to give workers more mobility. But fundamentally, states are given the incentive to keep workers in rigid places that actually fill the needs of these states. The only states that would actually raise working conditions are progressive ones, which already could in the status quo. Representative Chundru argues that we're going to decrease abuses for immigrants in their new jobs. Again, Representative Clark on your own side already said, states want these workers so badly right now, they have an incentive to push them into bad working conditions already. We've opened our eyes to the paper in front of us. The only question that remains is, Charta Visa, are you going to see the truth?
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. All cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Ilakwa.
Hi.
Hi. So today's legislation stipulates that an individual in a state can work anywhere in a state if they want to.
Okay, sure.
And change employers. In that case, does that not increase competitiveness?
So basically, when we give out a visa, the whole thing is we give out a visa for a specific benefit to the state. That's how background checks work in the status quo. Let me finish answering your question before you keep going. That means that we currently stipulate what benefits these workers are going. If they go to another job, the states can easily argue that they're not providing the same benefit.
In Section 3 of today's legislation, workers can choose any job they want
That's
so
just
long
not
as
how
they're in the
visas
state.
work.
Representative Clark.
Hey, Representative,
Hi.
what's better, no job or a job?
I guess a job, sure.
Right, so why is giving immigrants and visa-seeking people a job bad?
I don't disagree with that, but the whole premise that this legislation is gonna improve some worker shortage that exists in the status quo isn't even true. And second, if you just wanna give more migrants jobs, we are Congress. We can just raise the cap on the number of visas we give out. That's not like a state's issue.
It is, though, because states are in need of specific things.
I just told you that the whole reason is because this Congress isn't regulating the H-1B
Thank you, Representatives.
visas.
You may take your placard and your seat. State that. Granted, yeah. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, any speakers in the affirmation, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Romke. That's a lot.
Howdy, y'all. This is Representative Romke, spelled R-A-M-K-I still. I know there's a lot of y'all in here, so when everyone's ready, just give me a thumbs up. Speaking on the affirmation of this bill. Great, great. Awesome, and then my last judge. Great. I'm proud to be an American, not just because of this Congress, but because of our culture. It's not just the triple, quadruple bacon double cheeseburger that I had for lunch, or Representative Chundru's Ford F-15,000 Mach 6 crew cab Texas edition in the parking lot, but because of the spirit of a hard day's work. Help others better themselves. Pass this legislation. I'm not gonna lie to you, today's legislation isn't gonna solve our whole labor shortage because yay immigrants. If it was that simple, I have 100 uncles ready to chip in. The fact of the matter is that today's legislation spreads the wealth. The federal visa system is inefficient at best, but Representative Dixon tells you that 1 or 2 reforms would be enough to make it better. I argue it's even worse. In fact, in the status quo, companies are at the wheel. Immigrants are just along for the ride. Stanford's Hoover Institute explains that half of all immigrants live in just 7 cities. Talk about a booze cruise. I mean, the benefits Representative Biram and Alakwar talk about are concentrated in some places and just completely neglect others, like Detroit or St. Louis. As our cities crumble, I don't see bricks and mortar disintegrating. I see the fabric of our nation torn apart. But Section 1 gives them a way out. States can get the migrants they need when they need them. Let me settle the debate that started with Representative Dixon and has continued till now. Do states actually want these immigrants? Representative Cheng plays this game of 1 state, 2 state, red state, blue state, but I think it's a little more holistic than that. The Cato Institute explains in November of 2019 that states have commonalities that go beyond lines on a map. That's why Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona all got together to sign a compact requesting state-sponsored visas because, Representative Wilson, they want them to move around to farm seasonal crops. Representative Chen, Benoit, and Blakesley, DeSantis isn't the rule. He's the exception. If all 50 states were busing people around, where do they end up? Justin Trudeau's house? I just don't see how that happens. But why is a deeper immigration system so critical? Let's talk about our favorite Florida man, not Representative Karim, Mr. DeSantis. The fact of the matter is that Ron, Representative Karim, and the rest of Florida will feel that lack of immigrants on their unbuilt highways and their empty shelves. Inversely, NYU finds what real patriots already know. Immigrants revitalize neighborhoods, save communities, and create jobs. Representative Chen and Blakesley, I understand some of these migrants are being abused, but let's go after the real criminals. I'd do it myself. Give me a team of Representatives Chordia, Beck, and Biram. Call us the Avengers, and let's actually arrest the abusers instead of neglecting the abused. In our dying cities, today's bill is an injection of talent and human capital that the doctor has already prescribed. Texas and Colorado can get healthcare workers. The Rust Belt finds high-skilled labor. The tapestry of America is only as strong as our weakest patch. Where that fabric is frayed, immigrants stitch it back together.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Ravi.
Hi there.
Howdy.
So I just came up here and told you that we have plenty of visas. The problem is that we're not letting them go to the right places. Why is this a state's problem and not our problem?
I feel you answered your own question. They're not going to the right places, so let states tell us where they need them and then bring
But
them in.
aren't we the ones who regulate where the visas are getting approved?
Not once you pass. That's the whole point of the bill.
But states are incentivized to just let in like high productivity workers, high income workers.
I just explained to you how many states got together to request farm worker state visas to help farm seasonal crops. I gave you that example.
But right now we can change that.
Representative Chen.
Yeah, so pass the bill.
Hi, so you said some states like Texas and Florida are like the exceptions, right? Because
Sure.
they don't want immigrants, right?
Sure.
Okay, well, you and I both live in Texas, and there's a reason that our immigrant parents chose that state. What are you gonna tell immigrants now that they can't go to Texas?
Immigrants can still go to Texas. Today's legislation creates an alternative route. We don't shut down the existing immigration
Right,
system.
but if Texas suddenly becomes hostile even more so to immigrants, they won't have any opportunities there.
That doesn't change with the bill. Like, if you've come through on like an H-1B visa,
Thank you,
for example,
representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
I think the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, any speakers in the negation, please rise. Again, any speakers in the negation, please rise.
Motion.
Representative Wilson.
Second in-house recess.
Any seconds? Any opposed? Starts now. That's the end of our recess. Representative Dixon.
Motion to extend the recess indefinitely.
Any seconds? More importantly, any opposed? That motion passes.
Okay, can you?
Yeah. Do you want like a limit on?
I don't want an indefinite recess.
Okay.
Let's put a limit on it.
Representative Shundru.
I move for a 1 minute in-house recess.
Any seconds? Any opposed? Starts.
I can give the next speech, but after me, we're gonna need more next. Because I believe there's 4 more app speakers.
So do you want to break cycle once and then can go? Or?
I prefer not to break cycle just to keep the debate going.
No, but I mean like how much time?
Yeah, wait, who is the initial next?
I'm about to say, yeah, did they just go for the concept of the initiative? So if we're not going to have any more negs, after she speaks, my motion, I'm going to split up and we move to previous question. I mean, I am, we're not going to get any more negs. No, but seriously, who said what we're initially on? So does anyone's mind change?
There's 10 more seconds.
I guess we were thinking about switching sides.
That's the end of our recess. Any speakers on the negation, please rise. Representative Hassan Ali.
Good afternoon, everyone. That's Representative Hassan Ali, speaking a little bit earlier than expected, but just to keep the debate going. I'll take a thumbs up from the judges when they're ready. Thank you. Perfect. Parley PO. The words of "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free" are inscribed at the bottom of the Statue of Liberty. But apparently, they're also inscribed at the bottom of this Congress's list of priorities. Ultimately, this legislation makes a mockery of those words by empowering the privileged at the price of the poor. Now, so far in this debate, I've noticed that there's one really big argument that's just weighing down the negation advocacy. It's come from Representative Chilukuri, Romke, and Clark. They all tell you about how this benefits high-skilled workers and how states are going to sponsor them. I'm actually going to be the first affirmative speaker to actually agree with that, because Representative Benoit, I don't think we're forcing people into labor industries. But the reason that argument concerns me so much is because states are going to choose these high-skilled workers while you leave people huddled in blankets, dying at the border. Frankly, I think it's unacceptable, representatives, that this Congress continues to sit in the walls of this chamber and debate this legislation while children are being locked up in cages like animals. Women are being kidnapped and raped at unprecedented rates, and people are dying to get into this country. In fact, the US Border Patrol agents of the Biden administration testified in front of this chamber just this past February. They said, "I don't even have the correct adjective to describe what's going on." Drug cartels and human smuggling operations are exploding at the border. We have deadly trafficking narcotics, and they're bringing more and more drugs into the United States. So when Representative Chundru tells you, don't worry, because this bill allows states to sponsor these people, I have one response. If you're a state and you have to choose between a highly skilled tech worker and someone at the border, obviously you're going to choose the skilled worker because, as Representative Clark admitted to me in questioning, they're the ones that bring economic benefits. Representative Biram and Ilakwa tell you about how jobs in industries like manufacturing are suddenly going to get filled. That's not going to change because states simply aren't going to pick these low-wage workers. But then, I hear you asking me already, Representative Hassan Ali, what's mutually exclusive about passing this legislation and then passing protection for migrants at the border? I'm gonna be so honest with you. I think every single person in this room knows that our immigration system is systemically flawed and a broken institution. You can't throw money at a broken system and expect to fix it. Representatives, I wear this American flag pin as a reminder of my duty to my country. That comes from protecting immigrants.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Chilukuri.
Hi, Representative.
So you talk about how higher skilled workers are going to be preferred. Say that's true. Is it why is it mutually exclusive? Can't you also take low and high skilled workers?
What I'm telling you is states don't have an incentive to do that.
They have labor shortages.
Allow me
not
to finish.
Incentive.
Because these high skilled workers are the ones that bring in the most economic benefits.
Don't labor shortages hurt the economy?
They do, but what I just told you in my speech was that when we have to fill tech jobs, those jobs are going to the most high-skilled, highly educated workers.
Why is it mutually exclusive? Why can't you take a lot of tech people and low-wage workers?
States simply don't have the capacity to provide quality lives for all those immigrants. They're not going to take them.
Thank you, Representatives. Representative Chundru.
Hello.
Hey.
Lovely speech.
Thank you.
Representative Romke showed us that many states actually need farmers, not these high-skilled workers. Even if just one more immigrant family has proper working conditions and papers, isn't that a reason to pass?
I have two responses to that. First, the states that need farm workers are typically these rural states.
Sure.
We've brought up a lot about red states, and I think it's quite obvious that they're going to be less likely to take in those migrants.
Even if that's the case, isn't having papers still a good thing because it decreases the chance of abuse, like I proved in my speech?
Let me tell you what's the net harm.
Thank you, Representatives. You can take your placard and your seat.
I thank the chair.
Representative Shank.
I was wondering what the chair's procedure is for content and trigger warnings.
I would go up and then state what content is triggering or potentially sensitive, and then allow people to leave the room. Give them around 15 seconds. Representative Chundru.
Isn't that first question supposed to go to Nickel, not Chilukuri?
Representative Nickel didn't have his placard up originally, I think.
Yes,
Oh, you did? Oh, apologies. Sorry about that. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmative, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Beck.
I thank the chair. For the reference of the judges of the chamber, still Representative Beck, B-A-K. Once again, Representative Beck. Beck at it again with the second speech in today's legislation. Now, I know that we have a long round ahead of us and a lot of judges, so I'll just assume once again that everyone's ready. Let me know if you aren't. Great. In 1994, two teenagers took their first step on American soil. Originally from Korea, they gave up everything, their stability, their family, their livelihoods, to give the land of the free a chance. You've probably guessed by now that these aren't just some random teenagers. They're my parents. And without them, my American story would have ended long ago before this legislation passed. Just like them, millions of Americans and immigrants want the chance to make this nation better. That's why I'm passing today's legislation. Now, I think today's debate has been an all-out dogfight between the state and the federal government. Standing in the left corner, the negation championed by Representatives Dixon and Chen, say that we need the federal government to maintain authority. While standing in the right corner, Representatives Ilakwa and Biram argue that states value worker power. So whose hand is going to go up at the end of today's debate?
The answer? Both of them. I think everyone in today's debate has made a really big misconception. We have seen this debate in such a narrow perspective, so I want to reframe it. Today's legislation isn't getting rid of the federal government visas and replacing it with state ones. It's just opening up another option so that state visas can be used by immigrants. Representative Chen, that means the federal government still has regulation and power, unlike what you mentioned in your speech. But why is any of this something that we should even care about? Well, it's because the federal government is great at a lot of things, but it's also terrible at looking at local businesses. As the Department of Justice explains, 46% of worker visas in the status quo go to just 20 companies like Amazon and Apple. But why are only those at the top benefiting? Well, I personally think that Amazon Prime is a blessing. Inflation is in effect. The federal government can continue to leverage visas with big businesses. But now there's a state option that allows more specialized businesses to get the workers that they deserve. Representative Hassan Ali, the struggling workers that you champion are not coming into America through worker visas, but the asylum platform. Don't compare apples to oranges. But why is any of this something that we should actually care about? It's because the Inter-American Development Bank finds on March 23rd of 2022 that the best way to integrate migrants into the community and get rid of workplace abuse is specialized businesses. My parents were successful in this nation because of the drive that they possessed. But I want so many other immigrants to have the same chance as them. That is why you passed this legislation.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Any cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Wilson.
Hey, Representative.
All right, Representative, let's say we live in this world of marble cake federalism that you talk about, where we'll have the federal visa program and the state visa program. How is separate programs still dissuading from all the negative points that we make about state-sponsored visa programs?
I just think all the negative arguments your side brings up are like completely non-unique and solvable, right? Like worker abuse is happening already right now, especially in larger companies.
But if we've already seen the report that we commissioned about state-sponsored visas saying that we need to limit the state requirements, why aren't we doing that in this bill?
That just doesn't make sense to me, right? Like what state requirements are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that this bill doesn't say what states can require.
Representative Dixon.
Hey.
Hi. How are temporary migrant workers treated in the status quo?
Not well, but once this legislation passes.
Exactly. So when we take them into states, especially ones that already have stigma against them.
When you take them into states.
And you put their citizenship
when you take them into
predicated on their employment, don't you think they're going to be excluded even more?
When you take them into states and put them into smaller businesses that are better at treating their workers, we see an improvement of worker treatment quality.
What incentive do businesses have to train these workers and really invest in them?
Because they need them for money and jobs.
Okay, we already.
Thank you, Representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech on the affirmation, any speakers on the negation, please rise. Again, any speakers on the negation, please rise. Representative Wilson. Are there any seconds? Unfortunately, that motion does not pass. Are there any speakers on the negation? Representative Blakesley?
To table the legislation for the time being.
Are there any seconds? Sorry, Representative. Great. Although it breaks my heart, we'll move to break cycle. Are there any speakers on the affirmation? That'll first go to Representative Nickel.
I thank the chair. My name is Representative Nickel, speaking for the second time this legislative session.
As Representative Nickel gets set up, I would highly recommend someone to try flipping to the other side. I don't think it's going to be very fun for the judges to listen to like 5 straight acts.
All right, if everyone's ready. This will change immigration as we know it. This is the perfect bill. Said no one on the affirmation during this floor debate. This is absolutely ridiculous, and it seems to be the key misunderstanding that the negation has about this piece of legislation. In fact, if you close your eyes, someone wouldn't be mistaken for believing that we were debating two separate pieces of legislation: the Cure Everything Always bill and a practical piece. Now, let's start with what the negation actually argues. First, Representative Hasanawi says that, well, these people, they're not going to be treated right. They're going to be abused. And these governments, these state governments, are only going to take low-skilled workers. First, let's go ahead and just assume, sure, they only reject low-skilled workers. They take the high-skilled workers. That's still better than we see in the status quo. This is still a net benefit, especially since the immigration system we currently have isn't the best. But on that immigration system, let's talk about something that we actually are improving. Many representatives like Representative Dixon and Representative Chen already point to the status quo as something that is preferable to the alternative under this bill. Let me tell you what actually happens in the status quo. In fact, in the 1996 Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act, it gave the federal government the power to detain immigrants before they were even allowed to apply for asylum or a visa. This is actually a violation of federal law. Keep in mind, this is the status quo that the negation would point you to stay in. But let's move on even further. We also see that people bring up the fact that, well, these people may not have what they need. They may not actually be able to create a life in the United States. Well, in Section 4 of the bill, it clearly provides an opportunity and a pathway to citizenship, something that exists for practically zero of the migrants that come to this country, especially with barbaric measures like the U.S. citizenship test and with the permanent residency clause. But even on top of that, we also see that people bring up the fact that, well, what happens if a state like Texas doesn't allow immigrants to apply for a visa there? Well, they simply apply for a different state visa. Jobs don't only exist in one state. This argument is completely ridiculous, and it's being outweighed constantly by the affirmation not only pointing out that these immigrants would now have jobs, food, security, shelter, all these different benefits, even safety from war and poverty, but even on top of that, we see the negation that continues down this line of arguing. They continue it by saying, well, these states will simply keep them locked in. Well, if a state doesn't allow you to move to a different state after you've already applied for a visa in that state and you're a resident there, you simply cancel the visa, you go back to your home country, and you apply in a different state. Or if it's possible, you might just apply for a different state's visa while you're already on another state's visa. All of the critiques that the negation brings up throughout this debate are completely solvable. There are no net negatives for this bill. There are only net positives. And the fact that the negation stands here and acts like we can only pass perfect legislation is ridiculous. This Congress needs to take incremental steps to fix a broken system.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Any cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Blakesley.
Hey, Representative.
Hey, Representative, so do you believe that labor exploitation would become a new norm in the world of the affirmation?
I think that labor exploitation is already here in the status quo.
Sure, but when the immigrants actually get their green card and their full citizenship, that helps alleviate that problem, right?
Well, unfortunately, what we're going to see is that if we stay in the status quo, labor exploitation won't get any better. If we pass this bill, we actually have a chance to solve it and so many other problems that immigrants face.
I understand, Representative, but in the world of the affirmation, we force these immigrants to wait longer to get their green card. That's what it says in the legislation.
They're not guaranteed it at all in the status quo.
Hey, Representative, the visas under today's legislation, they're temporary, right?
Yes, until you get a green card.
And you conceded in your speech that, yes, they will turn towards higher skilled workers, right?
Yes, and it's not a problem.
And so, when a lower skilled worker already has a job, a higher skilled worker applies, comes around, won't that
That's
job
completely
be more...
non-unique. That's already present in the status quo. That's called being more
And if they
qualified.
replace them, because those visas are temporary, what happens to that migrant?
Well, that migrant would then be sent back, but they're not being allowed in the country at all in the status quo.
And when temporary visas are revoked, what happens?
Thank you, Representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. I have a guess what the response is going to be, but seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, are there any speakers of negation? We'll move to break cycle again, but if...
Motion?
Representative Wilson?
Move to the previous questioning to the legislation on the table.
Representative Benoit. Are there any seconds to Representative Wilson's motion? Great. All right. Are there any speakers on the affirmation? That'll go to Representative Ramadan.
Thank the chair. That's Representative Ramadan, spelled R-A-M-A-D-A-N. Was unable to legally change my last name over the course of the break, so it is spelled the same. Let's see if I can get this adjusted. There you go. All right. It's already been pretty deep into the debate, so any indication at all from any of the judges works. Great. Parley PO. I'm going to be honest. I was going to begin this speech with some corny line from Hamilton or my own experience as an immigrant, but we've all already heard that story about how kumbaya immigration is. We agree on that front, so let's just get straight into it. Now, today's debate has been more unsuccessful than Representative Ramke's relationship. If today's debates could be condensed into 3 key points, it would be repetition, redundancy, and saying the same thing over and over again. Understand that for every point brought forth by the negation today, it could be demolished by 5 words. Better than status quo. Wait, 4 words, even better. Let's review. Representative Dixon champions the idea that backlog is horrid in the status quo and would only get worse with more stress put on the system. Let me be the first on the affirmation to unequivocally refute your point and not just bring up the mere speculation that the 50 states would be able to evenly divide up the backlog. The fact is that according to the Brookings Institution, as they highlight in 2021, our current system of visas is the primary driver of backlog, as it takes an average of 2 weeks just to process 1 visa application and decide which state would accept that particular immigrant. If we were to remove this particular system of visas as this legislation proposes, we would allow for that entire system to be alleviated and our visa system to run in a much more efficient manner. That directly refutes your point. Representative Chen, you claim that immigrants are bound to have horrid, low-paying jobs if we pass today's bill. But firstly, that's non-unique, as employers are going to pay immigrants what they're going to pay immigrants, regardless of whether or not you pass today's legislation. But also, as the Cato Institute highlights in 2022, immigrants that come here legally can expect an average of a 49.2% increase in their median household income. And immigrants that come here illegally still expect an average of 24.6% increase in their median household income. Immigrants across the board, even on the shortest of the shortest stick, still retain enormous benefits once they come into the nation. And they are unequivocally better once they come here rather than the states that they came from. Representative Chen and Benoit, you inquired as to whether or not blue states would be overwhelmed and felt that the answer that you were given was lackluster. Fine. Let me respond to put the nail in the coffin of your dead arguments. This is actually an issue of every speaker today, from Representative Clark and Chundru on the affirmation to Representative Blakeslee and Benoit on the negation. You all treat the American economy like a game of musical chairs, like there's a finite amount of jobs and wages in America, and that immigrants are going to come in, strip one of the chairs, and leave the native employee stranded. But the fact is that when immigrants come into the United States, as you know, they grow the economy. They create more labor force. The entire point on states and whether or not they need immigrants falls flat on that point because of the fact that states can accustom these immigrants and they would come in, they would build the economy, they would create more jobs, they would start their own businesses and ultimately make up for any fixes in labor shortage and create more jobs on top of that by growing the economy in the stimulating manner. Ultimately, immigrants are the backbone of America, and for too long, this Congress has put them on the back of our priorities. If you are looking for a United States that is more diverse, that is more economically prosperous, you must pass today's legislation.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes. Any cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Hassanali.
Hi, Representative.
Hi.
So, is the DHS and institutions like ICE super well resourced in the status quo?
No, obviously not.
They're not. So if we have limited resources and limited oversight, why would we waste that on a bill that only increases the gap of struggles for migrants?
Okay, so the gap of struggles for migrants is not increased. The entire purpose, the entire main thing that migrants are facing right now, you even mentioned this in your speech, that they're stuck on the border. We need to get them in first, place them in whatever jobs we can, and then we can implement that further legislation in the future.
Okay,
you
in
keep
your speech-
creating mutually exclusive arguments.
In your speech, you specifically said...
Representative Chen.
What state is more likely to take in immigrants, New York or Texas?
Sure, Texas or New York may be more likely to take in these states.
So New York is more likely to take in immigrants, so now there's going to be more immigrants in the area. When housing prices are already at an all-time high and there's barely any apartments available for these immigrants, how are they supposed to survive when they're all concentrated in one place?
In over 75% of American cities today, single-family zoning takes the biggest lead role in causing an upmarket
Right, but we're not debating
We have 1.7
single-family
million
zoning.
empty homes in the United States today and only 600,000 homeless people. It's not
Thank
an
you,
issue of-
representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was the speech in the affirmation, any speakers in the negation, please rise. That's a surprise. Representative Tordia. Any seconds? Any opposed? Recess starts now. I mean,
I would highly recommend to look at your presidency and see where you are and figure out if you need to. Okay.
was it 30 seconds? 3.
Do you have a motion?
Are there any seconds? Any opposed? That motion passes.
Audience, if you could please be quiet. Thank you. Please take your seat. Thank you.
All right, seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, speakers on the negation, please rise. We'll move to break cycle again. Speakers on the affirmation, please rise. Representative Chordia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. That's Representative Chordia, Chordia. Sorry to break cycle, but so proud to speak on behalf of this legislation. I'll just take silence as an indication that everyone's good to go, and I'll get started in a few seconds. Perfect. The belief that America can give you a better life is the reason why you immigrate. Change that belief into a reality. First, everybody on the negation tells you that worker exploitation happens at a higher level. I just don't understand how that's true if you don't increase the number of immigrants that come into this country. Representative Chen, let's read this bill together. Nowhere does it say that we increase migrant quotas, meaning this legislation does not change the number of migrants coming into this country. The best case scenario for the negation is that exploitation stays completely the same. I'd argue that exploitation still decreases when migrants are finally being accepted by their host state. You're passing this legislation to diversify where migrants are being placed, because the Pew Research Center finds in August of 2020 that about half of immigrants are placed in California, Florida, and Texas. We've already established that Florida and Texas don't really like migrants that much, but everybody on my side simply tells you that a bunch of states need immigrants. But nobody on my side, except for Representative Romke, actually proves that they want them. Representative Romke touches on this. I will pound it home, because The Atlantic finds in September of 2021 that 14 different states have already tried to pass this exact bill to get their immigrants. And the Wall Street Journal furthers in January of this year that our colleagues in the Senate are currently assembling bipartisan support for this exact legislation. But every single time, this federal government turns them away. Every single time, we told them that we'll send you more immigrants next year, but instead, we send them to Florida so that they can send them to California. What an efficient system. But even more so, Representative Wilson, states that want migrant workers aren't just going to let them get exploited. Representative Ravi, in the status quo, pro-migrant states already have more immigrant protection. In fact, the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities finds in April of 2022 that states, including Arizona, Colorado, Illinois, and Maine, and so many more, have all passed policy that specifically provides additional support to migrants, whether it's benefits or workers' rights. That gives us the best of both worlds, meaning Representative Bierum's argument about helping the economy gets fleshed out even more, and immigrants are treated the best possibly, Representative Chen. Why is that so important? It means that at the end of the day, it means that we solve for worker abuse. A negation vote on this bill does not solve worker abuse. You only continue to perpetuate the very status quo where so many workers are continuing to get exploited. You change that by affirming this policy. We are a nation built by immigrants. Believe in that story, and your only option is affirming this bill.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Again, 2 minutes, 59 seconds. Raise your, cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Ozdheimer.
Hey, if we don't increase immigration after we pass, what's the point of this bill?
So that migrants are placed in states that want them.
Okay, Right now, if they're admitted into the U.S. as an immigrant, can't they just go wherever they want?
I told you that the federal government places a lot of them in Texas and Florida, and with Florida, they just get sent to California.
Okay, can you walk me through that? How does the federal government place immigrants in specific locations?
I mean, you're placing the immigrant in a specific location, and then the government of that state just refuses
No,
it. Or
they just
accepts them,
choose to
and then
move
there's a lot
somewhere.
of hostility
If I choose
there.
to move to Texas, I choose to move to Texas the same way
Representative
an
Ravi.
immigrant does.
Hey, Representative.
Hi.
So I'm just really confused. How does wet worker exploitation change at all if, like, progressive states already have regulations and non-progressive states don't?
Because then all migrants are going to be placed in those progressive states where they have more protections.
Okay,
Therefore,
but
you
in
solve worker
the
exploitation.
status quo, we dictate exactly which applications go through and where the migrants get placed.
Okay, we're not doing a great job of that right now. Let's let the states do it.
I agree, but we're Congress.
So let the states do it, and you solve that problem.
We oversee the USCIS.
Yeah, and if you let states do that, you solve all of your problems.
But why won't states, like Republican states, just let in workers into bad conditions?
I told you that isn't
Thank you,
overgeneralized.
representatives. You may take your placards and your seats. Seeing as that was a speech on the affirmation, any speakers on the negation, please rise. Representative Ostheimer.
I thank the chair.
Chair.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nicholas Ostheimer, having very recently had a dramatic change of heart. Judges and PO, please let me know if you're not ready. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and get started. Are the Nuggets a basketball or a baseball team? Why is everything deep fried? Who is Ice Spice? For my entire life, I've never quite felt American enough. A son of two immigrants, I didn't even speak English until I started kindergarten. I still remember the confusion on their faces when I said, Guten Tag. But now, a decade later, I stand in front of a national Congress to advocate on behalf of immigrants across the world. They're not coming to the same country my parents did. Let's settle this debate on one question. Is America as great as immigrants think it is? According to a Gallup poll published in 2022, 160 million people worldwide have named the U.S. as their desired future residence. That's about 1/5 of all potential migrants worldwide. We already know from the last debate that hundreds of thousands of immigrants are willing to trek across America to get here. Why? Because they think America is the land of opportunity and the home of the free. The entirety of the negative advocacy today has centered on how these immigrants are in for a rude surprise. Representative Dixon, Benoit, and Wilson have explained that immigrants fall victim to exploitation and poor conditions. They're right. Meanwhile, Representative Elakwa and Cheng argue that they have more leverage because we're currently in a labor shortage. Indeed, the Bureau of Labor Statistics told us 2 weeks ago that there are 10.1 million job openings in the country. Sure, immigrants will have no trouble finding a job. That much is obvious, given what the words labor shortage mean, but consider what happens next. These employers can't find enough people to till the fields, work the plows, or stack brick and mortar. Now, we've unleashed the floodgates of cheap immigrant labor to them. They have every incentive to put as much work on their shoulders as possible, and immigrants have every incentive to try to accept that, to care for themselves and their families. Emily Underwood, a correspondent for Science magazine, writes on July 18, 2022, that immigrant workers were 15% more likely to be fatally injured on the job than those who were native-born. According to the CDC, in May of 2022, the rate of heat stress fatality for agricultural workers was 20 times the average rate for all other civilian occupations. But let me be the first to cap off the negative advocacy with a uniquely somber argument. When immigrants travel to the US, they're often stuck here. A study published by the Journal of International Migration in February of 2023 concludes that 37% of refugees regret traveling to the US. Why? Because they didn't really have a choice. They were forced to. The very fact that so many immigrants want to come to America should terrify you, precisely because when they're here, they face horrible conditions and immobility, and they have no way to get out of it. Even if they want to move around the country, the negation has already proven that the labor shortage means that states will just use their power under Section 3 to hold them down. Being an American isn't about your mannerisms, your accent, or your language. It isn't even about the Nuggets or Ice Spice. Being an American is about your ideals, your dreams, and your determination. But just because you have it good doesn't mean they do. That's why you fail.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. Representative Cheng.
Hi.
Hey, would someone rather be an illegal immigrant persecuted in Texas and Florida or a legal one in a safe state like New York?
They would rather be one in New York.
Right. So why don't we just let these immigrants, illegal immigrants, apply for visas under this legislation and go to safer states like New York?
Just because they apply for the visa and they get it doesn't mean that we transport them there.
Okay, transportation is like a flight or a bus, right? That seems like a logistical problem, not a problem with this legislation.
Yeah, it's a pretty big logistical problem, considering that we already know from the
Wait,
last
we can
debate
just
that
pass
some
this
people
law.
die on the way there.
Hi, what's the exclusive difference that you gain from passing this bill? What changes?
We let a lot of new immigrants into the country under state-sponsored visas.
Okay, but at the point at which you also keep the federal process, how do you see any of that harm?
Well, we keep the federal process. It's unchanged. The state process simply is now allowed to let immigrants in.
Yeah, so how are all of your harms not just symmetric, right? Like, how do they not all just wash out?
They don't wash out because we let in a lot more immigrants under state
How?
governments.
The quota still exists. We're not changing the migrant quota.
Yeah, but the migrant quota has nothing to do with what state
Thank you,
governments can do.
representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, any speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Representative Karim.
I thank the chair. Hey everyone, that's Representative Karim, spelled K-A-R-I-M. Everyone's favorite Floridian in the round. It's okay, Representative Ronki, I'll win your heart back eventually. Just gonna go ahead and assume that everyone is good to go. Oh, here we go again. Much better. P.O. Parley, awesome. Judges, good to go. This country is called the Promised Land because it is built on promises. Trust me, I would know of everyone. My family, along with millions of people, came for the promise of socioeconomic opportunity, whether it was 3 years, 30 years, 300 years from now. I understood this Congress has made promises it was unable to keep. You passed this legislation to finally keep our word. Primarily, you're passing this legislation to increase protection for migrant workers. I think that unlike everything that my side has told you on the affirmation, this bill is far less about our own economic interests more than it is about protecting lives, not padding our bottom lines. Section 1 creates a state-based visa system that, according to the Bipartisan Policy Center, could increase the number of visas by as many as 741,000 applicants. All of this is to say that Representative Dixon, Blakesley, and the rest of the negation's concerns about backlog and capacity is assuaged. I have two responses to this. Firstly, we task each state with processing applications upon passage, meaning that you spread out the backlog. What does that necessarily mean? It means that none of your concerns actually ever hold up because we significantly reduce it upon passage. But secondly, even if we buy your advocacy that there's some marginal increase in difficulty in terms of processing applications, we are still granting more visas either way. That is all the more reason to pass this legislation. This bill does our current system way better than it needs to. Additionally, I would explain that my side's advocacy proves that we increase visas in legal work. That's a fact. That's extremely beneficial because we decrease exploitation, contrary to any negative claim in this debate. Representative Wilson, Chen, Benoit, Hassan Ali, and so many others on the negation are concerned about exploitation. The idea that workers are more likely to be exploited by their employers upon passage. But that couldn't be further from the truth. The Economic Policy Institute on August 27th of 2019 quantifies that in 3 major cities, more than 37% of undocumented immigrants were paid less than minimum wage, and 87% didn't receive overtime. Understand that right now, documented workers can't move from company to company because workers can leverage their visas and jeopardize their status. You either face abuse or lose your visas. And as for undocumented workers, the same principle applies, where you're unafraid and you're unable to even ask for help or to even get a marginal increase in pay because they know that your employer can force you to get deported. All of that is so significantly harmful because at the end of the day, our priority is to them, making sure that their lives are actually improved and changed for the better. I know that this Congress has what it takes to actually pass meaningful legislation and finally make that a reality. America was built on promises. All I ask you is to stop changing your promise and start promising change. You pass on that principle.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 2 minutes and 56 seconds. Cross-examiners, please raise your placards. That'll first go to Representative Wilson.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, Representative. Maybe there's some confusion. I'm not sure about other negative representatives, but my claim about exploitation is how if state representatives and state sponsors can hold green cards in the air without clear standards, isn't that a problem?
No,
Why is it
I
not
wouldn't
a
say
problem
so.
that states don't have to justify their standards to us?
I mean, they'll have their own standards in place. I trust states to make those decisions.
You trust states, even the ones that several representatives on
Listen,
your side
I think that states will push aside their ideological grudges in order to prioritize their economic
They're randomly
prosperity.
not going to care about political re-election.
Representative Hassan Ali.
Hi.
Hey, Representative. You talked about rights for undocumented immigrants.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Sure.
Do those people typically work high-skilled jobs or low-skilled jobs?
I mean, it varies from state to state based on like the industry.
Okay,
It's very, very
but
multivariate.
specifically like the undocumented immigrants that are trying to come to this country, those
Maybe
are typically
low-skilled.
lower wage. Exactly.
Maybe low skilled. Yeah, sure.
So, what's the likelihood that they're even going to be sponsored by states in the first place for any of your impacts?
Because employers need low skilled workers. There are some industries that like don't require high skilled workers, or maybe it's not as relevant.
Thank you, representatives. You may take your placards and your seats. Representative Dixon.
Seeing a break in debate, I move to previous question.
Any opposed? We'll commence voting on this piece of legislation. All those who wish to pass it, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All those who wish to fail this legislation, raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fortunately, on a vote of 14 to 6, this legislation does pass. My congratulations to Representative Clark. Representative Wilson. Are there any seconds? Any opposed? We'll start that recess right now. The return time will be around 1:59. missing Beck, Romkey,
Please take
Biram,
your seat, everyone.
Beck, Romkey, Biram, Chundru, Chordia. Just like every single guy. Alzheimer's too. Okay, Alzheimer's here. There you go. I think it's Chundru. Yeah, it's just Chundru now. Chundru. Right. Chundru is he. All right, perfect. I'm calling the session back into order at 2:01 p.m. Do we have announcements? Oh, okay. No worries. Representative Dixon? Are there any seconds? Any opposed? That motion passes.
Okay, we didn't figure out if there's a sponsor, so do we have one? Because we have about 9 apps.
I'm flipping the app, so I can't give a sponsor.
But who's speaking on affirmative?
He's speaking on affirmative, but it will take me a while to talk.
Wait, you said you're flipping the app?
Yeah.
Wasn't this app heavy?
No. Okay, does anyone have an app like?
Who was like initially planning on giving an app and is not flipping it?
I have a sponsor, but
For the chair, when's the hard stop around? Or like when we're supposed to end?
The
I mean,
soft stop,
the schedule says 3:45.
so like there were about maybe 5 or 6 people who initially came in with an app speech. So could one of y'all possibly sponsor this?
How long are we taking for each individual bill right now?
Probably like 1.5 to 2 hours.
I think we're gonna have enough time for everybody to give an
Yeah.
I was thinking.
I think you also get 3 speeches guaranteed, right? Okay.
Flip the app, we're ready to go. We
Okay.
could just use the extra time we have now, and then like keep debate flowing once we start. I don't know.
The recess is now over. All right. Representative Chindru, do you have a motion?
I just moved for a 1-minute in-house recess.
Representative Wilson?
Okay, perfect. I rescind my motion.
Great. Seeing as we finished the legislative item number 2, we're going to move on to the next item on the docket, a bill to establish standards for police testing. We'll get started with debate. Are there any sponsors? Representative Wilson.
I thank the chair. So that's going to be Representative Wilson, W-I-L-S-O-N. Same thing, third speech, almost out of here. Putting that there. My PO and my parlay. All of my judges. Thank you. Honestly, I'm shocked. No, appalled that so few people want to come up here to speak in affirmation of this legislation. When 85,000 officers are reported to have investigations over violent misconduct, when over 1,000 people are killed by the people who swear to protect them every year, what are you all doing in your chairs? I very much sponsor this piece of legislation because I want actual accountability for my black brothers and sisters who continue to be suffering in the perpetuity of this racial conflict with the police. But let's not even get into that. Let's talk about what this bill is doing. This bill is establishing fair and comprehensive police training concepts that are in no way progressive or radical or all the things you're going to hear from the negation today. In fact, we see that the BBC reports that the United States lagged behind all of its top 100 developed nations in terms of hours spent for police training. We see it when you look at things like de-escalating situations, that it has a 71-hour difference on average versus a 21-hour difference for the United States in the amount of time taken during training. You also see several hours of difference in terms of actual when to use lethal force and decision-making processes in terms of when you feel like an opponent actually has a weapon. And we see this is the case because in 2020, Woodsbury University reports in its published information that fewer than 10% of people killed by police officers were reported to be armed. That's a problem. This is a significant issue that is plaguing multiple communities. But as I already opened with, this is a major problem for the African American community. We see that the Pew Research report in 2022 shows that less than 70% of African Americans in the United States can answer with totally agree with the statement, "The police are here to protect me."
When you have over 14 million of your citizens telling you that the people that we continue to fund and to have protect them, they don't feel like are protecting them, something must be done. Negation representatives will come up here and say that we can do all types of other things except actually fix the initial issues, which is training. Because the same research shows that when you have pilot programs like in New York, like in Connecticut, you saw 27% reduction in the number of unarmed conflicts between these officers. So don't let them come up here and tell you that this doesn't work. It's a necessity. When your own populace is telling you they don't trust you for your protection, it's a necessity. When the greatest nation in the world lags behind in proper defense for its representatives that we're supposed to be protecting, it's a necessity. When verified evidence tells you that just making people train a little bit longer can make someone's life live a little bit longer. Stop sitting in your seats. No one else should be on the negation. Come up here and pass this piece of legislation. I am so happy to sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 2 minutes and 52 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. Representative Nickel.
I thank the chair. Representative, great speech, but does this legislation actually specify what kind of training these officers and cadets will receive?
There's several different requirements. It at least extends the amount of time that they're in cadet training.
It extends the time,
I'm
but
still
does it
answering your
specify the
question.
training?
We are establishing a bill extending this time, and we, as we've said with several types of bills, have oversight to make sure that states are mandating ways that we improve on.
I asked, does it specify the training, not does it increase the amount of time
I'm
they're
saying
trained?
that congressional mandates make sure that states are following those mandates. If we say they're not, then we
But
can
does it
simply add
specify
addendums.
what type of training
I've
the
answered your
officers
question now
receive?
twice.
Representative Lacqua.
The United States is facing a massive police officer shortage. When now all police officers have to attend college for at least 4 years, how are we going to have police officers?
I'm glad you talked about that because I didn't just to have the time and I didn't think it was as important to talk about. A college education has been proven by multiple studies to make these police feel more accountable to the communities, especially if they go to the college. I'm still answering in the communities that they serve. That's benefit number one. B, if we need people to stay in longer to be better to protect their communities, I say that matches on impact.
Is a college education accessible to everyone across the United
Thank you, Representatives. There's still 2 more blocks of questioning. Representative Romke.
Why exactly is a college education beneficial to a police officer?
Okay, so I just answered this question.
Yeah, like it reduces-
I'm answering it again
Sure.
since you asked it. People who go to college, particularly in the communities that they're going to serve and protect, feel closer to those communities
Sure.
and report that.
Are there ways to make cops feel closer to their communities without sending them to college?
That's like saying, are there ways that we can make other bills in Congress? Yes, but I'm
Sure.
I'm sponsoring this bill that shows this way.
So if college is inherently pricey, can't we build
I'm
community?
sorry, if this Congress, as 2 representatives have pointed out, feels that college is inherently
Representative
pricey,
Clark.
cancel student loans debt.
Hey, Representative. So, what's the incentive for people to become police officers within this legislation?
I don't see how that would change. If you think
We're
that
in a police
I'm-
officer
I'm
shortage,
answering your
aren't we?
question. If you feel that having to train more to protect the people you want to defend
We don't have people to
decentivizes-
train, Representative.
I'm saying, but if you're saying that people are going to feel that they not want to have the training to protect people, I would say they're not worthy of being police officers.
So, you think that because people
I don't want
have
people.
the time
I
to
don't
spend
want people who
2
are going to
years
balk
in a
because they
police
have to work harder to protect.
Thank
the
you,
people.
Representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Representative Karim. Granted. Representative Jen. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, speakers in the negation, please rise. Representative Clark, unopposed.
I thank the chair. For the last time today, that's Representative Clark, C-L-A-R-K. I'll begin unless one of my judges says something. I was always told that simplicity is always the best option. But the simple-minded affirmation of today's legislation is the reason that we will devastate our American communities. And that's why you stand with me to strike down this simple-minded policy. The unspecified policing approaches don't actually cause improvements in perception in communities, representatives. Systemic change, which leads to hostilities between people and their police officers in the community, isn't solved by making them get a college degree. Philip McHarris from The Appeal on December 7th of 2019 tells us that the NYPD neighborhood policing approach in Brooklyn housing projects is that despite community policing efforts, structural racism and poverty are still forcing people to employ strategies that are often criminalized in order to navigate incredibly difficult and complex situations. This legislation doesn't change that. Today's bill and the affirmations claims are a placebo. Instead of focusing on the deep-rooted systemic problems of our institutions and at the base of Representative Wilson's impacts today, this bill presents us with useless measures to solve complex problems. Representative Wilson, a bachelor's degree doesn't include a course on how to not be racist. A cadet spending time in the academy doesn't fix the academy itself. And getting certified in the ability to use a gun doesn't stop an officer from shooting first and asking questions later. We can see that if that wasn't enough for you to fail this legislation, the net harm of it is that higher requirements for police employment further discourages an already discouraged group. The New York Times tells us that the potential pool of police candidates is already dwindling in our status quo, and that's mostly caused by low pay with a hugely high stress job. This legislation is like giving a dog a bone, but the bone is actually a piece of chocolate that will kill them within 15 minutes. Raising requirements discourages incoming recruits because the salaries don't reflect the work put in to get a college degree or to wait years to finally become a cop. I'm tired of this Congress selling our constituency false hope, while bills like this simultaneously leave our American communities decimated and unsupported. So you strike it down.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. Then I'll first go to Representative Ramadan.
All right, so what's better, having a large amount of unqualified police officers or a small amount of qualified ones?
We don't even have a large amount in the status quo.
Right, but right now we know that police officers are, facing huge issues like police brutality. Not even facing issues, they're perpetuators of it.
Okay.
How do you plan on addressing that if we don't pass this kind of
I just told you that a
legislation?
bachelor's degree or a certification in guns doesn't mean that you're a better police officer.
Okay, so historically in the past, have police officers with bachelor's degrees proven to be more efficient or effective than police officers without them?
I don't know. Can you tell me?
Yes, they have.
Why?
Representative Shordia.
Hi. Is more training a useless measure?
It's not effective training, so yeah.
How?
Because a bachelor's degree, getting a certification how to use a gun, or actually staying a long time in the police academy doesn't reform the policies of the academy.
How much training do police officers get right now?
Can you tell me?
Barely any. This legislation at the very least makes that 2 years. Is that not better than the status quo?
There's no guarantee that that is actually good training.
Okay. For the vast majority...
It's clearly not, because people are getting killed.
Hi. Your entire case assumes education does nothing. Why is that the case?
Because in our status quo, when people are educated on how to be a police officer within the current 2 weeks, right? That still results in disproportionate deaths of minority communities.
To show a college degree does not do anything.
A college degree doesn't prevent racial bias.
You had zero evidence to prove that, nor did you have any warranting to justify.
If you can name a specific course on how to not be a racist, please let me know.
Why do we know for sure that education does not result in positive?
Representative Blakesley.
Thank you. I'd actually like to pick up on the last line of questioning.
Okay.
You're challenging us to name a course that teaches anti-racism.
Sure.
Right? But isn't that an inherent value that's acquired through experience?
What do you mean experience?
Through experience, through understanding and comprehension of systemic issues. Why should we need a class
Clearly
to teach
we're not
anti-racism?
understanding systemic issues if we're passing policies like this.
Okay, but Representative, isn't the best way to educate our police officers to give them a wider understanding of the world at large?
Just because they spend more time in a police academy doesn't mean
Thank
they're
you,
actually being
Representatives.
educated.
You may take your placard and your...
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. State that. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmative, please rise. Again, any speakers on the affirmative, please rise. Are there any motions? Representative Wilson.
I move to 1 minute in-house recess.
Are there any seconds?
Just give me 1 minute. I'm padding an app right now because it flipped, but I can get it done in the next 2 cycles and get it. Yeah, there were
yeah.
10 seconds remaining. Any seconds? Any opposed? We'll extend it.
Let's just try to keep things as speedy as possible so we can try to end as close as we can to the 40 minutes.
20 seconds remaining.
We could avoid morning house recesses moving forward. That'd be great. So,
Yeah. Third and fourth app speakers, y'all should be ready to go as well.
I call this session back into order. Seeing as we had a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmation, please rise. Representative Chilukuri.
I take the chair. I'm Representative Chilukuri, spelled Chilukuri, and I'm speaking like 6 cycles earlier than expected. Are all my judges ready? Unlike Representative Clark, I plan to actually use evidence to explain why you need to affirm this bill. So first, I'll be discussing crimes, second, education, and third, responding to Representative Clark. First, let's talk about crime. The Washington Post in 2016 finds that police officers are arrested about 1,100 times a year, or roughly 3 officers charged every day. The most common crimes are assault, drunken driving, aggravated assault, and sex crimes. USA Today continues that 85,000 law enforcement officers have been investigated over the past decade for beating members of the public, planting evidence, harassing women, and so much more. This is absolutely disgusting. The people that we trust to protect public safety are the very ones destroying the integrity of it. But this bill helps solve by preventing police cadets from graduating if they've been convicted of a violent crime, which many of the crimes that police are committing right now are. But second, let's talk about education. Representative Clark tells us that there's no course in racism, but frankly doesn't provide any evidence whatsoever. Let me do that. A 2010 study from Police Quarterly found that college-educated police officers are 40% less likely to use force on the job. Another study published in the Journal of Police and Criminal Psychology in 2022 looked at law enforcement data from 235 large U.S. cities and found that college degree requirements are linked to significant reductions in police-related fatalities. The study suggests that at least an associate's degree and bachelor's degree for entry-level officers could lower the number of black people being killed, which, as Representative Wilson mentioned, is a giant problem right now. Here's why. College-educated officers place greater value on ethical behavior and are more risk-aversive and demonstrate better foresight, communication, and problem-solving skills, helpful in avoiding deadly confrontations. So Representative Clark, that is why college education matters so much. It's not that we can eliminate racial bias through college. I agree with that. But education greatly improves critical thinking and improves communication, and so many of these skills are necessary to be an effective and safe police. But next, let's directly respond to Representative Clark. First, saying that a bachelor's degree is useless, empirically, a bachelor's degree is the exact opposite of useless. It helps avoid risk and decrease confrontation, which, as Representative Wilson mentioned right now, is one of the biggest problems with the police, arguably. But second, Representative Wilson says structural racism is unchanged. I agree, but when have we ever been able to change structural racism with one bill? Never, and we never will be able to because, as you said, it's systemic. But then, you also say that gun certifications don't stop people from shooting, but more training And more requirements make people more responsible. That's the entire point. And finally, the shortage. I have a couple things here. First, just make an amendment to start it later. Second, pair mental health workers with police right now. And third, subsidize the education so people want to be police. Affirm. This bill is possible. Pass it.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech. 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Beck.
Hey, Representative, is college expensive?
Depends on the college, but sure.
Yeah. Who can afford college in America better? Minority constituents or other Americans?
We all know the answer to that.
Minority constituents, right?
My apologies. You said afford a better?
No, sorry. Minority constituents can afford it less, right?
Okay.
Is today's legislation the only solution towards reducing police violence?
There are plenty of other solutions, but
Then why should we pass one that directly entrenches minority voters and makes it harder for them to become officers and help the community?
I said this at the end of my speech, but if you subsidize federal education
Representative
specifically for
Chundru.
police...
Hello, so let's talk a little bit about systemic problems.
Okay.
We can both agree that access to college education is less likely for minority communities, right?
I just did say that, yes.
Right, so then less of them get to be police officers, correct?
Okay, sure.
Is a less diverse police force more effective at reducing crime?
No.
Then why are we trying to make it less diverse by making college degrees a requirement?
Okay, I literally just said this, but when you subsidize federal education and provide specific grants, then you can help
But
minorities.
that's something
Plus,
that we
Pell Grants
haven't
already
done,
exist.
correct?
Yes, but we would have
Thank
to
you,
because I agree there's a
Representatives. You
shortage.
may take your placard and your seat. Seeing as that was the speech on the affirmation, speakers in the negation, please rise. Between Representative Nickel and Representative Benoit, it'll first go to Representative Benoit.
Hello, Representative Benoit speaking for the third and definitely last time in today's session. That's still spelled B-I-N-O-Y for my judges. I'm coming back 2 inches shorter because I did break my heels during the recess. Not my finest moment, but I am at the leisure of those above me. I'll just take silence as indication of readiness to begin. At an Atlanta police camp, cops spend 8 hours of their training learning de-escalation and spend 129 hours of their training learning weaponry and fighting. Now, this ratio can't be right. I mean, just imagine a pilot who spends 94% of his training time learning how to use the emergency slide. But nonetheless, today we feel because what we need is reformation, not standards. Firstly, fail because the requirement of college degrees creates inaccessible forms of policing. Let's start this off by prefacing that according to the Police Foundation in 2021, in the status quo, there are only around 30% of police officers that have college degrees. Now, I agree with Representative Lacqua that police is going to colleges, it's detrimental if we're forcing them. But we agree for the wrong reasons. Because forcing police to get college educations reinforces elitism and distrust within the police force. College is inaccessible and mainly white. Okay, now hear me out, right? Representative Beck and Chundru beat me to it. But let's look towards the New York Times that quantifies this and tells us that 60% of graduates are white. But why is this so important? Well, because every single impact that Representative Williams brought forth in his speech only happens in my world. Because in an already undiverse sector, we tear down further diversity by passing today's legislation. This diversity is so crucial because it is the expanding of this diversity that we can maintain trust within the system, mitigate biases, and reduce over-policing. By passing, we are moving backwards as we further force the people to police the police. By passing, in the affirmatives world, we only increase the belief to never trust an officer. But even if you don't believe that, Representative Wilson, understand that 2 years of police training won't do anything because the issue doesn't reside in how long they're in training, but rather what they're learning in training. Harvard tells us 3 weeks ago that there is no standard code when it comes to police education and that cop training varies from department to department. When we implement a common ground for police training, we help limit the spread of misinformation and police training programs. But I think the most detrimental thing of all is that in the status quo, the police is trained like the military, treating it like it's a war zone. What's the immediate implication of this? Well, they're trained to think that everybody is a threat, which increases brutality. The police that our constituents are supposed to believe to protect them from danger, those same police believe that our constituents are the danger. We will never reach reformation of the system until we can rewire it. Whether it's 2 months of training or 2 years of training, bad training is bad training. The longer they're in that training, the worse it gets for them. Representatives, the same way I wouldn't want to be flown by a pilot who spent his entire career learning escape plans, I don't want to be protected by a police force who thinks that we are the threat. Fail.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Cross-examiners, please raise your placards. That'll first go to Representative Chilukuri.
Representative, if your super diverse police workforce is committing sex crimes and killing people, is it really working out?
Okay, Representative, I'm telling you that in your world, this gets significantly worse. The abuses that you're talking about, when we reduce this, we increase those biases to a different
But college
extreme.
education reduces those more so.
I've been
than
waiting
just
for you to
being
bring this up
diverse.
because no other representative has been able to bring up a source. Let's look towards the Atlanta Journal on July 2020 that said that it's not the college itself, but it's the environment. And so if the environment within itself is inherently conservative, the same thing, the opposite to what's going to happen.
If you're a police officer, what do you do most days?
I'm sure you can tell me. I'm
You
not
like
a police officer.
patrol around in a car, or you sit at a desk crunching numbers. Do you need
Sure.
to learn 6 hours a day how to shoot a firearm to be a police officer?
No, you don't. That's exactly what I'm saying. We're training them for the wrong things.
That's exactly why they aren't trained that.
I'm sorry, one more time?
They aren't trained how to shoot firearms for 6 hours a day.
No. I'm telling you that I brought you a statistic that tells you that it's fighting and weaponry that they're trained the most in nearly every single police department.
Okay, if they have 2 more
Thank you,
years, will they learn other
Representatives.
stuff?
You may take your... Granted. The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, any speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Representative Biram, unopposed.
Hi, everyone. That's Representative Biram, B-E-E-R-A-M. Speaking for the last time ever. I'll give my judges a few seconds to get ready. In the meantime, I just want to issue some brief thank yous to my parents and my sister for always supporting me, as well as to my coach, my team, my family, my friends. I wouldn't be here without you. Is everyone ready? Awesome. Great, thank you. 911. In some neighborhoods, this means help is on the way. In others, those 3 numbers instill anything but safety. We cannot rest until 911 represents the justice that all Americans deserve. That's why you affirm. Now, so far, the negative today, championed by Representative Clark, Ilaqua, and Beck, tell you about a police shortage because today's bill doesn't increase benefits. I find that argument factually untrue. Just because today's legislation does not talk about pay does not mean pay will not be raised. Representative Clark and Representative Benoit, this is because the federal government does not dictate pay of the police. In fact, the Urban Institute quantifies that 87% of police funding came from local governments, not the US Congress, 97% of which went towards police salaries and benefits. Moreover, right here in Phoenix, they have piloted a tuition reimbursement program for officers who attended a degree program. So, Representative Clark, Ilaqua, and Beck, you know who doesn't want a police shortage? The cities themselves. This argument is tried, tired, and trivial. Strike it off your ballot. Instead, I'd contend you are passing this bill to improve the quality of policing. I want to zoom into education. Right now, uneducated police officers are quite literally the problem. I don't think my side has made this clear enough. Christine Gardner at Cal State Fullerton found in October of 2017 that 15% of police officers do not have any education beyond a high school diploma. The International Association of Chief of Police found in October of 2018 this 15% of uneducated officers commit 75% of disciplinary violations. 3/4 of disciplinary violations are committed by the same 15% of people. The solution is staring us in the face. Education is vital. In fact, the International Journal of Higher Education furthers that 80% of educated officers change their assumptions about people from deviant and violent lawbreakers to people with real dreams, real hopes, and real aspirations. You know something is wrong when our country's police officers' default assumption of Americans are as criminals. Today, we change that. But what's the impact? you decrease bloodshed. Representative Clark and the rest of the negation who say education does nothing, listen closely. The University of Nebraska furthers in their School of Criminology that officers who have a degree are 40% less likely to use force and 30% less likely to use a weapon on the line of duty. I am tired of turning on the TV and hearing another story of an innocent American being shot in the streets. Police don't have to be hated. People don't have to fear for their lives. When police have a badge in one hand and a degree in the other, the possibilities are limitless. With today's legislation, no neighborhood should have to fear 911. Affirm.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Any cross-examiners, please rise. Between Representative Benoit and Representative Hassanali, it'll go to Representative Benoit.
Hi.
Hey, Representative. So, in your statement, right, college decreases this abuse, right?
Yes, it makes the chance that you use force, specifically a
Sure,
weapon,
and taking it to your
30% less
highest
likely.
ground, right? Let's assume that is true. Now let's look towards those uneducated or non-college going individuals.
15% of officers.
Sure. And what other advanced training do they have besides high school?
They have all the other training that are required.
They have police training, right? And if this is the case, if college can basically unteach police training,
I
doesn't the
think
issue
police,
lie within
police
the
training
training?
desperately needs training that enforces decriminalization.
So we need
and
performance
de-escalation.
training.
No, training is neither here nor there.
Representative Hassanali.
Hey, Representative.
Hi.
Can you point me exactly where in this legislation it provides regulations on what they have to major or study in college?
That is irrelevant. Section 1 of today's legislation mandates
Representative.
a 4-year degree.
So if I'm like a math major, no shade to math majors, what's the correlation between studying that and then becoming an effective police
If
officer?
you're a math major, you're less likely to go into the line of duty.
Okay, but Section 1 doesn't provide any regulations
I
on
tell
that.
you, having a 4-year degree decreases the use of a
But it doesn't
firearm
matter
by
what they
30%.
studied.
It doesn't.
Thank you, Representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
I thank you, Chair.
The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, any speakers in negation, please rise. Between Representative Chen and Representative Nickel, it'll go to Representative Chen.
Thank you. This is Representative Karis Chen for the last time today. CHEN with 4 letters for my judges.
Unlike Representative Biram, this is not my final year in debate, but I'd still like to say thank you to everyone who supported me thus far. If I could get a smile or a thumbs up from my judges, that would be fantastic. Perfect. Thank you all. I find it highly ironic that the colors of our American flag and the colors of police sirens are the same: red, white, and blue. Because in our country, they mean completely different things to our constituents. In a country where we're supposed to celebrate different colors, it's unfortunate that our law enforcement doesn't feel the same way. Failed today's legislation. First, because police academies prioritize violent training. And second, because you reduce same-race policing scenarios. The first reason you failed today's legislation is because police academies prioritize violent training. Section 1B mandates 2 years at a police academy. And here's the issue. Just like Representative Benoit tells you, the Police Executive Research Forum in August of 2022 tells us that the average academy spends 8 hours of de-escalation training, but 129 hours on weapons and violent training. So Representative Chordia, that's exactly why the training that you ask about in questioning simply isn't beneficial, because this legislation does nothing to fix its flaws. Rather, it mandates that these police spend 2 years instead of the average of 6 months. After police are trained, their culture continues to reinforce the idea that you shoot to prevent being shot. And that's why police kill 1,000 civilians every year. But second, you failed this legislation because you reduced same-race policing scenarios. I also want to look at race, but not just with racist police officers like Representative Chilukuri. Just like Representative Wilson tells you, we desperately need minority police. NBC in February of 2021 tells us that Black and Hispanic minority police officers made over a 30% reduction of force and violence, specifically in minority neighborhoods. Here's the impact. When minority police officers return to their neighborhoods, public trust increases because minorities are no longer afraid of racist over-policing. That's where public trust is restored. But now, under Section 1A, we require a 4-year degree, which effectively blocks out all minorities from obtaining a police degree. And that's the issue, because minorities are so much less likely to graduate. In fact, only 45% of them actually complete their degrees due to jobs, caretaking, and other responsibilities. This legislation only bars them further from the police force, decreasing public trust. When you pass today's legislation, you hold our police officers in 2 years of violent training and ensure that far fewer minority police officers ever make it onto the force. When Americans see the colors of our flag, they feel pride. That's what they should feel when they see our law enforcement. Fail this legislation.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Karim.
Hi, let's talk about minority police officers. So these police officers have to already go into police academies, correct?
Yes, but only for 6 months. This legislation requires 2 years.
Cool. Do you get paid to go to police academies?
I'm sure you do, but regardless, okay, it doesn't matter to me if you're getting paid to go to a police academy.
So if you really want to become a police officer, you can use that money that you get from the police academy and invest it toward the education.
Yes, that's not my concern at all. I'm saying that violent training is the only thing being taught in these academies.
Why is that like something that's directly an issue or in contention
because
with this
kill
legislation?
1,000 civilians every year.
Hi, I agree we need de-escalation training. Why is de-escalation training and passing this policy mutually exclusive?
Right, so I'm failing this legislation because it has no requirements of like training right now. There's no regulations
I'm saying
for
these
it.
are not exclusive policies. You
It's
can
not
do both.
exclusive. Right, you can do both.
Okay, so if I prove to you there is a benefit to education, what is the actual harm?
No, the other issue is that we reduce minority police
But there are
force
things
and
like
we
tuition
reduce public trust.
There are tuition reimbursement programs and federal grants.
Right,
Why does
I
that
understand that,
preclude
but still less minority students graduate than white students.
Okay, but we can change that with congressional
Thank you,
action.
representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. State that. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, any speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Representative Cheng.
I thank the chair. Hi, everyone. Representative Cheng, CHENG. Last time today and last time in my career, actually. So, seeing as that's true, I want to give a couple thank yous as well, really briefly. But before I do so, I want to offer a content warning for non-graphic mentions of sexual assault. If you're uncomfortable with hearing about this kind of content, I'll give you 15 seconds to exit the room, and that's no offense to me whatsoever. I get it. A couple of quick thank yous to my coaches, A, P, and Cabs, and my squad, my parents, and especially Nat Pang, who reminds me of resilience and leadership every day. Just give me a thumbs up when you're good to go, and I'll be happy to begin. Perfect. At the beginning of this Congress, not 3 days, but 300 years ago, we made a commitment to our constituents to protect the life, liberty, and pursuit of justice for every single one of them. But now, justice has turned into a joke. For the unseen, unheard, and underrepresented, I ask you to pass. Fundamentally, you pass to end sexual assault. 6 studies from 1998 to 2016 tells us, and all found, that fear and distrust of the police was the primary reason why women fail to report sexual assaults. In fact, over 1/3 of all women fail to report these assaults due to a fear of the police. That's a major reason why over 80% of all sexual assaults go unreported. Our inaction and inability to improve police standards have turned authorities into accessories. When bullets and batons determine the fate of entire communities, you use your ballot to create some change. Section 1 specifies requirements for basic college education and police academies. And Representative Biram already tells us that officers with high school education are subjects of 75% of all disciplinary actions. But the Hill writes in June of 2020 that 4-year educated individuals and police officers are only 11% of disciplinary action. Representative Beck, Chundru, and Chen, they make this argument that college education is accessible only to rich white communities. 2 responses. First, community colleges and state schools provide free or extremely cheap education for 4 years. And second, officers are less likely to use force in confrontational situations if they have a college education. Empirically true. Even if diversity decreases at their highest ground, the police are less aggressive when you pass this legislation. But that breeds public trust, most importantly, in the police. But why is that so important in the first place? The crime report writes in December of 2018 that public trust in the police force increases the reports of crime and assaults by 11%. Hold a negation to this burden of this argument, because if crimes go unreported, there's no point in even having a police to address them. The CDC writes in June of 2022 that over half of women have or will experience sexual assault in the course of their lifetime. I refuse to stay silent, as women, mothers, sisters, daughters will never be seen as anything more than easy prey. In my last speech, I have one message. On and off this congressional floor, raise your gavels, your placards, and your voices for those who cannot. For the last time ever, I implore you to pass this legislation.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 1 second. Cross-examiners, please rise. Between Representative Chen and Representative Ravi, that'll first go to Representative Chen.
Hi. So why do a lot of people enter federal jobs?
Federal jobs as in like police, right?
Yeah. Like, it's because they're like stable, right?
I would say, like, if you have a passion for justice, you're probably going to go to the police no matter what.
Yeah, so the police provides like an easy way to get there because you don't need a college degree in the status quo, right?
I would say that if you have a passion for justice, you will go into the police force no matter what.
Okay,
I think that you have to prove empirically that people go into the police force because it's easy.
So even if community college is cheap, that's 4 years of work where they can't make salaries. Don't you think
that's not true? You can work a job and go to community college.
It's much harder to do so.
Representative Beck.
Hey.
Hi, Representative. Does today's legislation mean that less people become police officers?
I will say that even if the quantity decreases, the quality increases, because under this legislation, police are less likely to use
police
force.
Officers, the ones that are left are even more overworked, correct?
That's not true. Empirically,
yes, it is.
We've seen this implemented in different countries, in different states. The
Let's
fact
talk
of the
about
matter
empirics.
is that force empirically decreases.
Sorry, if I can ask my question.
Sure.
If we're talking about empirics, are overworked police officers more or less violent?
On net.
Thank you, Representatives. You may take your placard in your seat. The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech on the affirmation, any speakers in the negation, please rise. Between Representative Dixon, Representative Chundru, Representative Nickel, and Representative Beck, it'll go to Representative Dixon.
Thank you for recognizing me. This is Representative Dixon, speaking for the 3rd time in this session, the last time and also the last time in my entire career. Just before I begin, I'm going to issue a couple of brief thank yous, but while I'm doing that, I'm just going to say that there's a brief mention of police violence, so while I'm issuing my thank yous, I'll give y'all some time to exit the chamber if you need to. It's not explicit at all, but just wanted to let you guys know. So I just wanted to thank my coach, Kathleen Faros, my mentor, Matthew Tweeden, and my mom, Alicia Dixon, as well as all my other friends and family who've gotten me to where I am today. But most importantly, I really want to thank the NSDA. I've been doing speech and debate since 5th grade, and the most important lesson I've learned is that you really get out of this activity what you put into it. So to all those watching, I want to tell you to keep putting in the work, keep working hard, and especially to all my female debaters out there, keep pushing the boundaries and helping this community grow. So, thank you guys. If all my judges are ready? Great. On May 25th of 2020, the world watched as George Floyd took his last breath, and our view of policing changed forever. Yet for 3 years, this Congress has remained silent, refusing to pass any policy to create change. Throughout this round, as representatives have supported propping up corrupt governments and using immigrants as economic tools, I've refused to use my vote to support policies that have barred the path to future, tangible reform. Yet out of every single piece of legislation today, I'm most disappointed with the one before us today. So proud to stand in the negation. Two key things here. First, I want to talk about how this piece of legislation is inherently restrictive. This is going to be a round-winning statistic. In 2000, the National Research Council was actually charged by this Congress to conduct a review of all policing literature. What it found was that there was no link between education and policing quality. So, why do we see that the results are so inconsistent when Representatives Wilson, Chilukuri, and Biram say different? It's because education is a sliding scale. It's unclear to me why somebody trying to graduate with a criminal justice degree who just fell 3 credits short is less qualified than an English major who barely skates by graduating. So, the data is inconclusive, but the effect of this bill is not. It raises the barrier to entry. Representative Benoit talks about how this actually creates barriers for minorities, and Representative Chen tells you how essential it is that minorities actually police their own communities. But let me show you why that's so important. Law enforcement already struggles to attract high-quality candidates. So, the negation can solve for every affirmation harm, especially the ones like Representative Biram talks about, by screening out unqualified or poor candidates rather than closing the door to those already structurally disadvantaged. But second, let's also talk about how this blocks reform to institutional issues. There's no question our policing system is corrupt, but there have been some reforms in the past that have historically worked, like community policing. A 2019 NYU study reports that citizen perceptions of police in the most high-need areas are largely negative, just like Representatives Wilson, Biram, and Chang tell you. But they're wrought with mistrust and fear because they don't actually interact with valuable police officers. So when you have community officers, this actually meets their needs and increases trust in the long term because they serve the community as guardians rather than warriors. However, that requires more officers instead of technology on the ground, which requires more people on the ground. But why does that matter? We already see a steep drop in people wanting to be officers, meaning that police officers have less people to choose from. That means even out of the amount of people who are going to be college educated, they have to choose the least qualified and the lowest quality candidates. You're going to see less minorities, and you're going to see more corruption in the long term. This is critical because the bill is going to bar access to qualified candidates. That is the most round-winning argument for the negation. To increase quality, you have to negate. To stand for the most marginalized communities, use pen and paper to create real change.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. Between Representative Biram and Representative Wilson, that'll first go to Representative Chilukuri. It'll go to Representative Chilukuri.
That study, could you give me the title? I'm actually really interested.
Yeah, so it's actually a study that was done by the National Research Council and the National Academies in 2000. We charged it with doing a review of all police literature. I can totally send you the link after the round if you'd like.
And then, so it found that it was unconclusive, or the evidence
it just had no there's impact? Been some studies that have shown that it's been beneficial, but those are largely ones that survey people who've had criminal justice degrees. The inconclusive ones have that sliding scale of education.
But aren't most people who go into police going to have criminal justice degrees?
Okay, that's not necessarily true.
Does America need as many policemen and policewomen as it has currently?
I think there's a shortage right now, especially since 2020. We've seen a large drop in the amount of people interested in becoming officers.
Okay, is policing in the status quo efficient?
I'd say no.
Okay, in that case, even if there is a shortage, why should we not then just reallocate officers to more efficient positionings?
Okay, it's unclear to me how barring access for more efficient police officers and higher quality officers is going to solve for that.
If I'm now a college-educated police officer, am I not more effective at doing my job?
Thank you, representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. Chair, thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, any speakers in the affirmative, please rise. Again, any speakers in the affirmative, please rise. Representative Blakesley.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Representative Blakesley delivering my final speech of this season. A little bit earlier than expected, but I want to keep this chamber moving. I'm at the leisure of all those above me, but since we're all very tired, if you're not ready for me to begin, just give me a good old Texas yeehaw. Okay, seeing no yeehaws, I'll start shortly. Parliamentarian? In Crime and Punishment, Dostoevsky writes, "We break what must be broken.
We take the suffering upon ourselves once and for all for better. Now, ignoring my pretentious taste in literature, it seems that all those years ago, Dostoevsky told us something important about what we have to do to reform our justice system and our way of policing. So allow me to show you why on all fronts the affirmation wins this debate for the better. We'll start by understanding and analyzing this round through the lens of structural racism. If this is the largest impact in this debate, as it very well should be, then we need to vote on what affects it the most. And understand that this legislation passing improves community-based policing. Because when we require college degrees, we don't just standardize better reaction time, we standardize compassion. For the link, look to NPR in 2019, which describes how colleges didn't have classes to teach people how to be anti-racists. They instilled students with values, critical thinking, and cultural understanding that they didn't have before. They helped expose them to cultures and people who they hadn't met before from underrepresented groups. Think about it like a cultural competency questionnaire, just like the ones our judges had to take to judge at this tournament. We're verifying that society's lawkeepers don't just understand the law, they need to understand the society. So consider Voice of America in 2020, which described how police officers with degrees really are better cops. Not just because they took a course, not just because they had more understanding, but because that understanding allowed them to better connect with their communities. That means we finally combine policing, social work, and progressive justice. We take the way we do policing into the future. It's not just about understanding. It's not just about comprehension. It's about community. It's a grassroots effort to comprehend and to address what's most important in our society right now. But now, let me move on to refuting the impacts of the negation thus far. We'll start with Representative Clark. See, again, colleges don't teach specific classes. It's about the experience that's gained. And Representative Benoit and Dixon, you both mischaracterize uneducated police officers, conflating college with academy training. But the Hill states that officers with college degrees performed on par with those who had 10 years of policing experience. And ultimately, in the end, there's something we need to do. We need to say their names. Trayvon Martin, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, everyone in this chamber makes promises, and no one here says their names. One man, an innocent man killed by police, lies just 20 minutes from where we stand today. His name is Daniel Shaver. Don't pass this policy for me. Do it for him.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 2 seconds. All cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Nickel.
I thank the chair. Representative, what is the leading cause of unwarranted police shootings?
I don't have that source right now, but
it would be fear.
Okay, sure.
The officers fear for their lives. So how exactly does college prepare people to deal with their
Police
fears?
are afraid for their lives when they see certain people.
Why
because
is
they
college
have,
better
Excuse me, if you let me answer. Because they have preconceived notions. And in college, when they gain more experience and comprehension, they help dispose of those
But why would we
notions.
prefer that over evidence that shows that this de-escalation training can help prepare them to deal with their fear even better than college?
Representative, they become a tool in the fight against systemic
Representative
racism.
Clark.
It's that simple.
Hey, Representative. So, Representative Benoit told us that colleges have a lack of minority communities. So, how does that change into this legislation?
I quantified that it's not about a police officer being the same race as a person that they're investigating, arresting, or looking at.
But you
It's
told
about
us
the
that college exposes them to other communities,
Exactly, which is why it's not race-based. It's not the
But they're
race
not
of
even
the officer.
attending
it's
these
the
colleges.
understanding of the officer. Anyone can be a responsible citizen. Anyone can be a good police officer.
They're not even attending these colleges, so how are they getting the exposure?
Thank you, representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, any speakers... Granted. Any speakers in the negation, please rise. Between Representative Nickel, Representative Ravi, Representative Ramki, and Representative Chundru, it'll first go to Representative Chundru.
Hello. For the final time ever, that's Representative Chundru. So before I start crying, I'll get started soon. Thank y'all. I mean, I can't really put a number on the number of people who've helped me in this event, so thank you, Congressional Debate, for everything you've done for me. Judges, when you're good to go, I'm good to go as well. Thank you. Perfect, thank you. When you hear the sounds of a police siren, do you feel protected or do you feel fear? Far too often, your answer depends on the color of your skin, because that color also determines how police may treat you, how police listen to your voice, and whether or not you'll live or die. When George Floyd told Officer Derek Chauvin, "I can't breathe," he was ignored. He was killed. And he's not alone. The University of Illinois finds that black men make up 6% of the total US population, but 25% of those killed by law enforcement. All I ask you is to negate this legislation so that number doesn't become worse. Representative Wilson and I fundamentally agree. Less people dying from police violence is a good thing. It's that this legislation exacerbates it. Principally, negate this legislation for one overwhelming reason. It increases abuses against minority communities because there's less minority people inside the police force. Representative Cheng gave us the data to back it up, the inequitable access to college. But Representative Binoy and Cheng didn't answer the most fundamental question in this debate. Why is a less diverse police force bad? Because less diverse police forces in the United States commit more abuses against minorities. Representative Chilukuri, this is why you negate this legislation. Here's the quantification this whole round's been missing. The 2022 analysis by Texas A&M University professor Mark Hoekestra finds that white officers use force with a gun 60% more and twice as likely to use their gun as well. And while white and black officers use guns at the same rates in white neighborhoods, white police officers are 5 times as likely to pull the trigger in black neighborhoods. That's the quantification Representative Binoy couldn't give, the nail in the coffin for the affirmation. Representative Cheng tells us that fear and distrust causes sexual assault to go up and underreported, but that distrust increases when there's less minorities inside the police force. Her impact about protecting women, which I totally agree with, only lies when you fail this legislation. With a less diverse police force, there's an increased likelihood of a police officer firing a gun in a neighborhood of color. The cost of that flawed policing is paid in the dead bodies of those like George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Eric Garner. I don't want any more dead bodies in this debate, but more people of color in our police forces can solve this problem. The Scientific American reports in many studies find that diversity promotes better decision making and allows groups to analyze information using multiple backgrounds, allowing police to connect better with communities and make better decisions with public safety. It's diversity that increases the trust in police forces and decreases abuses. The gavel may signal the end of my time, but a police siren shouldn't signal the end of someone's life. Negate this legislation. This is the last time I'll be addressing this Congress. My only question is, will you be the one to ignore my plea?
Sorry about that. Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 1 second. All cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Karim.
Hi, Representative. Thank you very much for your speech.
Thank you.
So, how do you think how high do you think the barrier is for a minority to enter the police force right now?
I'd say that that's a systemic issue, and for some communities it's more than others. I'm arguing that any sort of decrease in minorities in the police force is a worse outcome.
But if a minority is really, really determined to enter the police force, why won't they take all the measures or steps necessary to actually do it? Especially considering that police academies fund your college education.
I totally agree, but it still has less access. That's the problem.
Why can't we do that in coexistence with legislation?
Because empty promises don't protect Americans.
Hey, Representative, so is it better to just perpetuate the status quo or to attempt to educate police officers so that the ones who enter the force are better equipped?
Here's my problem with this legislation. It requires a bachelor's degree. Only half of the states in the United States have a bachelor's degree in community colleges. This decreases access to the police force.
Okay, understandable. But why can't we just pass a future legislation to guarantee and expand that access?
Empty promises don't protect Americans. When people are dying because of inequitable access to police forces and decreased minorities in police forces, that's a problem.
Thank you, Representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. Representative.
A grace period for finishing a question period?
No, it's just 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah. State that. Granted. State that. Granted. Seeing as that was the speech in the negation, any speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Between Representative Lacqua and Representative Chorty, it'll go to Representative Lacqua.
Hello, everyone. That's Representative Lacqua, spelled I-L-A-C-Q-U-A for my judges. Speaking for the third time today and the final time ever during my lifetime. Before I begin, I'd just like to issue a few key thank yous. First to my family, next to the series of sponsors our school team has had over the past few years. And finally to Caroline, Parth, Jay, Regina, Rohan, everyone at home on our team. Thank you for sticking with us and keeping our team alive despite all the challenges we've faced during COVID in these past 4 years. With that, I'll take a silence as an indication of readiness. Excellent. If there's one thing that's true about America, it's that our policing system couldn't be further from the best version of itself. Far too often, unnecessary lives are lost, lives are changed, and people fall dead on the streets. But it's because today's legislation gives us the final chance to change this narrative once and for all. I still beg you to pass. One key question has defined this debate so far. How does today's legislation impact the quality of policing in America? Representative Chundru, Chen, Benoit, and Clark all tell you that police academies teach police officers to be more violent, and therefore we shouldn't be increasing the amount of time that they spend there. That's far from the case. As a meta-analysis from the American Bar Association finds in 2016, the reason why police academies right now are 6 times more emphasizing on firearms training than de-escalation training is because basically they have to teach police officers how to be police officers in a really short amount of time. As a result, they're not able to get to things like de-escalation training because they're far more concerned about how to teach police officers to use a gun and not shoot at the wrong people. As a result, today's legislation directly fixes that because we increase mandatory police training to 2 years. But next, Representative Clark, Chen, and Beck all tell you that people can't access college, and therefore this is going to either A, lead to a police shortage, or B, going to decrease the diversity of America's police force. Representative Bierm already told you that tuition assistance programs exist in the status quo. Let me characterize to you just how accessible those programs are. As an FBI report from 2013 finds, 56% of college-age officers in the status quo receive tuition reimbursement for going to college, and on average, they get paid $7,000 more per year in bonuses than their counterparts. Representative Clark, Chen, and Beck, today's legislation finally ensures that we can both A, have a solid and more well-rounded police force, but B, ensures that people of low incomes can still access education and still become police officers. So then why are you still passing this legislation? Principally to expand problem-oriented policing. As the Police Practice and Research Journal finds, in June of 2018, police officers with college degrees are more likely to identify problems in their current approaches to policing and in turn make reforms. Representative Dixon, college officers with degrees are going to be more effective at their job, as the Campbell Collection on Policing finds in June of 2020. When problem-oriented policing is expanded, crimes in a city are reduced by over 30%. Representative Dixon, Chundru, and Chen, even if we somehow end up getting fewer officers in the future, the increase in the effectiveness of officers with a college degree is going to compensate for that shortage. Today's legislation is the only way that you can ensure that that happens. When it comes to the future of America, hold it dear in your heart. Make sure that our police officers are effective and do the right thing. Pass this legislation.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Representative Dixon.
Thank you. Hi. Is having a bachelor's degree the only way to measure someone's values?
No.
So wouldn't it be far more effective to screen out bad candidates rather than close the door on all candidates?
I would say that college education just creates an even benchmark that's going to increase the
my
quality
side
of the
has already
overall
showed you
candidate
how
pool.
hard it is to access a college education.
I told you that's not the case. 56% of college-age police candidates in the status quo get tuition reimbursement.
Okay, do you think that the police academies have enough funding in the status quo to be able to
I would say that they
reimburse all tuition?
Otherwise, 56% of candidates wouldn't be getting this benefit.
Hello. So 56% might, but what about the other 44?
I would say those other 44% are probably people that can afford college.
What? Why would they need tuition reimbursement if they couldn't afford college in the first place?
I told you that 56% of people currently use tuition reimbursement. The other 44% likely can afford college.
Let's do some reading and look at Section 3B. This requires police academies to extend to 2 years, straining the funding on police forces. How can you guarantee proper enforcement of all of this?
I would say that increasing the amount of time that we have people spend in police academies isn't necessarily more costly.
Thank you, representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. Seeing as that was a speech on the affirmation, any speakers on the negation, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Ravi.
I thank the chair.
All right, hello. My name is Representative Ravi, spelled R-A-V-I. This is my last time speaking today and forever in congressional debate. So just before I give my last speech, I just wanted to say a few thank yous. So first, I wanted to thank my team, my coaches, Sarah Donnelly, Amanda Parker, and Joyce Albert, as well as my fellow team leaders, Chris Gagliardi and JJ Gilbert, for always helping me, for always supporting me. And I also wanted to thank my parents, who have always stayed up as long as I'll prep for, even if it's like 2 or 3 a.m. That's real commitment. Thank you. Are all the judges ready? I think that gave you enough time. As my time in Congress comes to an end today, I have met the best colleagues, advocates, and friends that I could ever imagine. And as I prepare to leave now, I want to impart some wisdom into my younger colleagues today. To know your limits, know your people, and know what you stand for. This Congress has taught me so much over the past 4 years. Now, I'd like to teach it. We know what's right today, let's fail. Ultimately, first, we have to know our limits, because Representative Clark and the negation have continually brought up this idea of a shortage of police officers being exacerbated under this bill. But Representatives Wilson and the affirmation have evaded this with the idea of quality over quantity and increasing access to education. Let me settle this today and understand why we violate human rights more when we pass this legislation. As the New York Times explains, in December of 2022, there is a huge shortage of police officers, with resignations 43% higher in 2021 than in 2019, and retirements 24% higher, with hiring ultimately down. They further that police officers are actively resigning in the status quo because of overworking and underpaying. Right now, we already have a shortage that is actively worsening, and no matter what, even if you increase access to education, people are leaving the field because of systemic parts of it that make it a bad job inherently for them. And further, Representative Ilakwa, the whole reason that these people are taking these jobs as police officers instead of going to college in the status quo is that they can make money right out of college. Even if you give them tuition reimbursement, that's still not a better deal for them. Ultimately, now that we know that the police shortage gets worse under this legislation, what is the impact? Well, that's where we have to know our people. Because our police are overworked and underpaid. That inherently only makes the police worse under this legislation. Because when they have less people working, officers turn to brutality because they now have worse decision-making skills and feel less supported by their departments. Governing Magazine in September of 2019 explains that in a study of the Phoenix Police Department, officers working 10-hour shifts were compared with those working for more than 13 hours. Longer shifts didn't lead to fewer arrests or field interrogations, but the number of complaints against the 13-hour group was significantly higher. Even further, in an audit of the King County, Washington Sheriff's Office, they found that working just 1 additional hour per week increased the chance that an officer would be involved in a use of force incident by 2.7%. To understand why that is such a big deal, let's turn to the LAPD 2022 use of force review. Because the LAPD had use of force incidents 53 times out of 1 million calls for duty. That's less than 0.05% of incidents. Ultimately, even if every racial bias goes away under this legislation, you still increase use of force incidents. That is the biggest impact of this legislation. Finally, know what you stand for. I stand in negation for the rights of my constituents. It's been a pleasure. You all know what's right.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Chordia.
Hi.
Do police departments want a shortage?
No, but it's not like they can avoid it when conditions are so bad right now.
Why can't they increase wages or increase incentives when it comes to that?
Because that's like a state funding issue.
Okay, can the DOJ cover some of the costs of training?
I mean, I suppose so, but the whole problem is that, like, it's not a better deal for these people to go to college and, like, not make money for 2 to 4 years.
Representative Biram told you that it literally decreases use of force training.
No, it's not a better deal for the actual people that are going to college because they can't make money immediately out of high school.
If you increase their wages or, like, tuition...
Representative Chang.
Hi, Representative.
Hi.
Can tuition assistance programs help low-income minorities become police officers?
Yeah, sure, but I'm not necessarily talking about, like, tuition being the barrier in this case. There's 2 barriers. The first barrier is that even if you get tuition reimbursement, you're not making as much money as you would going into other fields.
Let me ask a question on that. What precludes you from working a job in college?
Sure, you can work a job, but why wouldn't you go to a more lucrative job? I mean, you could even be like a fireman without going to college.
Because you're a student, right? You can
no,
work
no,
a
but
job
like,
and
why would
also
I?
be a...
Why would I go to work like a minimum wage job while being in college instead of just going to a higher
Thank
wage
you,
job?
Representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. State that. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmative, please rise. That'll go to Representative Chordia uncontested. State that. Granted.
For the final time ever, Representative Chordia, CHORDIYA. I just wanted to say I love you, Amiti. Thank you so much for everything. As I've said in every single one of my speeches this round, belief changes the world. But sometimes I doubt my own belief. I doubt my belief when I look around and see my community and so many others continue to suffer from despair and destruction. Restore that belief with an affirmative ballot. First, I'm just morally opposed to this shortage argument. These are all side effects that happen as a result of this bill that can be solved by congressional action. Increase wages, increase funding to police departments, increase tuition reimbursement programs. That is not a reason for you to strike down this legislation. But next, I will never stand for inadequate officers policing our streets. Passing this legislation finally stops that. Representative Benoit, you then say police training is bad, but then you and the rest of your side continue to advocate for the same status quo which kills Americans who are mandated to pass this legislation specifically to improve training. That's because Section 3 of this policy gives the DOJ oversight over the police. Use that to force better training. That is ultimately why my side wins this debate, because the US DOJ explains that in fiscal year 2022, the DOJ issued $1.2 billion in grants specifically going towards de-escalation and community policing. Representative Chen, it is deplorable that you strike down a piece of legislation that actively gives our officers the training that they so desperately need. But even more so, force departments to implement de-escalation training when you pass this legislation. I'm so tired of congressional complacency killing Americans. You change that with an affirmative ballot. But then, Representative Biram already showed the efficacy of college. But why does the 2 years of training mandated under this legislation define this debate? It's because the University of Cincinnati finds in January of 2022 that de-escalation and community policing was associated with 28% fewer use of force incidents, 26% fewer injuries to community members, and 36% fewer injuries to police officers. Flip every single negative argument about police training to my side. But then, Representatives Dixon and Chundru, please do not use the names of George Floyd when you are advocating for the same status quo that got him killed. I will not stand for that. As I hear every single negation speech, my belief dwindles even more. When we finally have a piece of legislation that solves the centuries of inequities and complacency that this Congress has found ourselves subject to, I believe that our only option is to pass today's policy.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Any cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Romke.
Hey, Senator.
Hi.
Who's more likely to commit an act of police violence? Someone who's lived in a community and seen the effects of it firsthand, or some rich white guy from Beverly Hills who's never seen an abusive cop a day in his life?
I just disagree with the premise of that question. I don't think we should have a society where police violence occurs in any form.
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, which one is more likely to commit that?
I'm not willing to answer that question. I don't want police violence to occur in either world. Passing this legislation finally gives us the power to change that.
I don't understand how passing the legislation changes anything if you're preserving the people in the force that committed these acts.
Finally mandate training.
Representative Chundru.
Hello. Look all around you. If all of our faces and all of us had the same identity and same background, would we make better decisions as a Congress?
That's exactly why I'm saying you pass this legislation, because all of us agree on one thing.
Yeah.
We need to change the status quo. I believe in that.
Totally.
Pass this legislation, we can solve all of the side effects that
How
the
does
negation
less
talks
diversity
about.
in the police force change the status quo when I've showed you that it increases violence in minority communities?
We never see that decrease in diversity because all of your issues can be solved by congressional action.
Right.
Please
But
use
that's
your
empty
privilege,
promises.
use your power.
Representatives, you may take your placard and your seat. Say that. Granted. Seeing as that was speech in the affirmation, any speakers in the negation, please rise. It'll first go to Representative Hassanali, or Representative Omke.
Point of personal privilege.
Say that. Granted. State that. Granted. Granted.
Thank you. This is Senator Romke. Last time, period. While everyone's getting settled, a lot of people moving in and out. Want to say some thank yous? Obviously to my parents and my friends, but honestly, especially to the people in this chamber. That includes you, audience. Y'all are what makes this event special. Keep it safe when we're gone. Everyone good? My last judge on the right side in the middle. Great. Yo, awesome. Think for a second about this perfect police officer the affirmation keeps advocating for. Rule follower, they take orders well and they arrest every lawbreaker they see. Who are we trying to train here? RoboCop? I mean, police aren't robots. They don't just magically get better at not shooting minorities. You don't have to send them to Harvard to teach them not to hate poor people. It's a wild idea, but police are people. They belong to communities. The winner of today's debate bridges the gap between our people and our police force. The affirmation tears that bridge apart. I want to split this bill in half. First, we'll talk about departments, then individuals. Let's start with the departments. Representative Biram, Cheng, Ilakwa, and Chordia all jump on this idea that training is so good. But what does it look like? Dr. William Lewinsky of Obama's Police Task Force explains that current academy training takes 21 weeks and costs a department $100,000. When you pass today's legislation, that cost is over $500,000 per officer. Why is indebted departments bad? The Brennan Center for Justice explains that when departments are indebted, they don't take that line down. They increase arrest quotas by giving out more arrests, tickets, and arresting more people. It increases the funds in their department. It doesn't matter how much education you give, Representative Chordia, if your department will direct you to act in opposition to that. But secondly, I want to look at police. Literally. Representative Chundru touched on this, but let's see how bad it really is. ABC News explains in May of 2021 that 99 of our 100 biggest cities have a police force that's whiter than the community. 538 takes it a step further. Most cops don't even live in the cities they work in. The fact of the matter is, cops aren't welcome in these communities. They're strangers, anxious, and afraid. When you add these college requirements in today's legislation, you price out the few low-income, minority, and female cops we have. Then you have rich white guys running everything, just like this Congress. You can't expect it to work well because it's just not a good thing. Representative Wilson wanted a statistic. I'll give it to you. The journal Science explains that Black, Hispanic, and female officers made fewer stops and arrests, and it wasn't even close. White officers arrested Black civilians 40% more often than Black officers did. Surprise, When there's more stops, there's more opportunities for violence. Take these together. You have an alienated police force that's looking for a problem. Last year, 1,200 homicides were committed by those who swore to protect and serve. But what does that statistic feels like? It's when you see a police car roll up and there's that ounce of hope in you that when they roll down that window, it's a face that looks like ours. Think about the leaders that have changed this world. King, Mandela, Parks. But the faces that make the difference are the officers who ask the kid why they're stealing the meal, ask the student why they're walking home alone. The faces that change your world are the ones you see each and every day.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Biram.
Hi. I preempted this funding argument. I told you 87% of funding comes from local and state governments. Why would they not just increase funding to counter the debt that's accrued?
Because departments have their own way to make this back. We've seen this in the status quo. When
How?
departments
You gave us zero empirical evidence.
This is just obvious past history, right? The majority of your funding comes from ticket and bail.
If the comparative is either you go into a police shortage or have abusive and aggressive policing, why
I'm
would you
not
not
worried about a
increase local
shortage.
funding?
I'm telling you the department will direct people to arrest more.
So why
That's
would
how
you
they
not
make the
increase
money
community
back.
funding to the police?
Representative Chilukuri.
That doesn't happen.
Representative, couldn't increased training and stricter enforcements increase public trust in police?
No.
Why? They're
At the end of the day, the public doesn't trust police because of the actions they take.
Yes, but
Seeing
it gets
today's
rid of people-
legislation doesn't change that.
Yes,
I
but
don't-
it gets rid of people who've committed crimes, ads in education. Isn't that extensive
But if the
requirements?
police force is still committing abuses, I'm not going to
But won't they
trust them.
decrease that as we've proved with the college
I
evidence?
spent my entire 3 minutes talking about how today's legislation doesn't fix anything.
It's
You
not supposed to
perpetuate the
fix
problem.
everything.
It doesn't fix anything. There's no benefits.
Okay, and then for minorities, why won't the tuition reimbursement
Thank
be
you,
enough?
representatives. You may take your placard in your seat.
I thank the chair.
Take that. Granted. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmation, please rise. Representative Karim.
Thank you, Chair. Hey everyone, that's Representative Karim, spelled K-A-R-I-M. Once again, K-A-R-I-M, representing the Florida Oceanfront District, speaking for presumably the final time this session. I'm just going to give everyone a few seconds. Oh, it's already height adjusted. PO, Parley, and judges, I'm just going to assume everyone is good to go. Awesome. America's promise is protection, not just to our police systems, not just to any bureaucratic institution like this Congress or any other governmental agency, but to innocent civilians, both here in Phoenix, Arizona, and in our own constituencies across the United States. I am affirming this legislation on the basis that we need to do better for our constituents and protecting the very livelihoods we were sworn to when we took an oath in this Congress. But I'm going to show you why exactly you're going to be able to do that with your ballot. The biggest concern on the negation from Representative Chundru, Ravi, Ramki, and everyone else thus far appears to be twofold. First, a decrease in minorities to police forces. And second, the idea that police officers are less proximate or closer to the areas they live in when they serve. Both claims aren't true. Everyone on my side has proved it already. It's time to finally hit the nail in the coffin. The state of Arizona and that government alone, and they themselves explain to you that recruits are paid employees of police departments, and we tell you that recruits attend a 40-hour work week for 26 weeks for police academies. They get a lot of money that they're able to use for the college education that this piece of legislation stipulates, just like Representative Biram on my side told you. In fact, this state provides a $68,000, 661 minimum salary for those who attend police academies. That's money that they can use to dedicate it to their bachelor's degree. If they really want to become a police officer, they prove it by actually taking the full commitment, not taking a easy way out. But what this bill provides is an actual educational opportunity and the final proof to police officers and to communities that these police officers are joining and taking on the job because they care about them, not just for any other reason. Representative Chen, you're worried about use of force. Today's legislation is a natural and necessary barrier to actually ensuring that those who are entering the police force are actually compassionate individuals with good morals who care about getting a job in the first place. The 4 years of education that you take upon this legislation is exactly why you're going to see better policing in the status quo upon passage. But why is every single thing I tell you so important? Because you improve trust and restore strength in the institution of the police. Because you do so not on the basis of your race, not on whether or not your skin is lighter or darker than the police dispatcher who's picking up the call, but because of the quality of their character and your determination to serve the very communities you were sworn to protect. The Washington Post police shooting database told us that only 4.2% of cops that fatally shoot a citizen ever actually get legal conviction for it. This legislation changes that paradigm. There are 330 million people waiting outside this Congress, and there are 21 representatives right here. I say, act accordingly. Affirm this legislation.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Romkey.
Howdy.
Howdy. So it's really expensive for a department to put someone through police academy, right?
I mean, police academies pay for you, so.
No, for the department, not
Sure.
for the individual. Sure. So if these departments are suddenly under mountains of debt, what's the easiest way for them to make that money back?
Why are they under mountains of debt?
Because they have to pay $500,000.
That's fine. I think they're willing to do that if there are less police officers that are willing to actually go through that training and then take college education.
Didn't your
that
entire
reduces that
side just
debt.
say we don't create a shortage? I don't see the
I am willing to
congruency here.
distance myself from my side if it means
Sure,
that police
regardless.
officers are better trained. Hi.
Hi there. So, under this legislation, police forces can't hire people until they go to college first, right?
Correct.
So, how are they supposed to access this college, and why would they choose to go to college instead of just being a
Representative
firefighter?
Biram and
or
everyone
something?
else on my side, including myself, already told you that there's tuition reimbursement.
Yeah, you
That's
can't
not a
get that until you
concern.
get hired.
Yeah, you're gonna get
Yeah,
hired.
you
have
can
to go
only
to
get
police
hired
academies.
4 years after you go to school.
There are tuition reimbursement programs regardless.
But that's
you can
after
access
after
that.
you go to school.
No, you go to police
okay,
academies.
even so, why wouldn't I just take a job immediately like a firefighter where I can get paid?
Thank you, Representative. You may take your placard and your seat. Thanks. Granted. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, speakers in the negation, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Hassan Ali.
Hi, everyone. That's Representative Hosnali, third speech today. Judges, I'll give you a couple seconds. Now, I'm not a senior, but I do want to give one thank you, and that's to my fellow competitors. See, this event has taught me that there's no tool more powerful than the power we carry with our voices. And I just want to say thank you to every single person in this room for using your voices to fight for change. Take a thumbs up from the judges when they're ready. Awesome. Parley, great. When you're holding a hammer, everything looks like a nail. When you're holding a gun, everything looks like a target. For far too long, the only thing this Congress has done is turn to appeasement in the name of safety of our constituents. But that ends right here, representatives. So allow me to take my speech to prove to you why the only world worse than the world you're in right now is when you pass. I'm gonna start by addressing Representative Wilson, Chilukuri, and Alakwa. They all tell you about the problem of police brutality in the status quo. Let me make it clear, no one on my side is denying the fact that this problem exists. But further, increased education just doesn't correlate to changes in systemic racism. Yes, there are changes to education, but they're still replicating the same training practices, the same uses of violence, and the same acts of racism. That's like telling a construction worker, in order to build better, you should go write an essay. That's like telling a pilot, if you want to fly better, you should go do your biology problems. Sure, they're great skills, but they don't correlate to actually helping you in your job. Now, we've heard the argument about a shortage of police officers been thrown around a lot. I want to be the first person to tell you why that actually matters in this debate. Because you're disincentivizing people to become police officers. Representative Biram and Chordia, they provide you evidence on funding, and then they tell you that cities don't want a shortage. Yeah, no one wants a shortage. That's why funding clearly isn't the issue. The issue is we actually need bodies as police officers. That's really scary because as CNN in September of 2022 tells you, police departments from Atlanta to Kansas City to Portland are coping with strategies to fulfill patrol officers to 911 operators. This legislation stretches them even thinner by disincentivizing people to go into this profession. I think the most important argument on the affirmation has been whether this bill leads to a decrease in systemic violence. If my response earlier wasn't good enough, let me tell you, the way you solve systemic violence is by changing the training you give the police officers. Not a single section in this legislation actually provides reforms to the equity training we're giving them. But finally, Representative Chang wants to talk about sexual assault. Here's the issue. Violations of women's bodies are a systemic issue. You don't change that with 4 years of schooling. Representatives, I'm not raising my voice because I'm angry or upset. I'm raising my voice because behind this voice are those of women and minorities whose voices we've never heard. Use your vote.
Thank you, Representative,
Fail.
for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. I'll go to Representative Ramadan.
Hey, Representative.
Hi, Representative. How can you honestly say that police shortage is an issue if we're not handling our police resources effectively in the status quo?
Oh, so I absolutely agree we're not handling them effectively. What I'm telling you is this bill does nothing to do that. In fact, it worsens it.
Right, okay, and how would it worsen it on this front? Because this bill is specifically creating a higher quality
Sure,
police
Representative.
officers. We can address the police shortage by allocating our
me to
resources
answer?
more efficiently. Go ahead.
By making them go to school for 4 years, you disincentivize people who would have otherwise gone into the profession.
What
That
is the
worsens
incentive for a
shortage.
police officer to commit
Representative
violence?
Chang.
Hi.
Hi. Are you more or less likely to trust a police officer who uses less force?
You're less likely to trust police officers if they don't exist. Right now, there's a massive police shortage.
Okay. In what world do they not exist whatsoever?
When you pass this legislation, you disincentivize people from even going into the profession.
Okay. If a police officer wants to protect the peace, they'll go to school no matter what to become a police officer. Why
That's
does a monetary
representative.
incentive
Thank you,
change that?
Representatives. You may take your placard and your seat.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seeing as that... Granted. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers on the affirmation, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Beck.
I thank the chair. For the reference of the judges in the chamber, this is still Representative Beck, BAEK, for my final speech in today's session. I just want to thank everyone for such an amazing session. Don't want to take up too much of your time. Just let me know when all of you guys are ready and I'll start. Great. John Hastings should have never been a cop. In the 80s, the Little Rock Police Department hired him despite knowing that he had attended KKK meetings. The present and future of America will never change when this Congress is the one that remains complacent. America is calling for us to do something. That is why I am passing this legislation. Honestly, I am sick and tired of the negation continuing the complacency that has tarnished this nation for so long. Every single argument that the negation has provided in this round is far from the root of police brutality. Representatives Chundru and Romkey have the countless instances of police violence in this nation been because of overworking, I don't think so. It is finally time that we address the root issue. But Representatives Clark, Benoit, Chen, Dixon, Romke, and Hassan Ali all seem to have an issue with this overworking point. Representative Chordia already told you about training, and Representative Biram told you about better education programs. But that clearly doesn't seem to be enough. So I'll do you one better and turn this entire point to my side. You passed today's legislation to make sure more people join police officers and we can end overworking. But why is that not happening right now? It's a culture problem. As the Brennan Center for Justice explains, on February 3rd of 2020, since police departments are split into relatively self-run departments, agencies have a history of discrimination. The problem is that, as an NPR News article explains, this culture has created a warrior mentality of violence, which intimidates people from even wanting to become police officers in the first place. There's a reason why no one's joining the force. It's because they're killing Americans. But that's exactly where today's legislation comes in. Representatives Wilson and Biram, college is just the tip of the iceberg, because when we pass today's legislation and reverse this culture by having better, safer officers, we can finally guarantee that eventually more and more people will join these agencies. This legislation working is up to us. Representative Romke, if you believe that college is too expensive, lower the prices. Representatives on the negation, if you don't think that our education programs or training programs are good enough, then fix it. I would rather have a reality where I'm dealing with these situations than Americans dying on the streets. But let me finally give you a statistic that quantifies this impact. Arizona State University explains in 2021 that in towns like Las Vegas and Seattle, government-regulated police training made officers 40% less likely to use force. Representative Blakesley and Chundru say their names, but I don't want to. I'd much rather say hello. Please pass today's legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Benoit.
Hey, Representative.
All right, so you talk about government-regulated training, right?
Yeah.
And what's the one thing that government-regulated training has that all police or most police training doesn't have?
I mean, it's that they're de-escalation training programs that are proven to work because
there's
DOJ
standardization. And if the DOJ has shown in the past that they're not willing to implement standardization in every single facility or every single training.
They literally are, because this Congress tells them they have to do it.
No,
Representative,
they're gonna do under today's legislation, there's nothing forcing them to standardize their process. How are we going to make?
We will cause them to do it. We can actually tell the Department of Justice what to do.
For the past 2 months, they have refused.
Representative Romke.
Hey, Representative.
Hey, so you tell us that these government-run training programs are super effective, right?
Yeah.
So then why do we also need the college? Why can't we do just one of them?
Because college guarantees that the officers that are put in place are like good for the culture and the environment of this college. Because when you go to college, you're exposed to like new ideas and viewpoints, which makes you less likely to be intolerant.
Besides college?
Well, today's legislation guarantees that it works.
Okay.
If it guarantees that we save
Why
lives, I don't see why we fail
similar
this
with
legislation.
the police training, but pair it with like mandated community time?
Your side has proven
Thank
no
you,
net
Representatives.
benefit.
You may take the chair. Thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, any speakers in the negation, please rise. Representative Nickel.
I thank the chair. This is Representative Nickel speaking for the third and final time in this legislative session. And incredibly quickly, while everyone is leaving and getting ready, I'd like to thank my mentor and Congress Captain, Noah Amadon, my best friend, Max Hill, and my coach, Ryan Bankston. With all that being said, if everyone's ready, I'll begin. All right. I started the debate on this legislation by questioning sponsor Wilson. I asked him one question. Does this legislation specify the type of training that we're giving officers? In response, all he could tell me is that we're giving them more training. The affirmation has continued to go on this leg, saying that more training is good, more college education is good, statistics have been thrown out, etc. The problem with this necessarily is that, as Representative Beck tried to point out in the opposite direction, we need to challenge the root of what's actually happening here. And the root of police shooting innocent people isn't necessarily racism. It's fear. Now, of course, racism is an extreme factor in why police officers may feel scared or regardless. But the important thing to consider is there is only one method that is proven to make officers fear less for their lives and be more responsible and accountable to the communities that they're supposed to serve. And that, of course, is de-escalation training, which, of course, I've tried to bring out throughout the entirety of this debate, and so have a few of my colleagues on the negation. But even on that, we see in a 50-state comparative analysis by Sage Journals, it shows that only 3.71% nationally of police curriculum in police academies is focused on public administration, public accountability, de-escalation training, and sensitivity training. This is the root of the problem in this debate, and it's insane that it has gone completely uncontested throughout this round. But another piece of key information that we need to bring up is what the massive net negative of this piece of legislation is. Throughout the entire round, most of the affirmation have been throwing out the statistic that college can reduce racism. Well, maybe it can. And they say that, well, if we get even a little bit of a benefit out of this bill, what's the harm? I'll tell you the harm, and no one has brought this up. The implementation for this bill is the Department of Justice, which is swamped. Merrick Garland already testified before this Congress just 4 months ago that he needs an additional 50,000 employees, including an additional 2,000 public servants, to be able to implement what he already has on his plate. What's unfortunate here is that no one on the affirmation has even tried to consider what this might do logistically to our system. But even when we consider this, we look further into what the real issue is. We see already that we need de-escalation training. But even on top of that, if Representative Wilson and many of the other people on the affirmation claim to care about these communities that are being abused and put down by the police officers, we need to focus on the two key roots, which, as I've already said, are de-escalation training to reduce fear in the police community and getting rid of things like qualified immunity, which serve as no incentive for police officers to actually exercise their job with any measure of caution. Why would someone worry and not shoot first and ask questions later if they can't be held legally accountable in any way whatsoever? If the affirmation really cares about what they claim, then one of them might get up here and amend this bill to include either of the problems that I just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Karim.
Hi. You're concerned about de-escalation training. What does Section 1B of this legislation do?
Well, Section 1B only increases the amount of training that given. As I already questioned,
so wait,
it doesn't specify the type of
The training right now is extremely aggressive and violent. Why can't we pass this legislation and improve de-escalation training by integrating it more into the curriculum?
Well, the problem is this legislation is already a half measure, and as I pointed out multiple times in my speech, there's a net negative of swamping the Department of Justice.
We increase the amount of police training by 2 years. That necessarily means you're able to
by
integrate
2 years, which not only could overcomplicate
Hi, in Police Academy, how much is the average recruit spending on de-escalation training?
An incredibly low amount. As I cited already,
8 hours. Isn't 8 hours better than none?
I'm not saying that we should simply repeal the fact that people de-escalate train in the
we don't have de-escalation training right now because we don't mandate Police Academy right now.
Well, this bill does nothing to specify an increase on de-escalation training. All it does is swamp the Department of Justice.
But that's the national average. Is 8 hours better than none?
Yes, it's better than none, but this legislation doesn't include.
Thank you, Representatives.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech on the negation, any speakers in the affirmation, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Ramadan.
I thank the chair. That's Representative Ramadan, obviously spelled the same. Now, I'm not graduating any finger this year, but because everyone else has done it, I feel inclined to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Hayden. Oh, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Hayden, Peyton Polanco, and Cole Hesterberg, wherever you are at Berkeley, for doing all that you've done throughout my career. I wouldn't be here without all of you, and my award is your award. Thank you. As long as I can get any indication from the judges that everyone's ready. We are here today, not by coincidence, but by the will of the American people. They've entrusted us with a big job, to debate, to decide, to shape the future. But sometimes we need to rise above debate. We need to understand that there are some issues that are truly nonpartisan, and ensuring that police violence escalates no further is one of those issues. So I implore you all to pass. Now, today's debate has covered a variety of topics, and yet, this Congress has managed to tiptoe around perhaps the most important point in this round: incentivized police violence. What on God's green earth am I talking about? Well, I'll tell you, but before I do that, let me crystallize all of the points of the round out of the kindness of my heart. First, Representative Dixon, there is nothing wrong with having an English degree. But secondly, and more importantly, your supposed round-winning evidence is anything but that. As the Davidson Institute reports just 1 month ago, this analysis by the NRC you cited is invalid due to how it defines what police violence actually is, where they only factor in convicted felon police officers. But this is just bad data. As the report furthers, the overwhelming majority, or about 67% of police officer violence incidents, are not convicted as felons, as they just get slaps on the wrist by their own communities in the police precincts. Davidson continues, highlighting the fact that there is a 32% difference between educated and not educated officers, completely dismantling your point. Representative Clark, you ask why this is. Allow me to be the first member of the affirmation to tell you exactly how this works. As RAND Corporation tells you, there is an increase of social cohesion, a significant one of diversity for the average constituent who enters into an undergraduate program, where these police officers live right next to these diverse communities, and their implicit biases against these other people of different people of color, technically, and usually other members of different races, diminish. But Representative Hassan Ali, you don't even need to buy that. You pass because a bachelor's degree requirement is rids of the incentivized police violence. As the Brookings Institute highlights, over 80% of police officers who commit violence, when interviewed, don't cite fear for their lives, as Representative Nicole tells you. They cite fear for their jobs. They feel that if they don't have a hardline stance when they are committing their duty to the role as a police officer, they are in fear of getting fired. And once they get fired, they have no jobs to turn to because of the fact that they don't have a degree, they're not educated, and they don't have any backgrounds in order to enforce any other careers. So if you take Representative Shen's stance, you side with the idea that 40% of police officers that commit acts of violence are inherently prejudiced, rather than the simple idea that they are trapped in their careers. You passed today's legislation, not just for the constituents at hand that have been at the opposite end of the perpetuators of violence on the police community, but also for the police officers themselves who are trapped in their jobs and need to get out. Ultimately, voting for the affirmation today is as clear as voting prickles for president. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for that 2 minutes and 57 speech. Again, 2 minutes and 57 seconds. All cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Nickel.
I thank the chair. Representative, what do you say to the fact that 96% of police officers are not fired when cited for misconduct?
Right, so that's the very purpose here. The fact is that they're not fired because of the fact that even the people that are hiring these police officers, even the heads of the police academies at this point and the police precincts, they are not firing them because they know they won't have a job to go to.
So I'm just a little bit confused. What incentive is there for police officers to behave kindly when they have things like qualified immunity that protect them from prosecution, and 96% of them that break the law aren't fired?
We can bring separate legislation to deal with that.
Okay, so if I could go to college and major in like computer science and get a tech job, or go to college, major in something else and become a police officer, which is far less lucrative, why am I going to choose to become a police officer?
Right, again, this is just something, every single one of these arguments presented by the negation are just mutually exclusive. The fact is that we can present different legislation to ensure that police officers are accurately paid. The Cato Institute mentions the fact that over half of the police officers that are currently instituted in the, that are currently on the workforce don't need to be there. We are employing over half of what we need because of the fact that we're so inefficient with how we distribute police resources. So we can pay the half that we have right now much more effectively while dealing with the other half. I think the chair.
Seeing as that was a speech on the affirmation, any speakers on the negation? The chair will move to break cycle. Any speakers on the affirmation? Representative Ozheimer.
I thank the chair. My name is Representative Nicholas Ozheimer, speaking for the third and final time this legislative session. Also closing out our final round. This is my last time at Nats. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Judges and PO, please let me know if you're not ready. Otherwise, I'll just go ahead and get started. Whoop, whoop, it's the sound of the police. To be perfectly honest, every time a police cruiser drives past me, a couple of songs come to mind. And although I'll quit it with the karaoke, they're a symptom
of a national culture that doesn't trust those people that are supposed to protect us. Today, let's cast our net wide, go down the line in today's debate, and explore why a college education makes police officers better at their job. But first, let's dispel a very misleading narrative that has dominated the negative advocacy, that college has nothing to do with police work. But more than 50% of police officers with degrees have majored in criminal justice, criminology, law enforcement, or public administration. Representative Clark, Binoy, Dixon, and Hassan Ali, be for real. Those degrees have everything to do with police work. But even if you do get an English or a math degree, that makes you a better officer because it makes you a better human being. The fact that so many of you are seniors who are here for the very last time and likely going to college soon after this, who think that going to college is all about burying yourselves in textbooks, is kind of worrying. At this point, all you can really count on are the empirics. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's address 3 concerns about how requiring a college education will affect police departments across the country. Representative Binoy tells you that police departments can't afford officers without degrees. Representative Chundru tells you that a lack of diversity makes officers less tolerant. And finally, Representative Ravi tells you that police officers are leaving the profession because they're overworked. But no one has given you a single empiric about police departments that already do require degrees. That's because all the examples are stunning successes. Let me be the very first to tell you about them as the very last speaker in the round. The Dallas Police Department pays officers with bachelors at least $3,600 more per year. Just 2 months ago, use of force experts commended the Dallas PD for having one of the lowest rates of abuse of power in the country. LAPD pays officers with bachelors at least $6,900 more per year. The Guardian writes in September of 2022 that they have been uniquely receptive to national criticism of law enforcement in the past 3 years, incorporating more hours of race relations and peaceful de-escalation curriculum into their training than any other department in the country. No one has responded to Representative Bierum's point that cities can and will just pay well-educated officers more. Of course departments will have to pay officers more if they get a degree. Is that seriously going to deter us from raising the standard to the bare minimum? And speaking of standards, let's review the title of this bill. A bill to establish standards for police training. No, this isn't institutional reform. If you want institutional reform, change the culture from the ground up. Make them get degrees, make them get training, make them conducive to the things that this country actually needs to reform our police force. 2 months ago, I wrote and submitted this bill for your consideration. Frankly, I'm kind of disappointed with the fight the negation has put up. On the other side of the debate, the affirmation's impacts remain untouched. Whoop, whoop.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Any cross-examiners, please rise. That'll first go to Representative Chundru.
Hello, so growing up, I loved playing Where is Waldo, but I'm having a hard time playing Where is it affirmations links. You haven't proven to me that this legislation doesn't decrease diversity, and I showed you that increases abuse against minorities. Why should the color of your skin determine whether you live or die?
Let me address this. I think the entire negative advocacy on this has been so performative, you view diversity as a means to an end. I tell you that police departments are less racist and less abusive because of this bill.
And I tell you that
that's all that
decreasing
counts.
diversity does the same thing you're saying the bad things are. How can you quantify the impact if I'm proving to you?
Representative Karim.
Hi, I'm on your side, but I want to clarify something.
Sure.
So is a shortage of police officers a good or bad thing upon passage of this legislation?
Our very last speaker, Representative Nickel, told us we don't have a shortage.
Sure. Okay, given that, do you actually get like the funding through like the tuition reimbursement programs everyone on like our side has talked about? Do you get that before or after college?
What do you mean?
For like tuition reimbursement, in order to actually be able to go to college, like the argument that like it's very unaffordable for minorities, how does that hold up?
Reimbursement implies you get it after.
Sure, but like you have to pay
Thank you, representatives. You may take your placard and your seat. Representative Beck.
Barring any further speeches, I move to previous question.
Any seconds? Any opposed? In that case, we'll commence voting. All those who wish to pass this legislation, please raise your placard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All those who wish to fail this legislation, please raise your placard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fortunately, this legislation does pass. My congratulations to the sponsors. Representative Ramadan. Seconds? We adjourn this session at 3:54 p.m. Congratulations to everyone.
have made our jobs as judges really hard. A couple announcements really quick before you finish. You will have to go into your Tabram account right now, so if you have your computer or your phones, and go ahead and fill out your leadership award. So what that means is you're going to rank 5 students, 1 through 5, who you think had the best leadership in the round. It can include the PO, it can include yourself. So make sure you go do that, and make sure you do it before you leave the room. I have to say, it's such a privilege to be your parley today. You guys had some amazing debate, and I'm really happy I got to be here to see it. Let's give them all another round of applause. Why did you say something? I'm kidding. Why would you say something like that? I'm kidding. Well, obviously you know I'm I'll get outside. You're not going to see that. I'll get outside.
Please remain here so that we can have our
Competitors, please stand. All my freaks. Please remain in the room.
All right, competitors, if you could return to your seats, and observers, if you could sit down, we will begin. I know. We'll begin our John Lewis Medallion ceremony. First off, just a couple of news and notes things from my end. First off, congratulations to all of the finalists for an excellent day of debate. Hopefully you have completed your leadership balloting, because we can't leave that one on for hours and hours because we're kind of under a time limit. We're going to have this ceremony by the time we finish this, hopefully the judges will have finished tabulating. At that point, we have auditing, double checking, script writing, and then we will put a tab room email out, which you can check as well by going to the National's tab room website and looking under email archive of who will report to the stage for finals for 7 through 14, and then top 6 PO and leadership. And we will see you tonight. And with that in mind, I will turn it over to our tabulation staff.
So I'm going to call your name if you'll come up and receive your medal from our ladies on the side there. We have Alicia Hassanali from Granada Hills Charter High School, California. Husan Ramadan from Clovis North High School, California. Abhi Chandru from Hawken in Ohio. Ashley Clark, Desert Vista High School, Arizona. Alexander Alakwa from from the Village High School in Texas. Isha Chilukuri from Middleton in Wisconsin. Karis Chen from Bel Air in Texas. Irish Cheng, Seven Lakes High School, Texas. Akshaya Ravi, New England, Massachusetts. Edward Wilson, Jackson Preparatory School, Mississippi.
Raghav Ramki from Plano East Senior in Texas. Sashank Balusu from Archbishop Mitty in California. Anish Biram from TMI Episcopal in Texas. Kira Dixon from Round Rock Christian Academy in Texas. Adrian Beck from Redlands High School in Southern California. Tommy Nickel from Oxford High School in Mississippi. Nia Benoy from Elkins High School in Texas. Arik Karim from Dreyfus School of the Arts in Florida. Colin Blakesley from Memorial High School in Texas. Edita Chordia from James Logan High School in California. And Nicholas Ostheimer from FAU High School in Florida.
Congratulations, everyone. Go relax for a little bit. Celebrate. I said it was a marathon. We're at mile 26. Decompress for a little bit.